What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK, live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Friday, September 20th, 2024, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, it's official. Arch Manning will make his first career start as a Texas Longhorn tomorrow night. We will give our expectations of Arch in his first career start against ULM, plus a preview of all of the biggest college and NFL action coming up this weekend, including conversations about the Cowboys-Ravens game and the Texans taking their talents to Minnesota in a matchup of unbeaten teams in the National Football League. Our man Lee Sterling from Paramount Sports will join us at 9:15 to give you his winners of the football weekend. We'll also get the Bucks Gold Star locks of the upcoming football weekend and a little bit of baseball conversation. We have to talk about what Shohei Ohtani did yesterday, making history on the diamond. A lot to get into on a Football Friday here on TSU. What's going on, my friend?
It's unbelievable that one of the greatest sporting events during the football season is happening in baseball, one of the greatest, and that you probably won't ever see again, except for by that same dude, maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, what a night of baseball for Shohei Ohtani and Major League Baseball to have this guy go absolutely bonkers last night. The fact that LA put 20 runs up on the board last night was amazing this time of the year.
Yeah.
They've got a bunch of guys that are tired of pitching right now, the ones that aren't going to make it anywhere. They're like, I'll see you in spring training.
Yeah, well, Shohei hit his third homer of 3 yesterday against a position player, which sometimes you see at this point in the season. Hell, you see that throughout the season. If a team's getting blown out, they don't want to waste any more of their pitchers in a game that they've got no chance to win. Sometimes they'll throw a random jabroni in there to pitch late in the game, and the Marlins did that against Shohei Ohtani and the Dodgers yesterday. But how about that? Yeah, the Dodgers put up 20 runs in a game that they clinched a playoff spot in.
Yeah.
And Shohei Ohtani makes history, becoming the first player ever to hit 50 home runs and steal 50 bases in the same season.
That dude's not done unless they're going to try to rest him. He doesn't look like he wants to rest. He looks like he wants to just keep stroking right now. I would.
Keep stroking.
Yeah, stroking that ball.
Stroking whose balls?
Stroking the ball, the baseball.
I don't know if that's a term.
It's a term.
You sure?
It's a baseball term, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, the Dodgers are still playing for the number 1 seed in the National League. So they clinched a playoff spot yesterday. I don't think they've clinched their division title yet, and they definitely have not clinched the 1 seed in the National League. So there's still enough for the Dodgers to play for to where Shohei Ohtani will be in the lineup for at least a few more days. But yeah, not only does he become the first ever member of the 50-50 club in Major League Baseball, he did it in legendary status yesterday.
Wow.
He went 6 for 6, hit 3 homers. So he entered yesterday's game with 48. And it's like, all right, at some point he might get to 50, but he's probably not going to do it today. Hell, he got to 51 yesterday. He goes 6 for 6, 3 home runs, 10 RBIs, and also had 2 stolen bases as well. So not only is he the first ever member of the 50-50 club, he's the inaugural member of the 51-51 club, because that's where he's at right now. Yeah. I mean, he's the gatekeeper, the founder, the owner, the gatekeeper of that exclusive club. Just an incredible performance.
What a performance! That was 10 RBI. I mean, what a performance last night. I mean, that's hard to do. The 6 for 6 is crazy. Three home runs out of the 6 hits is really ridiculous, and to run around stealing bases too.
Yeah. Almost hit for the cycle yesterday. He got thrown out at third base trying to stretch a double into a triple. And could you imagine a cycle on top of everything else that he did? I mean, it's one of the best games ever for a Major League Baseball player.
It's the best game ever. The best individual performance I think I've witnessed was Reggie Jackson's 3 home runs in the World Series. When Reggie did it for the Yankees. I don't think I've seen anything like what last night was like, though. That's got to be ridiculous.
Well, if you include the history that he made, I think you can make a strong argument.
Oh, yeah, that would be the best. Yeah, it would be the best.
Yeah, just in a vacuum, it probably wasn't the best individual game performance we've ever seen in baseball history, although it was a damn good one.
Oh, yeah.
When you couple what he did with the fact that, yeah, he's the first player to go 50-50, then you could make a strong case that it's the best day a Major League Baseball player has ever had. And oh, by the way, Buck, don't forget, that guy's one of the best pitchers in baseball, too.
Right, and they've just saved his arm for maybe next year or whenever he's going to get back on the mound, because he's going to get back on the mound.
Yeah,
I mean, he wants to prove to the world he's the best baseball player ever to play the game.
I think he is.
Well, I would give me a couple more years and it'll be a definite yes. It's a definite yes. He's the best baseball player on the planet right at this second. But when he's done, will he be the best ever? He probably will.
Yeah, I think right now you could say he's the best talent the game has ever seen.
Sure.
But like what you're talking about, you've got to do it over a long period of time. Now, Shohei's done it for a while now, and you could make a case.
There won't be any records when that guy's done. There won't be there won't be anybody to compare him with.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Babe Ruth is the only guy that really gets compared to Shohei as a guy who can do it at the plate and on the mound. But for as great as Babe Ruth was, he wasn't the type of pitcher that Shohei Ohtani is. And I do wonder, Shohei, like you said, has been rehabbing all year coming off of Tommy John surgery. I do wonder if in the playoffs, maybe a World Series, if the Dodgers would put Shohei Ohtani on the mound.
It's just too late in the year. Even by playoff, it's just too late to take a chance. That bat means too much. Those legs mean just way too much to do it. I mean, it's not like they haven't won World Series with the Dodgers. That's kind of chancy and risky right there. Oh. That would be one. You got to get the spring ball, get that arm ready to go, and maybe next year. I don't see them trying to do that now.
I don't know, man. Like, I don't think Shohei Ohtani would start any games in the playoffs, but if they needed somebody to pitch an inning in the World Series, maybe to close out a Game 7 of a World Series, I don't know if it's the craziest thought in the world to think that Shohei could go out there.
I know he would want to try, but I would venture to say the organization that's paying him $1 gazillion would probably say maybe next time.
Well, you don't know if you're going to make a World Series again, Buck.
Well,
there might not be a next time.
Let me just say this. With that guy, you've got a pretty good chance every year.
It is Shohei's first ever playoff appearance. Now, it helps that he's with the Dodgers instead of
that's what I'm saying. With that organization, there's a good chance you'll be back there again very, very soon with that particular guy. And guys like Mookie Betts around him, you're probably there's a good chance you'll be back in it. So I wouldn't want to screw that guy's career up. That's not just screwing up his arm. That could screw up his career in all phases, Well, swinging the bat. I think I would hold off on that one for this year.
It hasn't screwed up his bat this year. The fact that he's coming back from Tommy John surgery. I was curious just how good of a hitter he could be. Despite having off-season surgery, and it hasn't affected him at all.
He's proved that he can still bat. And his ability to steal bases and his speed is incredible. I mean, you're talking about a guy who's got some quick twitch. He's got it.
He's got
it. That dude has it all. He really, really does. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so much for what you do. To you and your families, we appreciate you very, very much, and do be safe out there. It's going to be another beautiful, beautiful day here today.
No, it's not. It's hot. What do you mean beautiful? It's too hot.
No, it's going to be just fine today. Last night, I did a high school game. Wow.
It's going to be 95 in late September, and you're calling that beautiful?
95 is okay.
It's hot.
Anything in that 90 range, that mid-90s, it's okay.
How about 91% humidity today, Buck? It's going to feel like triple digits, which means it is triple digits.
You think it's going to feel like 100 today?
Yeah. What do you mean beautiful?
100.
Fall is starting on Sunday. Can we get some fall weather, please?
Next week.
You're calling it?
Next week, next week, midweek. Started to cool to get in the 80s, high 80s with some 70s at night. Okay. You'll feel it. You'll feel the temperature drop.
I'll call that beautiful. I won't call today beautiful. It's too damn hot.
The sun is shining. We had a whole week of moonbeams. It's been great. It really has. I mean, the nights have been bright and shiny and lots of moon action out there. Crops are ready to be The fields are ready to be tilled and ready for the winter crops. Everything is good, man. Harvest moon was out again last night. Beautiful moon.
Did you go nude again last night?
No, I was in the press box at Lake Travis. I couldn't go nude. Had a high school game on a Thursday. Thursday night football, yes.
That could have been dangerous there, P. Diddy.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
We'll be having any freak offs in the broadcast booth, okay?
With Honey, yeah. Joey Bennett, yeah, that would have been great. Texans live. No, we did not have a freak off, although we had a semi-massacre of a team, 60-something to 6. It was awful.
Nice win for Lake Travis last night.
And Marcus, you need more players. They had like 32 kids on their football team. I don't get that.
Isn't San Marcos a huge high school now?
Yes, it is. It's 6A. It's got fantastic attendance, but none of them want to play football, obviously. Or somebody's run them off from football. They had 30 to 35 players going both ways. That was not fun to watch. And by the way, those kids fought, and they fought hard. Nobody got carted off the field. Both teams relatively healthy at the end. You didn't even see ankle twists. Come on, kids in great shape and kids that love the game of football. Those kids at San Marcos, they must love football, BK, because their numbers, they've been getting beat in the 50s, the 40s, and then last night in the 60s. And they keep showing up for practice and playing both ways. You got to love the game for that, man.
Good for them. Hey.
Where's the rest of those damn kids down there playing? They need to be playing football.
Well, I never played high school football, which means I've got 4 years of eligibility left. Should I go try out?
Once again, your clock is stopped. Maybe you could go back.
Should I go try out?
Then you can repeat college again. How's that?
I mean, I've got 4 years of NCAA eligibility too.
There's no doubt about that.
Oh, man. Okay.
Well, you can be a quarterback because most quarterbacks get to go there for 8-9 years.
Yeah, I'm going to do the Billy Madison bid and just start school over again.
Oh, you general booty.
I feel like Cam Rising or Alan Bowman.
Cam Rising in his 8th year.
Yeah, that matchup tomorrow should be a fun one. It's the AARP game between Utah and Oklahoma State in Stillwater. We'll talk about that game. We will talk about all of the biggest college and NFL games in the upcoming weekend. It is a great football weekend we've got on tap. It started last night. Congrats to you, Buck. You're up 5,000 units. You had 10,000 on the Jets, covering the 6 against the Patriots. That was a beatdown, 24-3. Aaron Rodgers and the Jets, no problem with New England in the Meadowlands last night.
Aaron Rodgers going in there for a little hug with his coach, and his coach backing him up, giving him the Heisman.
No, it was the other way around.
Yeah,
the coach went in for the hug with Rodgers, and Rodgers is like, I'm too good for you. You think you can hug me?
Why are you hugging me? We're only up 2 scores. I'm like, come on, Aaron. When I saw him kind of back, I'm like, dude, it's just an emotion. Don't worry about it. He's not really trying to hug you. He doesn't want to take off your uniform. I mean, you're acting like he was trying to go in there for the first kiss. Cut the guy a break. Guy doesn't win very many games there, Rodgers.
Yeah. This wasn't a Tom Brady and his son situation, right? He wasn't trying to French you, dude. He was just trying to give you a hug, which happens all of the time in football.
What was the deal with that? That was very uncomfortable for the head coach.
Yeah, they both laughed it off in their post-game press conferences, saying, it was no big deal. They were just having fun, but it didn't really look like that in real time.
Yeah, for Aaron Rodgers, that was a big deal. I'm too cool for that.
Yeah, it's like, dude, it's a big deal. It's Rodgers' first full home game as a Jet, his first win in New York as a Jet.
Kind of early, though, for Saleh in the second quarter. He could have waited till,
Yeah.
Well, that group that they were playing, the Patriots weren't going anywhere.
No, the Patriots suck, and it was pretty obvious, I think, at that point in the game that the Jets were going to win, but maybe it was just all business for Aaron Rodgers.
All business Rodgers. How's that?
Maybe he didn't want to get COVID. He's not vaxxed. Maybe he was worried about getting some sort of sickness from his coach.
He doesn't want to get the flu this time of year. Starting to get cool there in New York.
Rodgers is something
Not like
else.
here.
Even in a game like that, right? It was Rodgers' best performance in, 3 or 4 years.
Sure.
And the Jets beat the crap out of the Patriots. It feels like it should have been a happy night in New York. Because it's Aaron Rodgers, you still have that storyline to talk about. It can't always be easy with that guy. There's always got to be some ulterior storyline to get into when it comes to Aaron Rodgers. So
no, he's got to make it about himself. Got to back the coach up. You know, I'm
Yeah,
like,
he knew the cameras were on last night during that moment, and
sure.
he wanted to send some sort of message by doing that. So I don't know. You got that one right. Congrats to you, but you did miss the college game last night. You had 5,000 units on App State.
Wow. Sorry, App State. You won't be winning the Sun Belt.
Yeah, shouts to Major Applewhite, the head coach of USA, the University of South Alabama. They went into Boone and beat App State 48-14.
Yeah, I mean, I think they've had some numbers too. That wasn't the first game that they got some high numbers. I think the game before they're putting up a lot of points.
I think they put up what, 78 or 80 the week before?
Major Applewhite looking for that West Virginia job.
Maybe. Yeah, nice win for Major on the road. So you missed that one, but you did go up 5,000 because you had 10K on the Jets and only 5K on App State. So you did go up 5,000 last
people
night.
talk me into that lousy game.
Yeah.
But I'll take that Jets win was pretty simple. The Pats are going to be the Pats this year. Sorry, mayonnaise. I mean, you're going to get a couple wins here and there, but your team's not good enough.
Yeah, the Jets looked very good. That defense had 7 sacks against Jacoby Brisket.
That's the way they're supposed to look.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what people thought the Patriots would look like. They were pretty solid in their first 2 games. Hell, they beat the Bengals in Cincy.
And that's what the Jets defense is supposed to be like too.
Yeah, there are people picking the Jets to win the Super Bowl this year. Like, they've got a ton of talent on that roster, and all they've been lacking is a quarterback. Well, if Rodgers is going to keep playing like that, doesn't matter if he's going to hug the coach on the sideline. The Jets have a shot to make some noise this year. The biggest questions are, can Rodgers stay healthy, number one, and can he keep playing like that, number two?
I like the way he moved around last night.
Yeah, he looked good. He looked good last night. He looked confident. He looked pretty mobile, and he was accurate as all hell, which that's what Aaron Rodgers has been known for over his Hall of Fame career. So
and he and the wide receiver haven't got on the same page yet. And once those two get on the same page, look out.
No, Garrett Wilson.
Oh yeah, once those two get together, which they haven't quite got there yet.
What do you think of Garrett Wilson rocking the loose sleeves on the jersey?
Oh, he's got a little bit of that individual stuff in him too.
Well, he's a receiver, so that checks out. But
yes.
Looks like he's rocking a Shitty Fanatics jersey on.
Yeah, he's Shitty Fanatics. Love that. Love that. That's a good job there.
Yeah. So there you go. There's your Thursday night game. We'll get your Gold Star locks of the weekend in hour number 2.
Very nice.
Before we get into Texas football, we've got some Sark sound. He made it official. I think everybody knows at this point, but Arch Manning will get the start for Texas tomorrow night against ULM. Before we let you hear from the head coach of Texas football, let's give our first few sponsor shout outs.
Yeah, let's say hello to our friends over at Sue Patrick's. We will be there again next week, of course, next Wednesday, leading up to the first SEC contest. But folks, Sue Patrick's will be open. Look at that. Sweet.
New shirt.
Got yourself one of those, huh?
From Sue Patrick. I love the Angry Bevo, man.
What you need to do is get that Angry Bevo hat now for the OU weekend. Oh. That's got to go up. We've got to have somebody wearing that hat. that has to happen. So that there's going to be a brawl. When that hat comes out, somebody's going to fight over that. There will be a fight with OU fans with that hat.
Yeah.
They want to turn those horns upside down. But head over to Sue Patrick, 5222 Burner Road, and pick up all of your Texas-themed items, especially your Longhorn gear. They'll be open on obviously today, tomorrow morning. Get your stuff ready for a 7 o'clock tilt. Is that a 7:30 tilt or 7 a.m. tilt? Yeah, so they'll be open until about what?
Not 7 a.m., 7 p.m.
7 p.m. When will they be open till? About 4 maybe?
Yeah, I think normal hours tomorrow at Sue Patrick.
On Saturday too. That's great. Get over there and pick up all your gear. Get it ready for not only Saturday night, but for the following week. Because there'll be a lot of SEC yelling out there. You want to have your gear on, and they've got a lot of gear that have SEC logos all over them. Polo shirts, the Tommy Bahamas. Rock that Tommy Bahama gear for sure. They got Nike. They got everything. They don't play the Fanatic game, I don't believe.
No, we don't mess with them.
No, we don't play. They don't play that game over there. But there's plenty of room, plenty of parking for your curbside pickup. Online orders over $49 will be free, my friend. How about this? SuePatrick.com is where you can find everything in the online, and then those orders will get to you very, very quickly. Your mom picked up some stuff online the other day when we were there.
Oh yeah, got a crock pot.
Love that crock pot look. That looks good.
Got a backpack.
No, she got the pack too.
And she got my dad the bowling shirt that you have.
Yeah, I got to have that. Yeah, I'm going in for the backpack next week for the Tom Herman backpack.
Secure the bag.
Oh yeah, I'm going to secure the bag next week. Got to have that for travel.
I love Sue Patrick. Shout out to them.
Great.
Also, shout out to our friends at the Altstad Brewery. Hey, it is Friday. Congratulations, Mazel Tov. You made it to the end of another long work week here in the great state of Texas. You need a great beer to ring in the weekend. The best beer to ring in the weekend is Altstad beer. I'll be cracking open a few Altstad beers over the next couple of days while I'm watching football. Hopefully you're doing the same. If you've got tailgates, if you've got watch parties, or if you're just going to be staying at home, sitting on your couch, watching all of the football all weekend long, you need Altstad beer by your side. They've got a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. And Altstad's easy to find. You don't have to drive all the way around the city, all the way around the state to find it. Just go to where you normally buy your beer and you can find Altstad. And if you're going to be hitting the town, sports bars, restaurants this weekend to watch your football, make sure you're asking your bartenders, waitresses, waiters, servers, whoever for Altstad beer. This stuff is fantastic. I call it liquid gold. I'm telling y'all, one sip and you won't go back to the other beers you've been drinking in the past. It's Altstad beer. No impurities, no regrets. And also some love to our friends at Covert Bee Cave. We'll be there today. Hope to see you there. 12 to 1. Come join us. Free lunch brought to you by our friends at Via 313 Pizza and Smoky Moe's Barbecue. And Quan Cosby will be our special guest today. He'll be taking pictures. He'll be signing autographs. We'll all be talking Texas football and enjoying some free lunch at Covert Bee Cave. If you want to buy a car, too, they'll be happy to sell you a car.
Absolutely. I saw Michael Griffin last night. I guess he's going to be one of our guests one of these weeks out there. Yes, saw him last night. His son playing over at Lake Travis. Saw him after the game. Look at Proud Papa at the game. God, he's a big dude now. He's still all buffed up.
Still got it?
Yeah, I didn't want to throw this at him. I didn't want to scare him. It was a little late. The moon was out. I didn't want him to be afraid. Checking that out. But he was there with his family last night, his daughter, his sons. His mom was out hanging out with him last night. It was good to see them.
That's awesome. That is awesome. So look forward to seeing everyone at Covert Bee Cave. I think our man Jordan Scruggs is going to be out there with us as well. Awesome. So if you want to meet Jordan or talk a little bit of Texas recruiting, come on by from 12 to 1 this afternoon. All right, Buck. No surprise, but Steve Sarkeesian made it official yesterday. Here's the update on who the starting quarterback will be for Texas tomorrow night against Louisiana Monroe.
I'll do this now. Arch is going to start at quarterback Saturday. I feel like Quinn has made great strides ever since Saturday night into where he's gotten to. But with my decision is, I'm looking forward to his future as a player, but also the future of the season for us and the longevity and getting him, possibly one more week healthier for the long term, I think is good for us as we're getting ready for SEC play. So Arch is more than capable, as I think we all know. He's got, a lot of, confidence from his teammates and trust from his teammates to go out and play. Had a really good week of work, understands the plan. And, but it's different. It's different when you're the starting quarterback as opposed to coming in cold off the bench as a backup. So different challenge for him. But I know that he'll be more than ready to go out and operate and play football at a high level for us.
A great experience for Arch Manning coming up as the starter. It's nice to pop off that bench when something happens, but boy, to be the starter, get all the reps this week, get all that personalized teaching from your quarterback coach, the head coach. I mean, this is a perfect situation for this football team because I think there'll be another time during the course of this season where they'll have to call on him. I mean, even if there's not, you got to have a guy prepared, and he's pretty doggone prepared. But now he's got that special training as being the starter. This will be great. This isn't a deal where it's about the controversy, which the nation will make it controversy, and some of the Texas fans may make it a controversy. But this is just preparation to stay the number one team in the nation, get to the playoffs, and have an unbelievable shot at a national championship. This is what this is all about. Arch Manning will have plenty of time to be the starter at the University of Texas. There's nobody sliding in, the next guy up. Next guy up will be the backup to him. So this is his great opportunity to continue to grow as a quarterback and as a young football player in a really, really high position at the University of Texas, the most important position on the football field. So it's great for everybody right here.
What are your expectations for Arch Manning tomorrow? I'll give you his stat line from last week and basically 2 quarters of action, right? He came in 3 minutes into the second quarter once Quinn Ewers got hurt, and he left about 3 minutes into the fourth quarter when Trey Owens took over because the game was in hand. Arch Manning last week, 9 of 12 throwing, 223 yards, 4 touchdowns, also 3 carries, 53 yards, and a rushing touchdown as well.
Yeah, I don't need to see all that carry stuff. You know that.
Okay.
No thanks. But I know he's going to just be a natural, and if it happens, it happens. But don't care to see that. I don't really. I mean, I care to see him open up the offense and throw the ball down the field. I said last week I thought they would push the ball down the field. I expect that to happen again this week against the whatever Hawks they are. I expect that to happen. Again, I expect the ball to be pushed down the field to find out about the receivers. You know, Arch needs to find out about which guy is the guy that he wants to get the ball to. You know, we know he's going to get the ball to Wingo. I think those two are going to have such a great relationship over the next couple of years because both of them may be gone in a hurry. I got a feeling they're not two guys that are going to be sticking around here till their senior year. So I think that relationship, you're going to see that thing grow this week too. But I expect the ball to be pushed down the field for, be over 250 to 300 yards of throwing offense. I expect him to be involved in at least 5 touchdowns in this game before he goes and takes a seat. Yeah. The other positions, it's just a great opportunity for the wide receivers. Once again, everybody wants to see who is that guy. I got a chance with the kid Bond last week to see a lot from him. To understand that guy has an exceptional speed. They're going to use him on quick screens. He's going to be a guy who can hit the home run for you. There's a couple of them that still, you want to see be consistent. Everybody's been consistent. I'm not saying the wide receivers aren't consistent, but I like to see some guys get loose and cut loose, catch some balls, catch and run. I know they can get open. I know Sark can scheme them open. I like to see some catch and run this week from some other guys. Tight end is still in play. Gunnar Helm is still in play. He'll have to keep producing. Because when Quinn Ewers gets back, Quinn Ewers is still going to be looking for that tight end. That's kind of his guy. So I hope. How many catches did Gunnar have last week? Did he have he had to have a catch, didn't he?
Oh yeah, he had that catch, maybe. The play where Quinn got hurt, where Gunnar Helm hurdled the guy. That was his only catch.
I think that may have been his only. Is that his only catch of the day?
Yes,
probably.
Yes.
Yeah, I like to see him get right back involved with Arch a little bit this week, 3 or 4 catches. But I think he'll be involved in around 5 touchdowns.
Yeah, I'm curious what type of start Arch Manning gets off to tomorrow because that's, Texas has been one of the best first-half offenses in the country this year. Matter of fact, they are 7th in the country, scoring just a shade over 27 points per game in first halves this season. So they've gotten off to great starts in all 3 of these games. Arch Manning was obviously a part of the first half scoring last week, but he didn't start the game. So, Quinn Ewers has gotten into rhythms early in all 3 of the games that he started.
Sure.
Can Arch Manning get off to that same rhythm, right?
Right. I don't see one of my 3 keys to victory being get off to a good start in the run game. I don't care.
Well, yeah, are there going to be nerves for Arch Manning? Like, you're playing Louisiana Monroe. You're a 44 to 45 point favorite. You're a hell of a lot better than anybody you're going up against. But still, this guy's first career college start. And
I don't need a 200-yard rusher. I want to get him off to a good start, the quarterback.
Right. As superhuman as he looked last week and as superhuman as he looked in the spring game, he's still a human. So there could be some butterflies there. There could be some nerves there. How quickly can he shake off any of those and look like the guy that we saw coming off the bench against UTSA and just dominate pretty much from his first snap?
Oh, yeah, I don't care if it's to a quick screen, a swing screen. Just get him off and get him confidence immediately. Yeah. I'm not looking to worry about who the backup running back or the starting running back, if they get off. If they want to run the ball, they can run the ball. That's all there is to it. But what do you want to do with your quarterback? It's getting him off to a good start as a starter that I think will be important on Saturday. Running backs will be just fine. Whoever plays running back should be just fine.
Let's hear more from Steve Sarkeesian. He was asked about what he wants to see from Arch Manning in start number 1.
Execute. I think one thing when you come in cold off the bench, like he got kind of thrown into last week, and what I really appreciated about him, he really executed the offense. whether it was, the passing game, whether it was the motions, a shift, all the stuff, him having to pull it and run. I mean, he executed. But that was almost the reaction to go in. Now he's had all week to really study the game plan, knowing the openers, things of that nature. My goal is I just don't want him to kind of overanalyze and get himself into kind of the paralysis by analysis state. I want him to play football. And the best way to play football is trust the call, go execute it, and then move on to the next play. And so that's my goal for him that I'd love to see come out of Saturday night.
Well, for me, it would be that now he's gotten all the reps. He should be even better. He should look even better than he did last week. I know people will say, how do you do that? Well, I mean, he now he's got a lot of repetition of what they're looking for out of certain plays. If this guy isn't open, who's the next guy to go to? So I'm not expecting him to nerves to bother that kid. I'm expecting him to look even better than he looked last week. So I won't go, if he's the same, he's okay. No, I expect him to be better than he looked throwing the ball, making decisive decisions on where the ball is going to go. If he's going to run, he's going to run. That's just the way it is. That's going to be hard. That's the hard part to stop, the natural part of how he plays the game. That was so natural when he took off and ran with the football. That was, you know what? Before I even juke the first guy, I'm going to be 8 to 10 yards down the field before that guy even comes into play. I mean, he's going to make smart decisions on whatever he does, but he'll be even smarter with the reps,
I want you to know what you're saying here. Okay.
Yeah,
let me put some context behind your comments.
Yes.
Last week, Arch Manning totaled 5 touchdowns.
Yes. I expect him to be involved in 5 this week.
That was the most for a freshman quarterback at Texas since Colt McCoy. And then that rushing touchdown that you talked about, that was the longest run for a quarterback at Texas since Vince Young.
Yes.
So Arch was doing things that hadn't been done since the 2 greatest quarterbacks in Texas football history were here in the aughts. And you're saying you think he can be even better tomorrow?
Well, isn't he supposed to be? I mean, isn't that what you expect of him? I wouldn't expect anything less. I'm not going to go backwards after what I saw last week. I mean, I think he's a fantastic quarterback. He was the number 1 rated quarterback in the country. Why wouldn't he be good? Why would anybody expect any less?
I didn't say he's not going to be good. I'm just letting you know what you're predicting here. Like, he's doing things that hasn't been done at Texas in 15 to 20 years. So I'm just letting you know you think he can one up the history he made 7 days ago.
Yeah, I'm expecting him. He's a good quarterback. He's a good player. He's got the pedigree. You like the pedigree stuff. That's what you're big on. So why wouldn't he, with a week of being the guy, he's not playing against, this isn't Michigan. I mean, he's not playing against Notre Dame. Look who the competition is once again.
Yeah.
This team is not that good.
I think UTSA is probably better than ULM too. I mean, UTSA obviously has some problems, but we're talking about a Roadrunners program that's been consistently good in recent years.
So I wouldn't expect less. If I go in expecting less, I think that's cheating the team. I expect more. So if the guy throws for 5 touchdowns himself, that's not going to surprise me. That would be like, well, that's what he's supposed to do. I don't expect him to go in and throw 3 picks or fumble the ball, or the snaps aren't right, or there's a legal procedure. I expect him to be better because now he has even more experience. So, I'm not going to let up on the fact that I think.
Hey, I'm not asking you to back down. I love the bold pick. I'm just letting you know, like, you're going bold, but
I understand what he did last week. I mean, watching that was phenomenal for a kid, no matter what. If he's the starting quarterback, forget much less coming off the bench. I expect him to run this offense pretty cleanly. Hell, the nation expects him to be so good that Quinn will never get his job back.
Dude, I think it was Tom Fornelli who was ranking his best quarterbacks in the country going into week 4. And you talk about clickbait, you talk about engagement farming, whatever term you want to use to describe somebody.
This is perfect for the sports world.
Well, look at this. Look at this. Tom Fornelli, CBS Sports, his quarterback power rankings going into week 4 of the college football season. Look who's number 1. I mean, what are we doing here? Like, as excited as we are about Arch Manning and as good as he's looked whenever he's taken the field, like, come on, man. Arch Manning, the best quarterback in college football right now? This is the hype train that you're talking about, dude.
No, I'm trying to be realistic on my thoughts. I'm not going for the hype train or the best quarterback in the nation, but I know the guys we saw what his ability is like. We've been seeing the progression of his ability, and now he becomes a starter and playing against a team like this. Shit, I go out there. This is stat night. Hey, if I'm him, even as a starter, I'm thinking stat night.
Hey, Arch Manning is already like plus 1,600 to win the Heisman. If it is a stat night similar to what he did against UTSA, then he might be even higher than that.
For them, if he goes stat night again.
I do think he's going to throw for more than 300 tomorrow.
Okay.
I'll give him 4 touchdowns instead of the 5 he had last week. I think other guys will score touchdowns. Like, I think you'll have a few other running touchdowns. I think Trey Owens will throw for a touchdown late in the game tomorrow. I don't think the Longhorns are going to have too many problems despite the injuries that they have. But, yeah, I mean, the hype surrounding this dude is just insane, man.
Of course it is.
But I hope you're right. Like, I hope he looks even better than last week because he made it look easy. There was, the first drive, the first play he came in off the bench, he threw a touchdown. And that was like his third read, too, on that play where he found DeAndre.
Right.
That was a professional-style play from Arch Manning. Then drive 2, you had the rushing touchdown. And that was like, holy crap, that was the loudest maybe the stadium's been all season long. And then the next couple of drives were a little tough. Arch took a couple of hits. He took a sack.
Right.
Texas punted twice in a row. It just didn't look as easy for him. So,
yeah, he's going to have in his career, no matter if it's 1 year, 2 years, whatever, 3 years, he's going to have his time where he doesn't play well. It's just the nature of the position that everything's not going to be golden for you. So, but I don't think that time comes this week. That's for sure.
Right. Yeah, there might be a drive or two where it doesn't look great, but it should look pretty great. I know ULM's 2-0. They beat the crap out of UAB, who's been a decent program the last few seasons. Hell, UAB had a 17-3 lead in Fayetteville last weekend before blowing it against Arkansas. But this is not a good football team.
No.
Hell, ULM started 2-0 last year, and then they finished 2-10. They actually played an SEC team in week 3. That was in College Station, and they lost 47-3 to the Aggies last year, in a year where A&M fired its football coach.
That's right.
So the 44 to 45 point line shouldn't scare you too much.
You're going to see a lot of squatty bodies out there again, like you did last week. You're going to see some round shouldered little guys at 6'1", 6'2" on the defensive line. I saw that last week. I'm like, look at those little fellas out there.
Oh,
not so fast, midget. Not so fast.
They got run over. I mean, it just happened. I know they were like tough guys from Texas, the state of Texas, but they got rolled over. I would expect the same tough guys from Louisiana to get the same too.
Yeah, that defensive coordinator.
There's a 6'6" guy. You see like one guy that stands out, and he's a defensive player, and then the rest of them are 6'2". The offensive line 6'3". Some squatty, maybe a couple guys close to 300. Most of them are the 290 range. With the little short arms, trying to pass protect. I mean,
alligator arms.
They got some gator arm kids. I mean, that's just the way it is. That's the school that you're at. Yeah. You're not going to get guys that look like Banks, like Kelvin Banks, playing there. Those guys are getting an NIL deal somewhere else.
I will say this, and I'll save more of our ULM team breakdown for our pregame show at Schultz Garden tomorrow. By the way, come join us tomorrow afternoon.
Absolutely.
4:30 to 6:30, our Texas football pregame show, live from Sangaronde Hall inside the legendary Schultz Garden. ULM has blocked a punt in each of their first 2 games this season.
Uh-oh, they come after you. That'd give you something to think about.
So I'm sure Jeff Banks knows that. He's done more film watch than I have, but just something to keep an eye on. ULM does have 2 blocked punts this season, and that was a big momentum-changing play in their win against
Nice
UAB.
time to fake a punt.
Yeah.
Come on in here. You forgot to cover that guy.
You're going to do what are we, Josh Heupel in Tennessee? Doing onside kicks up 40?
Mr. Punt Blocker. Oh, you didn't account for that guy going out as a receiver. That's going to be a problem. Jeff Banks is studying that up. How do they do that? Who do they not account for when they do that?
Are you putting in the call for a fake punt tomorrow?
We need a special teams play, don't we? We really have. We've just been solid on special teams. Nothing. Texas ain't punting.
Yeah, hopefully we don't see a lot of Michael Kern tomorrow.
Yeah, we're hoping that won't happen.
But, maybe they might punt once or twice. And what do you think? A fake punt
Yeah, I'm calling for one of those. How about a fake punt tomorrow? Yeah.
Oh, man.
Oh, you forgot to account for that guy, Mr. Fake Punt Team.
Oh, I'll give you major props if Texas runs a fake punt in that game.
Let's get that done tomorrow, yes.
That would be hilarious. So, all right, one more from Steve Sarkeesian here. Let's hear about Quinn Ewers, right? Sark was asked how Quinn Ewers has handled this week. It's got to be frustrating for Quinn getting hurt again. He was playing so well. Once again, the Heisman favorite before he went down. Here's Steve Sarkeesian talking about Quinn Ewers and the way he's gone about his business this week.
Well, I think, obviously anytime you initially come out of a ball game, there's a level of frustration. But I think as the week has gone on, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, he's in really good spirits. I think, one thing I tried to impress upon Quinn, all the goals he had and that we've had for him coming into this season are all still there for him. I think we have a national championship caliber team, and he's the quarterback of that team. And I think we still have that in front of us to go do that. I think with some of the games that we have coming up down the road, this guy's going to be in New York for the Heisman, and whether he wins it or not, but he has the ability to do that. And I think he has the ability to be a top 5 NFL draft pick. So all the things that I think he's capable of are still out there for him. And this Saturday, him not playing in this game this Saturday is not going to impact those 3 things that I know are goals that we've set for him and that he's working towards. And so I think his psyche has come back in a really positive frame. Naturally, everybody's always a little you're a little down when you don't get to do what you love to do, and he loves to play football. But I think his understanding of he's getting healthy and he's getting healthy quickly, and that all the goals and things are still out there in front of him to go achieve this season has really kind of inspired him to get back and to feel good, and when his number's called, be ready to play.
Yeah, and he also understands the nature of the position because he's been hurt before playing this position. It's not like he's played clean over the last couple of years. He's been hurt before. He understands how to battle through injuries. He understands that he needs some time to heal the right way in order for him to be at his peak performance. So he's got that down. Yeah, it's disappointing when you get hurt, especially when you got a numbers night looking at you. I mean, last week would have been incredible for him also. I mean, so he understands that part of it, but he's also been hurt before. He understands what you have to do in order to get back, to being healthy. And that you can't go out there half-ass or half hurt and half playing and half healthy. You got to be ready to go. And he wants to be ready to go because this is it. This is it for him. This is his deal. And first of all, he wants what's good for the team too. I mean, he's a team guy. I think he's shown that he's a team guy. He also understands what's good for him. He can't he can't have all this disappointment and, I'm down, woe's me. That's the nature of the position, dude. Yeah. You play football, you get hurt. You've been hurt before. Almost like every year that you played quarterback and had an opportunity, you've been hurt. So you know how to handle this. And he'll handle it the right way. But they won't take a chance on him unless he's, in the 90 percentile. He's not going out there 70% and playing football because he wants to play. This is about the team right now. And the best thing for the team is for him to sit back, get healthy, and prepare himself for the SEC schedule.
Yeah, I might be way off base with this, but my biggest takeaway from hearing that from Steve Sarkeesian, right? All the talk about Quinn still getting to New York as a Heisman finalist at the end of the season. That leads me to believe that they expect Quinn Ewers to return next Saturday.
Yes.
Like a lot of people are saying, no, rest him until Oklahoma, right?
No, I don't think that's going to happen. No.
Mississippi State's the worst team in the SEC. You've got the bye week after Mississippi State. That means if Quinn misses that game against the Bulldogs, he'll have 3 weeks of rest before one of the biggest games of the season.
Yeah, whether he could have played or not, whether that whole questionable thing, whether this is a big game or not, they weren't playing him this week, no matter what. I don't know,
man. If Oklahoma was tomorrow, I think Quinn Ewers could play. At least I think he would try it. I don't have that on record. That's just my read of the situation. Like, I think Quinn Ewers, he might only be 80%. But I think if this was Red River or if this was Georgia week, which thank God it's not.
And that question will come up to Sark at some time, and he'll answer it honestly. I mean, I think honestly he would tell you, no, we were not going to put him out there to jeopardize him or the team. And I know how important that game would have been. I think the head coach would say, no, he would have wanted to go out there, but we weren't going to let him do that.
I think he'd say that if he was asked that. I'm a little surprised he didn't get asked that, honestly.
I am too.
But I don't think he'd mean that. I think he would say that because it's the right thing to say. and he doesn't have to give an honest answer. But I truly believe that if, once again, OU was tomorrow or Georgia was tomorrow, Quinn would at least try to play. But anyways, like you can't – I don't think you can miss multiple games and still make it to New York.
No, I don't think you can miss more than 2.
I don't even think you can miss 2. Like, I just think there's too many good players in college football and too many guys who are going to put up gaudy numbers that in a award that cares so much about numbers, I don't think you can miss multiple games and still be a Heisman finalist, let alone a Heisman winner.
They're going to push the kid Hunter as hard as they can.
Sure. I mean, yeah, look, like Jackson Dart at Ole Miss is putting up ridiculous numbers. Cam Ward at Miami's been fantastic. Gene T, the running back at Boise State, has been great. Like, obviously, you have guys like if Nico goes into Norman tomorrow and puts up big numbers and Tennessee beats the crap out of Oklahoma, then he's going to enter.
Which they're going to do.
Yeah. So, like, I don't think you can miss. Like, if Quinn misses next week, that'd be more than 2.5 games missed because he got hurt early in the second quarter against UTSA. So I hear Sark saying that. Once again, I may be way off on this, but Sark's still talking about how he told Quinn he still expects him to be a Heisman finalist in December. Right. Tells me that, they're going to try to get Quinn back. They're not going to just say, yeah, Mississippi State sucks. We can beat them with Arch. If Quinn's good to go, he's going to be out there a week from tomorrow.
Yeah, because, by the way, that's another stat game. Should be.
Yeah. Mississippi State. I mean, Toledo put up 41 on them in Starkville. So absolutely a stat game. Like Longhorn Bear, look, there are a lot of Longhorn fans who agree with this take. Like Quinn can't play until there's zero pain at all. Like I don't think that's how Texas is going to operate. Like he's going to have to get cleared. I'm not saying they're going to put him out there when he's not medically cleared.
No, that dude himself is not going to want to go past Mississippi State, by the way. For those that think that he's going to be pain-free and when he gets out there, that guy wants to get out there. He's going to have some pain, but he wants to play. That's the way that thing is going to work. That guy's not going to be 100% when he comes back.
Quinn has a chance to be maybe the second best quarterback in Texas history. Think about that for a second. Like, I don't know if he can surpass Vince Young, but if Texas wins a national championship this year with Quinn Ewers, he surpasses Colt McCoy in my eyes. Like, I know Colt will have some records over him, and some Texas fans might disagree, but we're talking about a national championship here. So, like,
he's not going to be 100%. He's not going to sit. He's not going to want. No, it's not like a hip pointer that or it's not like bruised ribs. If your ribs are bruised, that dude would be out there playing against Mississippi State. He's not going to tell you the truth by then. He's going to say, "Oh, I'm fine. I don't feel a thing." And that guy's going to have some pain, but he's not missing past Mississippi State.
I don't think he's missing Mississippi State. And I just think Quinn cares about that stuff. I think he cares about his legacy. I think he wants his numbers in the rafters at DKR.
Sure.
I think he wants to be a Heisman Trophy winner. I think he wants to be a top 5 pick in the draft. And I think Sark telling us that he had those conversations with Quinn backs my point up that like that stuff matters to Quinn Ewers. So once again, they're not going to put him out there if he's not cleared. But I don't think that this coaching staff or Quinn Ewers is going to treat this as, he's 95%, but let's make sure he's like 110%.
No, he's not going to be 100%. That's not going to happen. No.
Like they're going
it's going to hurt. So whatever's bothering him is going to bother him a little bit, but he'll be in that game next week.
The dude's trying to win a national championship and win a Heisman. If he's like 90%, if he's a little hurt, he's going to try to go play. I think Sark's going to let him play.
He may be hurt, but he won't be injured.
Exactly. You're right. I think that's well said right there.
Everybody's hurt, but he's not injured. And if he's just hurt, he'll play next week. They're just not going to do it this week. And I still, BK, I don't know if they would have done it no matter who the game was with.
Yeah, we'll never know. And I'm glad we don't have to know
and that'll be, like I said, Sark is going to give that away at some time if it would have been this or that. And I think what he'll say is he could have played, but he's not. But he's not going to tell. He's going to make it sound like the father figure that you want him to sound like. No, I was not going to let him play.
Yeah.
And he may say if it was Georgia or Oklahoma, no, we still weren't going to let him play. We're going to take care of him as a person, as a future for our team. Well, deep down inside, he was going to be like, hell yeah, they got out there. I'd have got him out there on that field,
Mm-hmm. It's well said. All right, we'll take your thoughts. The Coda text line 512-222-9328. Shout out the Longhorn fan from Denton who texted in. I'm listening from my hospital room, recovering from back surgery. Thanks for helping me pass the time, boys. Hope you're doing all right, Longhorn fan from Denton.
And when you get out there, Longhorn fan, you need to go to Relax the Back. When you get out of that back surgery, here's what you need to do. You need to find out a location, the 2 locations in the Austin. Now, they have some others that would have a place down in San Antonio. Please get to Relax the Back as soon as you get out of a hospital and you start rehabbing. Find yourself a wonderful chair like I'm sitting in right now. They really do take that holistic approach to a healthier lifestyle. And as I said, my back could not be happier. Adjustable mattress sets. They've got Tempur-Pedic pillows, mattresses, human scale office chairs, desk, and all the accessories that you're going to need, because your back, if you've got a bad back now and you've had surgery, that back's going to be with you, and it's not going to be great for a long, long time. So make sure you take care of your back. It's going to take care of the rest of your entire body. Without that back, you can't do the things that you want to in life. So head to Relax the Back. 2 great locations at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and in Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center up north across from the Container Store. Live pain-free, and you can too, just like the Buck at Relax the Back. And call on us, and we'll get you hooked up with Relax the Back once you get out of the hospital.
Yes, absolutely.
We'll talk to Jason. We'll get you over there. We'll tell them you're coming in, and they'll get you all fixed up.
No doubt about that. Shout out to RTB, and also some love to our friends at Waterloo Printing and Graphics. Y'all see the TSU hat that I'm rocking today. That was made by Waterloo Printing and Graphics. They hooked us up. Shirts, hats, signs, banners, you name it. They can do the same for you and your business as well. And they are the best in the business, based right here in South Austin. They provide exceptional customer service and very fast turnaround time. They can get whatever you need to make your business stand out. Just reach out to our friends at Waterloo Printing. You can DM them on Instagram at Waterloo Printing, or you can call or text our buddy Adam, 512-300-9641. And also, I think our man Tom McKay from AV Consultations might be reaching out to Waterloo soon. But in the meantime, we'll let you hear from our man Tom McKay and the crew at Audio Visual Consultations.
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audio Visual Consultations.
And Camilla McKay.
Kid, what time is it?
Old man, it's back to sports time. The hockey and football seasons are upon us.
And baseball is winding down to the best part.
And what about basketball season?
I'm 5'2". Who the hell cares about basketball?
Yeah, we're talking about watching, not playing. And in that case, you've got everyone covered, right?
That's right. Audio Visual Consultations has been providing awesome systems and service throughout Texas for over 30 years.
Installing home entertainment systems and livening up restaurants with incredible audio and video systems.
We're talking multi-screen video walls.
And home entertainment that puts you in the best seat in the stadium.
Just give us a call at 512-255-8678.
Hey, aren't you forgetting something?
Oh, yeah, I almost forgot. Hug your kids until they beg you to stop. Watch a game with your friends.
And make love to whoever the hell you want.
Just give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit us at avconsultations.com. Go Stars!
Go Bruins!
Kid.
There we go. Much love to Audio Visual Consultations. Hopefully you've got your TV setup done and done the right way with our friends at AV Consultations. All right, Buck, I'll give you the floor here next. What do you want to do? Do you want to go around college football? Do you want to go around the NFL? Do you want to talk Cowboys and Texans? Where do you want to go next?
Let's go and stay with some college football.
All right, so we'll get back into Texas and ULM, but let's dive into some of the biggest games. A reminder, our man Lee Sterling from ParamountSports.com will join us in about 20 minutes to give you his winners for both college football and the NFL. But you've got a pretty damn good slate of games coming your way in college football. You actually have a ranked versus ranked matchup tonight in the Big Ten. It's 24th ranked Illinois in Lincoln to take on number 22 Nebraska. You say no problem at all for the Cornhuskers.
There's a 10,000 unit play right there for you.
Just like that.
Just like that. Nebraska. Hey, the black shirts are back.
What do you mean back?
Well, they've been gone for quite a while, but that defense can move. They got big hitters on their defense. They got great linebacker play right now. And the quarterback, dude's a stud. He really is. He can fling it.
Dylan Raiola, one of the highest.
That guy can go. That little Mahomes can get it done.
Yeah, mini Mahomes.
Yeah, and I think their head coach has got to hold on the program now. I know he's not out playing golf. You know, he goes to practice. He attends the meetings. He doesn't say, "I'll see you at game time." I mean, I think he's doing what what he wants to do. You know, their recruiting is going to start to pick up a little bit. They may make some noise in the Big Ten. Boy, I know they must wish they did. Is Nebraska Michigan on their schedule?
No.
That's too bad. Everybody should play Michigan this year. Everybody that wanted to kick Michigan's ass and never got a chance to do it, this is the year. Please tell me, is there a Michigan-Illinois game?
Man, I don't know. Why are you asking me all these random-ass questions about Michigan?
Please tell me the Fighting Illini have a chance to play Michigan this year.
Yes, they do.
Where's it at?
Illinois.
Now you're talking. Yes, sir. Let's all beat up on Michigan, the cheaters, this year. Everybody needs a shot at them, don't they?
Man, I can't wait for Michigan to beat USC tomorrow and shut everybody up. Everyone's dunking on Texas's win in Ann Arbor like, they suck. They're going to be awful this year. Michigan's going to beat USC tomorrow, and everyone's going to be giving Texas more flowers. Come on.
That team's no good.
Back to Nebraska. What do you mean by they're back? What are you saying here?
We're
like
back.
Beating Illinois on a Friday night doesn't mean they're back. What are you insinuating when you say that they are back?
They look fast and they look physical again. And now they've got a quarterback to, and their running game, they can do some things that they haven't been able to do in years. And I think they, like I said, when I watched them, well, I'm not just saying Colorado. Colorado sucks. They couldn't block me. They really couldn't. Their offensive line is horrifying.
So how many games does Nebraska win this season?
8 to 9.
8 to 9? You're saying they're back with that?
9 wins. How's that? That's okay.
Okay. They've got a relatively favorable schedule, right?
They got 9 wins in them.
I mean, they don't play another ranked team after tonight, until they go to the Shoe on October 26th. Now, they have at Ohio State and at USC. Those are going to be tough, but every other game, at Iowa, at Indiana, those
look out. Iowa's scoring points now. They've been going into the 20s, the high 20s.
Well, they lost to Iowa State, and they never lose to Iowa State, so I don't know if Iowa's all that good. I don't know. To me, a bold Nebraska pick is saying they win 10 games. They should win 8 or 9 this year with the schedule they've got.
9. 9 years with the new coach. Yes, that's going to be great.
All right.
Yes.
It's a big step in the right direction for where they have been. I'll give you that.
They'll lay the wood to the Fighting Illini on a Friday night.
So you've got that ranked versus ranked game, and then you have 3 more ranked matchups in college football tomorrow. One of them is that aforementioned USC-Michigan game, 2:30 on CBS. You think the Trojans win easy?
I'm not making that my big unit play. No, I'm not.
It's only a 5-point line now.
I'm not falling for that cheese. It's 5.
You're sitting here saying everyone's going to kick Michigan's ass, and
that's what everybody should. I'm not saying
you should be putting money on the USC Trojans.
Not, they've got some problems. They've always had some defensive problems there, and now Michigan's made their decision at quarterback. That guy could run for days and days against USC's defense. Now, for what we've seen early of USC's defense, they're a lot better than they've been, no doubt about it. But they're going to the big house. Not many people go to the big house like the Longhorns did and dismantle, Michigan. Not many people do that. I don't know. I think they can win. I don't know if they lay it on them. Did you say it's 5?
5.
I'm staying away from that one.
Oh, come on. I wanted to feel good about my bold Michigan pick. Now I can't.
You want the bold pick. Tennessee just demolishes OU in a 10,000 unit play. Sorry about that, Sooners.
Yeah. I hate to tell you that's not bold at all.
What? Oh, because the world is picking Tennessee except for you?
I saw this yesterday. This is crazy to me. Maybe the world's right. The world's been right before. According to DraftKings Sportsbook, this is as of 9:22 yesterday, so about 24 hours ago. 95% of the money has come in on Tennessee -7.
Wow.
Everyone, the bold pick would be taken, forget Oklahoma to win, just to cover. No one thinks they've got a shot to cover tomorrow. And you're taking Tennessee?
10,000 unit play there too.
Okay, 10,000 units on the Vols. Let me see. The line's been going down, actually, because I guess the Sharps are putting a lot of money.
You got them flipping now. Good job. Keep up the good work.
Yeah, it's 6.5 now.
As Tennessee beats them by 3 touchdowns tomorrow.
you don't even have to worry about the push. You've got the 6.5 right now.
Remember, I said the word 3 touchdowns.
You did, yeah. That's bold. If it's that much,
Yeah.
It's one thing to say they could cover 6 and a hook, but to win by 3 scores.
No, there's gonna be a spanking, and I want to see those memes. I want to see those crying baby memes in Norman tomorrow. Get those out.
I did see this from an OU fan site on Facebook yesterday. How's this for some AI work? This is what the Tennessee defense is going to look like against the OU O-line, according to some Facebook.
That group hasn't blocked. Hey, that group right there couldn't block Houston. Let's not forget that.
How funny is this?
They should show them versus Houston that they couldn't take care of. It was the other way around versus the Cougars.
Yeah, I think a lot of Tennessee fans think it's going to be the other way around tomorrow night. But I love this, man. I love these AI-generated images.
That's a good one.
Well done, Oklahoma fans. Well done.
I like Tennessee.
There's an alternate line, Tennessee minus 13.5 that your cousin can bet on at busr.ag.
We get a little bit of extra on that?
Yeah, absolutely. Nice. They got alternate lines you can cash in on for sure.
I like that one right there because I think that's more likely to happen than Oklahoma covering or winning the game.
There's one or the other. That's tomorrow night, 6:30. So obviously Texas plays ULM at 7. I'll be at DKR tomorrow. I will be watching OU and Tennessee on my phone in the stands for sure.
Now, did I get a message that Colt McCoy will be on with Chip and Zay today? I just got a little message.
Yo!
How about that? How about that update, folks?
Look at you checking your phone before me.
There you go. It hit me right in the face.
I didn't know you knew how to use that thing. Impressive. Yeah, how about that? 1:10. We'll even give you the time. 1:10 this afternoon, right at the start of Chip and Zay. Legendary lifetime Longhorn Colt McCoy will join the fellas.
That's awesome.
That's big time right there. All right, so come out to Covert BK from 12 to 1. Meet Quan Cosby, who caught a bunch of passes from Colt McCoy.
Yes.
And then on your way back, pop on the TSU app and listen to Chip and Zay interview Colt McCoy. Big time stuff right there. Love that. All right. Your other ranked versus ranked matchup, I told you there were 3 tomorrow. The other one is the Battle of the Olds, brought to you by Life Alert, Utah, and Oklahoma State in Stillwater. It sounds like Cam Rising is going to play for the Runnin' Utes. Oklahoma State, a 2.5-point home favorite tomorrow afternoon.
How long does Cam Rising last in the game? The bus ride over from the hotel? No, that's before the game. I mean, the first drink of Gatorade. As soon as he goes over to the Gatorade bucket, he sticks his thumb down there and his thumb gets caught in there and he's done for the day.
What do we have to do to get rid of Cam Rising? Like, not that I dislike the guy. He seems like a great kid and he's fun to watch and he's one of the better quarterbacks in the country when he's actually playing. But, like, if he gets hurt and misses the rest of this season, does that mean he could come back again?
Yeah, he'll be back for an 8th year.
So, like, can we just let him play, please, this year?
I don't know. I'm leaning towards the Fighting Gundies. I'm leaning towards the Fighting Gundies in this one.
Okay, yeah.
Even though we're not in the Big 12 anymore, Utah's not coming into the conference to win the conference.
Well, I'd love to see that. Like, that's, the Big 12, all those old Big 12 teams say they're better off without Texas and Oklahoma. Like, shut the hell up. No, you're not. And it'd be so great if a newcomer, whether it's Utah, Arizona, Colorado, Arizona State,
BYU.
Yeah, Utah's probably the only team with a legitimate shot to do it. But if a newcomer comes in and wins the league in year 1 or even year 2 with a team like BYU, then yeah, that'd be pretty spectacular. So I'm rooting for Utah this year. I want Cam Rising. If Kansas can't win it, looks like they can't because they made the worst offensive coordinator hire in the country this year. Then I want Utah to win this thing. So I'll be pulling for Cam Rising to stay on the field and give me the Utes tomorrow at T. Boone Pickens Stadium right there.
Really?
Yeah, I'm going with a little upset there. But that'll be a fun one tomorrow afternoon. And Ollie Gordon has not been good this year. Speaking of Oklahoma State.
Yeah, what's his deal?
I think he's 3rd in the country in touches, and he's 68th in rushing yards. So they're still getting him the ball, but he has not been the same player he was last year. I mean, he won the Doak Walker Award last year.
Not getting him his jug of moonshine or something? What's going on?
I don't know. Maybe now that he can't drink and drive, he can't play as well.
Can't drink and play?
I don't know if that's going on there with Ollie Gordon, but yeah, he has not been great. So obviously the Pokes hoping tomorrow is a breakout day for him, but should be a fun matchup there in Stillwater. So any unit play on that game or?
No, I don't want to mess with that. I just want to see the Olds play in that.
Okay. Well, while you're giving your unit plays of the weekend, you've given us two. You've got Nebraska tonight and Tennessee tomorrow. Any other plays in college football and the NFL?
Yeah, you know Vandy, who thinks they've been playing well. Well, they go to Missouri, and Missouri's going to hammer the dog crap out of them. Take Missouri big for 10,000 units.
Okay. Mizzou is a 20-point home favorite against Vandy. All right, got that written down.
Hey, and the team that I had last week, the Houston versus Rice, well, guess where the Rice Owls take a trip to now? They go to West Point to play the Black Knights of the Hudson. I'll take Army there for 15,000 units over Rice.
15?
Yes.
Have you watched a second of Army football this season?
They've still run the option, and they still are ankle biters, and they'll take a leg or a knee off if they have to, and they'll jump on the back of your legs, and they'll cheap shot you. Yeah, I'll take Army. I saw Rice play. I saw what Houston did to Rice. Man, and Army's going to be a lot meaner. You know, they play war at Army. Those academies play war games.
I'm like, you're taking personal shots at the armed forces.
I'm with them. Yes.
You're
Go
saying
ahead and
you're
cover if you have to. Take a leg or two.
Bunch of cheap shot artists, huh?
That's all right. That's the way they play. They're little guys. They're little fellers, but they will cheap shot you. Hey, they play to win. They go to war. There's no more Mr. Nice Guy. When they hit the field, they play for keeps. So I'll take Army there for 15,000 units.
That's your biggest game of the season.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I watched Rice. I watched some of that Houston Rice till boy is Rice bad.
Yeah. Okay. Army is a 7-point favorite at home.
Yes.
Against Rice. And look, I'll never criticize you for picking one of the armed forces. Like that's as American as it gets right there. You can bet on Army, Navy, Air Force every week, and that's a good thing. But I'd like to congratulate the Rice Owls on pulling off an upset.
What a big victory.
Yeah. All right. Anything else? So 4 college plays. Any more college? Anything in the NFL? What else you got?
Oh, the NFL. My NFL plays. The Fighting Baker Mayfields. Baker, 10,000 unit moneymaker for me.
Okay. Let me pull up the NFL lines real quick. Tampa Bay is taking on Denver tomorrow.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for participating, Denver.
You've got 10,000 units on the Bucks, minus 6.5 at home.
Go ahead and put another 10,000 on the Buffalo Bills playing the Jags, who absolutely stink because their quarterback's no good. Way to pay him that big contract.
Okay, we've got 2 Monday night games, and that's one of them. So Buffalo at home, they are minus 5 against Jacksonville. You got that?
You even like that. You like that. You like that play.
Not if you're taking it.
Okay. The other one is, sorry, Philly. You're Derek Carr, the best quarterback in football right now. That's right. New Orleans hammer them at home. Just rough shots over that Philly that looks like Dallas Cowboys defense in New Orleans.
Okay, the Saints at home minus 2.5 against Philly.
Yes.
You're going 10,000 units on that?
Yeah, I'm picking some bad teams. And here's another home winner. The Raiders.
Oh. Hold on. Against Andy Dalton?
Who cares about the Red Rocket?
Hey, the Red Rocket has never lost to the Raiders. He's 4-0.
The Panthers. He's throwing for the Panthers. Is that really going to work? Make that a 5,000 unit play just to be careful on that. He's never lost. Theory.
And Brock Bowers isn't. Yeah, okay. Raiders minus 5 against the Panthers. That's your line in that game. So you got 5,000 units on that.
Yeah.
How about a total of 39.5 in that game? God. It'd be a chore to watch that game. All right, so that's a lot. Anything else?
No, I'm good. That'll do me. I get well. We all get well this week on my picks.
By the way, on your Derek Carr nugget saying
Yeah.
he's MVP, I saw this tweet yesterday.
No memes on my guy.
18 days without a murder in the city of New Orleans. That's the longest stint in years. And everyone is praising Derek Carr as the reason why.
There you go.
Like
you got that right.
The Saints have a quarterback. Everything's okay.
Thought it was all about Drew Brees in New Orleans. Oh, no, it's about Derek Carr.
It ain't Sean Payton. It ain't Drew Brees. It's all about Derek Carr right now.
He's letting them loose.
And Clint Kubiak with a K. I hope his middle name does not also start with a K.
You got to be careful. Watch out for their running back punching out people in elevators, though.
Yeah.
Keep them away from the hotel elevators.
I think that's the funniest thing. 18 days without a murder in NOLA, and Derek Carr is being lauded as the reason why the city is happy. All right, quick recap. Let me make sure I got everything right before we bring on Lee Sterling and get his picks for the football weekend. We've got 10,000 units on Nebraska tonight, -7.5. 10,000 on Tennessee, -6.5. 10,000 on Mizzou, -20 against Vanderbilt. 15,000 against Army, taking on Rice. Those are your 4 college plays.
Yes.
And then in the NFL, 10K on the Bucks, -6.5. 10K on the Bills, -5. 10K on the Saints, -2.5 against Philly. And then 5,000 on the Raiders.
The Raiders.
Against Andy Dalton.
It's like I never put anything on the Raiders. What am I doing? It's the Raiders.
It's betting against Carolina, which is not a bad strategy this season.
They're bad. That's a bad organization. They're bad from top to bottom. Forget the quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, Bryce looks bad. Some of the blame absolutely should fall on him.
Jags. That's becoming a bad organization too.
Yeah, I think Doug Peterson's going to get fired after this year, which is crazy considering what he did in year 1. I think he was coach of the year in the NFL, but they choked away a division lead last season. They look bad. Trevor Lawrence isn't the guy that everyone thought he was going to be.
And BK2 is not giving it up. He's going to try it again.
2 is trying it again. Yeah. I think both of those coaches might be on the hot seat. McDaniel in Miami and Peterson in Jacksonville. And, McDaniel, his quarterback keeps getting hurt. Feels like he's got a better excuse. But
yeah,
Jacksonville
keeps getting knocked out.
Jacksonville, remember, they choked that playoff game. They came back and won that playoff game, but since then it's been a disaster in Jacksonville. All right, before we bring Lee Sterling on here from ParamountSports.com to give you his winners of the football weekend, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs, Buck?
Let's talk to our friends and say hello to our friends over at Texas Orthopedics. Now, if you're seeking specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, and it is that time, contact the experts and our friends at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer comprehensive surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, joint replacement, rheumatology. Dr. Danny and Dr. Stockton, dedicated orthopedic surgeons there. And their goal is to get you right back into good health, folks, and to give you that great quality of life that you deserve. Visit txortho.com. They are the #1 orthopedic care facility in the state. They are #1. They are the largest. Nobody is better than Texas Orthopedics. Once again, for more info, go to txortho.com.
Absolutely. And shout out to our friends at centextickets.com. Hey, we know the game's tomorrow, but you could still get tickets to see Texas take on ULM and Arch Manning's first career start right now at centextickets.com. Tons of seats available for tomorrow's game. They've got seats available for next weekend's SEC opener. They've got tickets to every Texas game, home and away, all season long. Plus, if you want to watch the Cowboys play, God bless you. If you want to watch the Texans play this season, doesn't matter. Whoever you root for, whoever you want to see, they've got tickets for you online right now at centextickets.com. Make sure you use the promo code CENTEX10. You're going to get 10% off of checkout.
Yeah, that 10% will really help you out, especially as the baseball season comes. If you want to go see the Astros, because you're probably not going to see the Rangers this year.
No, you won't see the Rangers in the postseason. You will see the Astros in the postseason. They haven't clinched it yet, but they are going to win the American League West for like the 8th straight full season.
Maybe get to see Shohei.
And yes, the Dodgers will obviously be in the playoffs. They clinched a spot yesterday, and maybe we do get another Dodgers-Astros World Series.
Awesome.
Without trash cans this time, though. We saw in 2017. Yes, shout out to Centex Tickets. Also, some love to our friends at BUSR. You're about to hear Lee Sterling's picks. You just heard the Bucks picks. If you want to fade the Buck, if you want to tail the Buck, if you want to tail Lee, if you just want to do your own thing, you can make money all season long simply by heading over to BUSR.ag. It's where I go. It's where my cousin goes to place their bets. It's where you should go as well. And right now, if you use the promo code TSU Welcome, they're going to hook you up with a first-time deposit bonus of up to $2,500. That's right, up to $2,500 in free money from our friends at BUSR.ag. Turn your game day snacks into stacks all year long. Once again, BUSR.ag, promo code TSU Welcome. They're going to hook you up with free money at BUSR.ag. And while we wait, Lee Sterling, some love to Olipop as well. Dude, these guys are everywhere.
Yeah, they are.
The giant displays at HEB, at Target.
They're massive. Those displays are incredible.
Oh, my God. They're not messing around anymore. Olipop, if you haven't tried it yet, it's a new kind of soda. It's great tasting soda that's actually good for you. 9 grams of fiber in every can, prebiotics in every can, ingredients that help support good digestive health. So you can actually feel good about the soda you're consuming.
But God knows you need it.
Yeah, but you can also feel good about what you're putting into your system, because most soda has a bunch of sugar and a bunch of calories and a bunch of ingredients that aren't good for you. Olipop has ingredients that are good for you. But most importantly for me, the taste hits the spot. They've got 18 different flavors. Shout out to Olipop. Get you some wherever you buy your groceries, and find out more information at drinkolipop.com. All right. It's our favorite time of the week. Oh my gosh. Look at what Lee Sterling is wearing. Lee Sterling from ParamountSports.com joins us. And, last week, Buck, Lee called me out. He's like, ain't no way BK is going to send me a hat. And sure enough, Lee Sterling rocking the TSU hat. What's up, bro?
Morning, guys. So I got home, I think it was Wednesday. And usually a month before the season, the Heat season, they send a package, a box with a hat. It always says Miami Heat family. And I mean, I'll wear Miami Heat stuff. Love the Heat. I'm a Heat fan. But I'm not like sporting a glass that says Heat family. And I give it to I hand all the stuff. I mean, they've got T-shirts, Heat family. And I give it to my nephew all the time. He'll wear anything Heat. So I'm figuring it's going to be something from the Heat. It's exactly a month before the season. Sure enough, Brad pulls it off.
He said he could get it.
Come on, man. Thank you for rocking it, Lee. I was worried we'd send you a hat and it's just going to sit in your closet somewhere.
No way.
It's going to sit there amongst all the Miami University hats.
I got a bunch. If you look behind, I got some original, old school. I think the gold one, if you look in the corner, that corner over there, that was Ted Hendricks era there.
Wow.
And then the white one, that's the second one in on the bottom shelf. The white one just says UM. I think they wore that for like 1 year. I think it was like 1972 or so. That was Chuck Foreman's year where he had a great year and they still went like 2-8.
Yeah.
They scheduled that year. I used to go to games and stand on the sideline. My dad was a team dentist. They would play like Notre Dame, Alabama, Oklahoma. I mean, Texas. They beat Texas, I think, it was like, I think it was with Leaks, the running back, the fullback. I think they beat them I remember the score was 20-15, might have been 73 or 74.
That wasn't a Cotton Bowl, was it?
No, it was at Miami. It was at Miami. It was one of the big, Texas was ranked number 1 at the time. Miami wasn't very good. Just one of those games, when you come in and you see palm trees, I'll never forget this. Good friend of mine, Joe Nelson, played baseball on the 85 National Championship baseball team. He was being recruited by like 6 top schools, shortstop from Wisconsin. And forget which school he was going to go to. It wasn't Texas, but there was another really couple big top schools. And he said he got off the plane and he saw those palm trees swing. And he got on campus and saw the co-eds. Before even the coach told him, he goes, I think we're going to offer you a full. And he goes, I'll accept. I'm in.
Yeah. I mean, Lee, when I came from Boston College the first time to Texas, we played them twice. I came here. Yeah. We were driving a bus down I-35 from the airport, the old airport.
Right.
And we looked over and we saw Dish Falk Field, and I said, look at the size of that stadium.
Yeah.
And then you looked on the other side, and somebody said, oh, no, that's the baseball stadium.
Right.
Look over to the other side of look at the other side of the highway. I'm like, what is that? As I thought it was the Coliseum. I thought the Romans were coming to fight in that thing. I mean, we were overwhelmed because Boston College held all of 32,000.
And what was the score in that game, Bucky? How'd you guys do?
We were down. I think by halftime, everybody had intravenous stuff all jacked in them. Coach Royal was supposed to play that as a night game. Right. After the year that Boston College beat them in Chestnut Hill 14-13, the return trip was supposed to be a night game. Coach changed it to like 2:30 in the afternoon for the kids from Boston. And we literally melted. Our shoes, they had the track. Our shoes were melting. On the AstroTurf, they were starting to melt the bottom of the soles. It was awful. If a team could have quit, our guys went to the bus and the air conditioning gone.
And so how many did you lose by? What would you end up losing?
I think the score at halftime was like 45-10 or something like that.
Half?
It was an awful beatdown.
Oh.
Coach Royal used to remind me that the game before when they lost in Chestnut Hill, Russell Erkslaven tried a 60-yard field goal. Believe me, it was long enough. It went out the back of the stands. It was he just missed it wide. I think wide right. Had plenty of leg, but he used to, when you see me when I coached, he used to always tell me my assistant coaches lost that game for us. You know that, Bucky. And I said, yeah, coach, it never could have been you. It had to be them. I used to tell him that when I'd see him. And he would say that to me every time.
I'll tell you maybe one even better. So a good friend of mine, I play basketball on Sunday mornings, really good basketball player, led the county in small. They had 1, 2, and 3A group together and 4A. So we were in the 1, 2, and 3A. He led the county, averaged 31 points a game. Great basketball player, solid football player. Still to this day, he's still embarrassed. I think we only won the game 35-0. But before the game, we beat them up physically. We had some dirty players. I mean, kids, we had 2 kids, one that went to Florida and went to Auburn. They were so nasty and so vile and believed in late hits. We had 170 yards in the state semifinal game and lost 14-13, had 3 touchdowns called back for late hits.
Wow.
Their coach, he's still embarrassed that their coach made them. We're standing getting ready for the national anthem. They came by. They were already on their sidelines. They came by single file, and he made them shake hands with us before the game.
Because he knew
Wow. Before the game.
Before the game. Not at halftime, before the game, hoping that would be like, hey, take it easy on us today.
Wow.
All right. Let's get to your picks for the week. You were 3-1-1 on the show last Friday. We'll start with a ranked matchup tonight in college football. Illinois at Nebraska. The Huskers, Bucky's high on Nebraska this year. How do you feel about this one in Lincoln?
This is a different team. This is a team I think in the next 2 to 3 years could contend to win it all in the Big Ten. They're off to their best start since 2016. They have not allowed the team to score more than 10 points on them. Now, even Illinois' defense is pretty good. The 2 teams combined, the six opponents have only scored 46 points. This is a rematch. Last year, Nebraska went into Illinois on a Friday night and won the game. I have a feeling Illinois is going to bring it here. I think Nebraska, though, their passing attack so much better. Their defensive line here. Illinois just doesn't change. You're like the same team, except for their running back is 250 this year instead of normally they have a guy that's 220, 225. I
recruited his dad. I recruited his dad to Illinois.
Who? Fagan? Oh,
yeah.
Did you? Okay. Was his dad as big as him?
His dad was not. His dad is in prison still.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Stephen Fagan is in prison. He was a serial rapist.
Oh.
When I left, he ended up going to prison. So it's too bad. His son is a monster at 250. Yep. His dad was about a 180 kid.
Oh, okay. All right. I think Nebraska wins this game 24-18. I'll take the 7.5, 8 points here.
There you go. Lee, the battle of the old quarterbacks, Utah and Oklahoma State. These guys have been around college football for, 20, 22 years. I don't know how they continue to play, but Cam Rising looks like he's going to play for Utah. They are, they're a slight favorite at Oklahoma State. Does Gundy have enough? I mean, I try to watch them play defense for 2 games. I'm not quite sure their defense.
I agree. Good point there. So here's something when I look at quarterbacks in spring games and watch teams throughout the year, got to see Utah's quarterback last week and what they had last year. Normally you see a really good quarterback from someone like Cam Rising to the backup. 4 points, he's worth 6, maybe 7. I would say the difference between Cam Rising and any of their backups is 13 or 14 points. Believe it or not. I've never seen, and I'm not saying Cam Rising is going to be a good pro. He's probably at best a backup in the NFL, probably not even top 3 or 4, top 4 round pick because of his age and not a super arm, but he's a leader. He is smart. He's experienced. Play action, one of the best play action quarterbacks you'll see in college football. And his team just plays different when he's in there. Yep. Oklahoma State's defense gave up over 600 yards to Arkansas. Now, normally when you give up 600 yards plus, you give up 45 to 55 points. Somehow they only gave up 31 points in that game here. And even Ollie Gordon, who was great last year, over 1,800 yards, just 90 yards, 34 carries the last 2 weeks. I think Utah's the right side here. The line started out at 3, Oklahoma State. Now Utah's laying 2. This line should be 6 or 7. Utah 30-23.
I like that. All right, Tennessee at Oklahoma, maybe the game of the day in college football tomorrow, Lee. Feels like everyone and their mother is picking Tennessee to win and cover tomorrow night. What say you?
All right, so the look-ahead line last Thursday or Friday was 3.5 on the game. Then Oklahoma, I mean, they looked decent in the first half, and then let Tulane make it a closer game in the second half. I think the final margin was 15. But Tennessee, 171-0. They've outscored opponents 191-13. I don't know if we've ever seen a team dominate like that in 3 games. But this is going to be Nico, the quarterback for Tennessee's first true road game. He played neutral site game against Iowa last year in the bowl game and against NC State. I think they're going to be up against it. I think their defensive backs, the cornerbacks are the worst in the SEC. Think that if you look at the 2 games they played last year against ranked opponents on the road, lost by 14 to Alabama and also lost by 29 at Missouri. I know it's Josh Heupel's return to where he won the Heisman, where they won the national title, where he was fired, it's the OC. Sometimes there's no storybook ending here. I'm going to take Oklahoma. I think they're going to exploit that defense. It's going to be a tough venue for them here. Wrong team favorite, Oklahoma outright, 30-28. Here's what I would do.
Wow.
I don't see Tennessee winning the game by like 3 or 4 points. I would put half or 3/4 of your wager on Oklahoma plus the 7, and then play them plus 220 on the money line. Sprinkle some money line there. So take a nice trip after football season.
I like that.
All right. The game here in Austin, Lee, Arch Manning getting his first start, and that's a huge number against Louisiana Monroe. The Warhawks, which it should be, after what Texas did last week, and Arch Manning, coming into the game and putting big numbers up against the road runners of UTSA. Is this number too big, or there's just not a number? I mean, I don't even know why this game is on the board, actually.
Yeah. I thought the line was going to be 48. They came at, I think it's right now
44 around there.
Yeah, 44.5, 45. The name of the quarterback, General Booty. He got well, I can't. It reminds me of something. I can't place it. Does it remind you like that name, General Booty? Is that like there's something?
I don't know. Sounds like a car from Dukes of Hazzard.
Yeah, something. I don't know. It's not a Confederate general. Something. I don't know. Maybe it was a chicken joint or something like that. It had a someone up there. I don't know. I'm just saying. They're not impressive at all. Did you know? I don't know if you know this. The 2 programs that have the least amount of athletic funding are Hawaii and Louisiana Monroe.
Wow.
Yeah. And I'm hearing stories that some of their coaches, when they go on the road, they have to stay at like hotels like the Red Roof Inn, those kind of Super 8s.
Yeah, sound like Boston College. You get to keep the money. They only give you cash, and you do it whatever you can with the cash. So stay where you like.
Sleep in the car.
Oh, yeah. That's been done before. I've done that before.
Yeah. So, when do you think they'll pull Manning here? At what point? If they're up, let's say 35, 40 points, do they pull him?
Yeah.
Early third quarter, or do they wait till the fourth?
I think they let him play out the third quarter. They don't pull him till the fourth.
Okay.
If
that being said, I think that they can cover. It's not a game I'm giving my clients. I have them winning the game here, 54-6.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, Lee. One NFL game. It's the Cowboys hosting the Ravens. Boy, two teams that really need a win after last week. Baltimore, a 1-point road favorite in Arlington on Sunday. Can the Cowboys bounce back, or does Baltimore get its first win of the year?
Well, Dallas is going to have to get some running game, and I don't think they're going to have much of a running game this year with Ezekiel. That's a problem. Baltimore just relaxed. They were up 10 points, and I think they missed Mike McDonald, the defensive coordinator, who's now a head coach. Some tough game. It should be a fun game here. I have Baltimore winning this game just because I think with Derrick Henry, they might be able to get him going, and if they get him going, can keep the pass rush off Lamar Jackson. I'll take Baltimore 28-24.
All right, and the free play of the week, Lee, the game in Aggieland, Texas A&M hosting Bulls of Green, as Bucky likes to call them. If folks want to get that play and all of your plays this weekend, where do they find you?
First 5 callers. Call 800-400-9741. We'll give them A&M and Bowling Green on me. And going to find out if Texas A&M looked pretty good last week. Took their foot off the gas in the fourth quarter, like that young redshirt freshman quarterback. That move that he put on, did you see that move?
Oh, yeah.
That was scary. Ask your mom, Brad. I had moves close to that. I had the juke step. Ask her. So
short area quickness.
Yeah, I had used to watch Paul Warfield. That was my signature move. Just problem was I could only throw the ball 45, 50 yards. So I only had a better arm. But we're going to find out if A&M can blow out Bowling Green, or are they maybe looking ahead to some conference games? First 5 callers, 800-400-9741. Get it for free. And how about this? This is the most exciting promotion. This is Brad and all his buddies jump on this. I see the list scroll down. All his fraternity brothers are on this one.
There you go.
$97. It's the Baker's Dozen. 13 games combined, Saturday and Sunday, $97. Tell them, Brad, the floodgates are open. We've had some 12-1, 11-2, and 10-3 days on this promotion. And I'm going to do this. I've never done this. If I don't have a winning record, if I don't go 7-6 or better on the Baker's Dozen, you're going to get next week for free.
Whoa.
I'm also going to throw in baseball. We're on an 18-5 run the last week and a half. One of our selections yesterday was the LA Dodgers team total over 4.5 runs.
Ohtani how'd that work out? Wow.
10 RBIs by himself. So anyone wants to get that thrown in, we will give them the baseball also through Sunday. So Baker's Dozen, 13 games, $97, just one place. Get on it, Brad. Let them all know. Floodgates are open. ParamountSports.com.
Lee, Cam Ward this week, his push for the Heisman will be this week. I got to believe. I believe they will let him go berserk down there.
Here's what's crazy about that. I saw one publication, some online, that has him going first, being drafted first by the Giants. Is that crazy? He went from probably a 4th or a 5th rounder.
Yeah.
Not being a first rounder. I don't know if I'd take him first. I mean, he's going to throw some interceptions in a game. He takes some chances.
Sure.
But that's an interesting game. Miami's finally going to get tested. I thought the line was going to be like 13. It's 17. Their kid Brown's good player. I think they're going to stand. The only reason I wouldn't go big on USF, I do favor USF plus the 17. I have Miami winning like 38-24.
Mm-hmm.
They play hurry up. And when you play hurry up, instead of having maybe 8, 9, 10 possessions a game, you end up with 13, 14, 15. And they wore down in both games against Alabama. And Miami's deep. They get into the fourth quarter, they could be down like 6 or 7 and then lose by 21. So the key is, if I was a coach, I don't understand some of these coaches. If you don't have the talent or the depth, and I understand, okay, against East Carolina, run the hurry up. But against Alabama, Miami, take your time. Right?
Hurry up and lose. That's what that means.
Yeah, I'm with you. Lee,
All right,
that's
guys.
awesome. The world famous Baker's Dozen, ParamountSports.com, 800-400-9741. Lee, you're the man. We'll see you next week.
Thank you, Lee.
Sharp with this hat.
It's a great
Thanks,
looking
man.
hat. Keep rocking that thing. See you,
Thank
man.
you, brother.
All right, there he goes. Lee Sterling, ParamountSports.com. And, of course, the Paramount Sports segment is brought to you by our great friends at Joe Cohen & Son Jewelers, Austin's oldest family-owned and operated business of any kind. We're talking about 141 years. Bill and his team are getting ready. Holiday season is getting closer and closer. If you need that perfect gift for the perfect woman in your life, there's only one place to go. That is Joe Cohen & Son Jewelers, still in downtown Austin on 6th and Congress. And they've got free parking down there. Yes, free parking. And they will take care of you. You don't have to know a dang thing about jewelry. All you have to do is know Bill Cohen and the team at Joe Cohen & Son Jewelers. They will take care of you. They're going to hook you up with an extra 10% off if you tell them you're a TSU listener, and they'll even gift wrap your item for free. Go see them, 6th and Congress, Joe Cohen & Son Jewelers, or find them online at joecohenjewelers.com.
So, BK, now Joel Embiid, he won't be threatening the Philadelphia 76ers by – if they don't play well, I'm leaving. This is it. This is my last year. He took the money and ran right to the bank.
Embiid?
Yeah.
Yeah, he got a nice 3-year extension from the Sixers last night.
Wow.
Yeah, close to $200 million?
Yeah, he's the $300 million man. He's not going anywhere.
No.
All those threats, he can threaten all he wants to now.
Yep. At some point, he's got to win in the playoffs, right?
Yeah.
He's doesn't want to enter the conversation of best players to never win a ring. The guy's done a lot in the regular season, but the playoff success has not been there for Joel Embiid or the Philadelphia 76ers yet. So we'll see. But a commitment from Philly to Embiid and a commitment from Embiid to Philadelphia.
Man, that's a lot.
Yeah. How about Lee Sterling going wrong team favored in Norman tomorrow night? What you make of that?
Yeah, I mean, they got to make a stand. That offense has to make some kind of stand. But I just think Tennessee just got too much speed. They can motor. And if the offensive linemen make a mistake against this defense, there's going to be guys on that quarterback. I don't care how athletic he is. I think he's going to have people in his face tomorrow. I mean, Houston got in his face. I think Tennessee really is going to get in his face. I think it's going to be more so about their offense. Their defense, that's a good defense. You've been right. That's a pretty solid defense in Oklahoma. The offense has kept them on the field way too much.
Yeah.
Because they've had a lot of 3-and-outs. They've had a lot of, until last week when the kids started running the football. I don't think he wants to try to make a living running on this Tennessee defense. I really don't. And I think it's vice versa. I don't think the same for Tennessee's quarterback. I don't think he wants to be taken off and finding the T-shirt guy in his face either.
Yeah, Tennessee's
because the T-shirt guy is going to be around. I know he's got to support the run and the pass. He's got to drop in coverage, but he's also got to play tough against that Tennessee running game, which includes the quarterback. But if that guy strikes you, if he strikes that quarterback, that skinny dude taking off, and he gets a hold of him, that guy is pretty vicious. Now, I know he makes witty T-shirts, but he's a pretty good player.
Yeah, he's an All-American. He's one of the best players in college football. And I know most Texas fans can't stand him, and most Texas fans, myself included, want to get some revenge on the T-shirt boys for what happened last year. But
yep.
Yeah, you could be the ultimate hater. Danny Stutzman's still a hell of a football player, and he's going to have to have a big game for OU tomorrow. That OU defense is going to have to be really good. And look, I think Lee's right. Tennessee's weakness on defense is their secondary.
Yes.
So if Oklahoma's offensive line can give Jackson Arnold enough time to throw the ball, there might be some open receivers down the field.
Well, and that's been their weakness because they haven't been on the same page with the quarterback, the wide receivers. I mean, it looks kind of scattered all over the place. Their offensive throwing the ball around the place hasn't looked that hot.
Yeah, they do get some reinforcements. I believe Nick Anderson is coming back for OU.
Coming back for this game?
Yeah, Jaleel Farouk is still out. I think it's a broken
They missed that
foot.
dude because that dude can catch and make you miss.
Yeah, I mean, that was maybe the strength of the OU football team going into the year. On offense, for sure, is their wide receiving core, right? Because they had Farouk and Anderson back from last year. They brought in Deion Burks, who's been really good, the transfer from Purdue. And you thought you'd have all three of those guys. Well, two of them have been hurt this season. So that's why I think part of the reason why Oklahoma's offense has looked as sporadic as it has at times. but they'll at least have two of those three. At least they're expecting to have two of those three on the field tomorrow night. So that'll help. But yeah, OU's offensive line, if they get pushed around the way that they did against Houston, and Tennessee's got some NFL guys up front on defense.
Yeah.
If Jackson Arnold is running for his life like he has been way too much in these first three games, then that's where it turns into you being right and Lee being wrong and Tennessee running away with this one.
Let me ask you this for the Longhorns tomorrow. Does Wisner play? Does he start and not have the young freshman at running back start? Or is this is the game, if you're going to start him, let him go? I know he put it on the ground now. And you don't, what you don't want to do is you don't want to have your quarterback feeling like, oh, hell, I've got to do something outside of the box because they're not so trusting of me handing it off to these dudes, or you just play him and go.
Well,
I think he's got to be ready for SEC play anyway as a running back.
Yeah, I mean, Jared Gibson fumbled last week and lost a fumble last week. And the very next play that Texas had the ball, he got the ball. So I don't think there's any fear of, oh, Jared Gibson's in the doghouse. The coaches don't trust him anymore.
Oh, no. I mean, let me tell you something. You put it down on the ground again, back-to-back weeks, they start to think about it. They're
right.
not. I mean, you don't lose the game. He's not going to be the reason why they lose the game. But there'll be trust issues. You have back-to-back games of sticking it on the ground.
Sure. You asked me about tomorrow. I think Jared Gibson's going to play a ton tomorrow. Yeah, if he all of a sudden starts fumbling.
The starter is Wisner getting that game.
Well, I don't know, because Steve Sarkeesian was asked about Jaden Blue and Trey Wisner, and he said both of those guys are game time decisions. So if Jaden Blue is healthy, he's your starter.
Sure.
I think if Trey Wisner's healthy, he's your starter. I think Jared Gibson might get more carries than both of those guys, even if they play, because we expect the game to turn into a rout pretty early. But it all depends. Like Jared Gibson, I think the only way Jared Gibson starts is if both Blue and Wisner are out.
Okay.
But I think if Blue's healthy, he's your number one guy. If Wisner's healthy and Blue's out, he's your number one guy. But if both Wisner and Blue are getting the day off, then yeah, Jared Gibson will be the guy, and he'll probably get 20 carries.
Yeah, I mean, with the way Blue tweaked himself in the Michigan game. Now, if you told me that was the Oklahoma game coming up last week, I think he would have played.
Yeah, I do too.
Would have played. That thing came late. That decision came kind of late, it seemed like, for him not playing in that game. They just said, oh, no, we're going to kill them. Let's just let him heal up. Let's don't have a little twist of an ankle become something that's going to bother him throughout the entire season. For a running back that's got to make those hard cuts, let's not even take that chance. So if that would have been a big game last week, I think Jaden Blue plays in that game.
I do too.
But this one, I don't know. It's another one. Do you let him heal, or hell, it's just going to be let's go, let's play with the ankle. You're ready to go. We tape it up. Let's go play.
I don't know. Yeah, I did see Jaden Blue on his Instagram earlier this week post a countdown to kickoff for this game against ULM, like insinuating that he at least wants to get out there or expects to get out there. But there are a lot of Texas fans, similar conversation to Quinn Ewers, right?
Sure.
Just rest Jaden Blue until Oklahoma. Like, you should be able to beat ULM in Mississippi State without Jaden Blue. So give that dude all the time he needs to get back. I don't know if we see Jaden Blue tomorrow. I think we'll see him next week against Mississippi State for sure.
We're seeing everybody next week.
Yeah, I expect to see Quinn next week. I expect to see Jaden Blue next week. And hopefully no one gets hurt tomorrow to where Texas is very close to 100% for the SEC opener. But, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Texas gives Jaden Blue another day off. Or if he does play, it will be hopefully for a very short amount of time, and then it'll be, hey,
just to see how the ankle is in competition.
Yeah, and then go ahead and rest and get ready for conference play. Here's Sark. Sark was asked about Jared Gibson. I'm glad you brought him up, because someone asked Sark about Jared Gibson and what he's been like and how he's progressed through the first 3 games of the season. And here's Steve Sarkeesian talking about his freshman tailback.
Yeah, Jarek's a really tough kid, hard nose. He loves football. He likes to be coached hard. Coach Choice coaches him hard. I've never seen the guy shy away from contact, shy away from anything, shy away from another carry. He's just kind of got that blue collar mentality in him. And so even when he, as Cedric got hurt, then Christian got hurt, and then, Jaden got hurt. He kept moving himself up the depth chart, and the carries started to come and the responsibility started to rise, pass protection, things of that nature. It never really feels too big for Jarek, because I think he loves the game. He works extremely hard. He's hard on himself. I would say sometimes maybe a little too hard on himself, but that's just because he wants to play really well and wants to do right. So, like I said, we've kind of nicknamed him the baby Rhino, because he will find contact. We're hoping maybe he can make a couple guys miss here Saturday night.
Yeah, that's my deal with him. Can he make people miss? Because I know on contact, he's got great body lean and velocity when he hits into a defender. That's not that. I think he makes the pile go forward. At that position, eventually you got to make some people miss, because you can't have a career. Not everybody's Earl Campbell. I mean, you can't make a career out of lowering your shoulder and running over dudes. If you have the ability to make guys miss, every once in a while that comes into play,
Yeah, that'd be nice to see. Like you said, I mean, Jarek Gibson can run over guys and he sees out that contact. But yeah, for his sake, I mean, the guy's in the first year of his college career. We hope he's a big-time player here for the next couple of seasons, and obviously hope he has an NFL career as well.
By the way, contact lends itself to getting injured.
Yeah. You don't want to
lends to long careers.
Yeah, you don't want to hurt yourself this early on when you have so much football in front of you. And
I like his ability. I like him. I just know this. You go back-to-back games and that ball hits the ground, people start wondering about you. It's not that you don't get to play anymore, but they start thinking about it.
Sure. Well,
got to protect the ball.
Texas doesn't have enough running backs to.
That's true. They don't have a choice, really.
That's the thing. Like, even if Jarek Gibson does put the ball on the turf tomorrow, they might still have to go back to him, because they've got four now with Velton Gardner, scholarship running backs.
You're absolutely right. They're in a position they don't have a choice but to trust that dude.
So figure it out, Jarek, and I think he'll be fine. I mean, it was his first fumble in the 3 games that he played in, and still had a very productive day despite losing that fumble in the second half against UTSA. So
it was an effort fumble. It was a little careless, but it wasn't like he was going half-ass and somebody stripped the ball. He was flying when he went through the hole. Yeah,
I'm confident in Jarek Gibson. I feel good about him.
I like this game.
I think we'll see a lot of him tomorrow. All right, before we shift gears, we got to talk about the Cowboys-Ravens game. We got a little Texans-Vikings conversation, and also a big-name company has filed for bankruptcy. We'll get to all of that before we hand things off to Chaos Theory at the top of the hour. But before any of that, how about some more sponsor shout-outs?
How about you telling me summer's not over in Woods Comfort System, and I'm sitting in comfort with the air conditioning blasting and feeling good here with my Woods Comfort System air conditioning unit that I had when we bought this home. I love it. They come out, they check it twice a year. They're making sure the air conditioning's working properly, and they've already been here preparing me for the winter months when that does happen, and all 3 weeks of the winter months that we'll have this year, which I'm hoping that's the way that goes. But for your heating system, for your plumbing, from your air conditioning systems, please call on Woods Comfort System. They've been doing it for close to 70 years in Central Texas. You are going to love the folks there. You're going to love the way they work. You're going to love the way their mechanics come out and get things done for you. But do have that air conditioning unit and the unit for the winter worked on and checked out before it comes upon you. Woods Comfort Systems. Love the folks there.
Yes, woodscomfortsystems.com, the website 512-842-5066, the phone number to call. Get that AC taken.
By the way, I did hit 7-Eleven, had myself a little Debbie's yesterday before I had some business to go take care of.
There we go.
Ordered a double-decker Little Debbie's for me yesterday.
Beautiful.
Debbie on Debbie. Debbie on Debbie.
A little oatmeal cream pie?
Yeah, a little oatmeal cream pie, double-decker Debbie's. Sorry about that, P. Diddy, but yes.
You love cream pie and Little Debbie's.
Yeah, it was fantastic. Thank you to 7-Eleven. Love 7-Eleven.
Shout out to them. Shout out to our great friends at Passes as well. Go to passes.com and get closer to the game than ever before. Passes is revolutionizing the way that you, yes, you, can interact with your favorite Texas Longhorn athletes. 40 of the top UT athletes across a number of different sports are on Passes, and they're giving you behind-the-scenes access and exclusive memorabilia that you've never been able to get before. This thing is a total game changer. This is one of the best parts of NIL. Passes is partnered with the Texas One Fund, so you can get tons of great perks just by being a Texas Longhorn fan as well. Head to their website, passes.com, to find out more information and to sign up today. Once again, check them out. It's passes.com.
Where did Tennessee take a beating on that stuff, that 10% thing yesterday? They're doing what others are going to do, but boy, to be the first out of the blocks, they toured. Boy, people were trying to stick their foots right in their rear ends all day yesterday on that 10% deal, which there are going to be others to do it. But man, sometimes being the first ain't always the best, you know?
Right. It's a bold thing that they did. And you're right. There might be a number of other schools that follow suit, but Tennessee sending out a memo to its season ticket holders that they're going to add a talent fee. Starting
pretty much.
Yeah, 10% talent fee on top of the already ridiculous amounts that you have to pay for tickets these days. So, we'll see if that comes to Texas. We'll see if that goes to other schools. Tennessee, like you said, the first school to announce it and criticize. Look, a lot of Tennessee fans are happy to do it because some fans are so fanatical that they're willing to do whatever they have to do to make sure their teams can compete at the highest levels. But there are a lot of casual fans out there who feel like they're already spending.
That's why they depend on me to make the money for them. If they're going to have to give up 10%, they expect for me to get these games right and get them some units.
Well, I don't think they expect that at this point, but you do have 80,000 units on the line this weekend.
Oh,
you're down 65K right now. So if you hit them all, you'll be back in the green.
Is that including my 5K win yesterday?
Yeah. You were down 70 before last night. Now you're at 65, if my math checks.
Way to hammer me, Major Applewhite.
Yeah. Bet against the lifetime Longhorn. Come on, man. I told you Chris Sims was coaching App State. What are you doing? Big game in prime time?
State was supposed to be the leader for the Sun. The Sun Belt is wide open. You know, the Bobcats are in the thick of things now.
Sure. They've got a shot to win the Sun Belt. Yeah, App State, like Clemson beat the crap out of App State. And everyone's like, oh, maybe Clemson's not as bad as we thought they were. Well, maybe App State is just terrible.
Yeah, that could be true too.
Lose 48-14 at home to South Alabama. That's not a good loss. Not a good result for the Mountaineers. What about Sunday, Buck? Cowboys, Ravens, two desperate teams. Baltimore 0-2, Dallas 1-1. Who do you think needs this game more?
The Ravens.
Yeah, I think you're right. Like they got to get a win, and they're in a tougher division than Dallas is. So
the Ravens they have to have that win on Sunday.
You think they get it?
I don't know. I still haven't seen enough for Derrick Henry, them getting him going early enough and him having to – I mean, their offensive line is just okay, you know, and he's not making holes like he used to. He just goes in there and leans on the pile for a couple yards. But there haven't been any gaping holes where he gets a running start into your secondary and he just bulldozes your – you know, the guys that faint back there for the Cowboys in the secondary, which one of them is not they're all pro. Number 7 is a tackler. He will come up. I never thought that guy. I thought that guy was going to be one of those guys that just intercepts balls, take chances. That guy is a physical cornerback. He will come up and strike you out of the secondary. I mean, he's had to prove that over the last couple of weeks because, you know, the defensive line guys are in the secondary running. He's really physical.
Yeah, Trayvon Diggs.
Trayvon Diggs, a big guy. I mean, he looks the part of a strong safety sometime coming up as a cornerback. I like the way he plays. He's not like Dion. He's not going to shy away from contact. No, that guy will get after it in the physicality part of it.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the big question is, can the Cowboys stop the run, right? I mean, Lamar Jackson is the best running quarterback in the league, and Derrick Henry.
It's not just Derrick Henry when you think about the Ravens.
I mean, it's, you know, the Cowboys' run defense last week was awful, and they were bad all last year, and they didn't do nearly enough to figure it out.
And this could be the game that they get Derrick Henry well. If there's ever a group to get it against, it's that defense right now.
Well, they made Alvin Kamara look like 23-year-old Alvin Kamara last week.
They certainly did.
They can make future Hall of Famer Derrick Henry look like prime Derrick Henry again.
Oh, that will be scary.
Yeah, I'm terrified. Like the Ravens are in a bad spot right now. I want to pick the Cowboys to win this game, but just going back and watching the defensive tackle play of Dallas against New Orleans, I mean, dude, Jordan Phillips, one of the guys the Cowboys brought in late in the offseason, they put him on IR this week with a wrist injury. Jordan Phillips met with the media after that happened, and he said, my wrist is fine, which tells you they made up an injury because he sucks so bad. That's what's happening right now. Like, the Cowboys are making up injuries for their defensive tackles because they are playing so poorly.
And that linebacker from Minnesota is done.
Yeah, Kendricks had a horrible week last week. Overshown only got 13 snaps against the Saints, which I thought was interesting, but Overshown is more of a space guy. Like, I don't know how good he's going to be against the run because he's so slenderly built. So against Baltimore, I think you have to see him more because the guys you trotted out there last week were horrible.
They were running around blocks, running behind blocks. They weren't going to get Kamara running behind him. You can't catch up to that dude.
No, so I don't know, man. Like, some of it's scheme, and some of it's the Cowboys just have nothing on the interior of that defense right now. And
well, Micah Parsons will tell you it's all about play. It's not about Zimmer's scheme.
Well, I mean, Zimmer,
the guy who starts to get it going. Then
Zimmer's going to get blamed, and he shouldn't be absolved from all of it. But go back and watch the tape against the Saints. Yeah. Like, that ain't Zimmer out there getting pushed around. Like, no. That is just the Saints absolutely bulldozing Dallas basically every time the ball was snapped.
It was. Those guys they were pushing those guys 3 and 4 yards down the field.
Yeah, I mean, run blocking, pass blocking, anytime the Saints did anything offensively, there was no resistance from that Dallas
quarterback
front. Yeah, and Derek Carr looked like
man,
Tom Brady, honestly, in that game. It was pretty remarkable. The saving grace for the Cowboys, look, Baltimore secondary has been really bad. They've given up a bunch of big plays. So maybe a chance for Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb and the Cowboys offense to hit some things down the field. Baltimore actually has given up a league-high 567 passing yards through a couple of weeks. But
you got to force Lamar to throw you an interception or two in that game somehow.
Yeah, you got to stop the run. Like, none of this will matter if you can't stop the run. Like, that's why Derek Carr was able to do what he did, and that's why even though the Cowboys put up some points in the first half against the Saints, it didn't matter because
you're right.
They just couldn't stop the run. Weird stat, the Cowboys 1-5 all-time against the Ravens. They've beaten every other team at least 4 times, including the Texans, but they've struggled. They don't play a lot because they're in different conferences, and the Ravens have only been around for, 30-something years.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe not even 30 years. But yeah, Cowboys have struggled against the Ravens historically. And speaking of struggling, the Houston Texans have never beaten the Minnesota Vikings, ever. They're 0-5 all-time against Minnesota.
Sounds like Jefferson's going to play too.
Jefferson is likely to play. That's good news for Minnesota. Bad news for Houston. Joe Mixon did not practice yesterday. Damian Pierce did not practice yesterday, and Nico Collins was limited yesterday. So I think Nico's going to try to give it a go, but if Joe Mixon's out, that's obviously a big advantage for Minnesota because Mixon's played very, very well so far.
And that was on a questionable tackle, I believe.
Yeah, he wanted the hip drop call, and it wasn't called. It probably should have been called.
That's a hard call for the officials. Those guys, you see it as a fan, you see it is sitting there on your couch, but as an official, that's hard to tell right there live. Now that horse collar one, especially the ones going down the sideline where the guy grabs him and then jumps on the back of his legs. That one, everybody can see that one. But the hip drop one, guys drop their hips a lot to put that extra weight down on the lower body of guys. And that's a hard penalty to call.
It is. Yeah, because like you said, the horse collar tackle, that's like the start of the tackle. But the hip drop tackle, you could start tackling somebody cleanly and then turn it into a hip drop tackle, and you just
it's hard for them to throw a flag on that, Yeah,
you've seen some called.
You do have to bring the guy down to the ground.
Yeah, exactly. So that's Joe Mixon, I think, had the right to be upset that wasn't called, but even if it was called, he still got hurt. Now he's got to deal with it.
Right.
These have been the 2 best pass rushers in football this year. So can Sam Darnold continue to look like not Sam Darnold? He's been great this season. Top 5 in quarterback rating in the NFL, going up against a very good Texans defense that leads the league in sack rate.
Hey, JJ, you need to try to get your job back eventually.
JJ Watt?
No, JJ McCarthy for my Vikings. Is he going to get his gig back when it's time? Maybe not.
I don't know. He's out for the
there's
year.
Nothing wrong. Once again, there's nothing wrong with a rookie watching, right?
Right. Yeah, he's out for the year, so he won't play this season.
Right.
I have to assume that Sam Darnold is going to resort back to Sam Darnold at some point over the 17-game season.
Yeah, bad quarterbacks don't all of a sudden become good quarterbacks, do they? It's like Jacoby Brissett. I mean, that guy is only going to be so good for New England till he resorts to being a backup. They keep doing it, keep trotting him out there and saying, no, this is our starter. We're going to let the kid from Carolina sit and watch. Eventually, they're going to say, this is who he is, you know?
Yeah, I think everyone knows Jacoby Brissett's a backup. I think they've known that for a while. And I think in New England, the goal is just, hey, until Drake May's ready, we'll keep throwing him out there. Okay. Sam Darnold's a little younger. Sam Darnold's a former top 3 draft pick. So those guys always get more chances. I don't know if everybody has completely closed the book. Like, I assume after this year and McCarthy's healthy, he'll be the starter in Minnesota next season.
Okay.
But I would not be surprised if Sam Darnold got an opportunity somewhere else next year.
Sort of like Baker Moneymaker getting those chances moving around.
Yeah, and Baker's now a franchise quarterback. Like
yes.
I don't think anyone would argue. No one's trying to take Baker's job in Tampa right now.
No, they're not.
So maybe that can be Sam Darnold. Just get out of Carolina, and that helps. Help Baker.
Everybody.
Help Matt Rule. Maybe it's helping Sammy Darnold at this point.
Could help Bryce Young eventually get the hell out of that place.
Yeah, exactly. That'd be so funny if Bryce Young goes somewhere else and starts balling out.
Wow.
I would love that. All right, before we bring on the fellas, quick shout out to Parallel Lending. Hey, the markets seem more volatile than they've ever been, which means the need to diversify your portfolio is more prevalent than ever before. While investing in stocks and bonds are great strategies, the most savvy investors diversify their portfolio with alternative assets. And right now, the most popular form of alternative investing is investing in private credit. Parallel Lending is a lender that provides short-term business purpose loans backed by single-family real estate here in the great state of Texas. They just launched their flagship fund, and they are looking for accredited investors to invest. There's only a couple of months left to get involved with this. They are targeting an 11.5% return rate net of fees. And the best part, your money is only locked up for 1 year. That's right. Not 5, not 10, not 20, LeBron James, just 1 year. ParallelLending.com/fund for more information. That's ParallelLending.com/fund. Once again, raising capital over these next couple of months. Get involved now. It's accredited investors only. Returns not guaranteed. An investment in Parallel Fund 1 involves risk. Please review all disclosures before investing.
All right. I'd love to hang around with you boys, but I got people coming to the house, and I got to put the dogs in the little kennel.
Uh-oh.
That is always a treat. 10:30 in the morning when they've been out. They already know what's about to happen. When I bring the water bucket over, they're going, I'm not going in there. So I have to corral them and force them into this deal. So you guys have a nice weekend. Be safe out there.
See you at Covert, hopefully. There's that groin shot right there. What's up, boys?
What's up, BK? How you doing, bro?
Oh, man, doing great. It is Friday. Been talking a ton of football. Excited to get out to Covert Bee Cave here in a little bit. We got a lot going on, man.
Yeah, man. Great luncheon last week. Hopefully it's going to be a good luncheon. This week should be a damn good luncheon. As long as the pizza's there and Quan Cosby's there, who gives a shit about Wags being there or BK being there? All the good things are out there already, man.
Come on, man. Yeah. Excited to be out there today. And, man, great football weekend. Some big college games coming up tonight and tomorrow, and great NFL slate, too. We're getting close to the best sports month of the year, Rodney. I always say October is the best sports month of the year. You got playoff baseball around the corner, hockey, basketball coming back, and football in full swing. This is a great time to be alive.
I mean, it really is. I mean, this is when everything really starts to take off. I mean, and once you get the MLB playoffs fired up, I mean, it's going to add in substantially right there, kind of take a little bit from the football and so forth. And, man, I love the news earlier coming up at 1:10. Don't forget Colt McCoy. For crying out loud, will be on with Chip and Zay. So it is a UT day right here as you get ready for ULM coming up tomorrow. And you guys with pregame, we've got it covered wall to wall, my man.
Absolutely. Yeah. Did you guys see the thumbnail image we made today for today's YouTube broadcast?
Nice.
I like it.
I want to get y'all's thoughts. I'm not sure.
Let's see it. Yeah.
General Booty versus Arch Manning, your QB matchup at DKR tomorrow night.
besides like the Longhorn game, what's the number one game on the slate for this week that you're looking forward to?
Oh, I think it's Tennessee, Oklahoma. Obviously, Texas will see Oklahoma in a couple of weeks, so I want to see if the Sooners are the real deal, and I want to see if Tennessee's the real deal. Like Tennessee, I heard Chip and Zay talking about this yesterday. They have outgained their opponents by an average of 470 yards in their first 3 games. Not they have averaged 470 yards as an offense. That'd be impressive in itself. They are outgaining their opponents by an average of 470 yards through these first 3 games. So is that just, they've played bad competition, or is Tennessee a legit national title?
That's efficient football.
Yeah, it doesn't matter who you're playing. One of those games was against NC State, who was ranked at the time. So I don't think they're as good as Oklahoma. But like for Tennessee to do what they've done on both sides, but especially offensively, like we'll learn tomorrow night if they are just that good or if they were just playing a bunch of scrubs to start the season.
Yeah, that's probably the marquee matchup. Of course, you know, Utah and Oklahoma State, that's another one that's going to jump off the slate to me too. I mean, this is absolutely the pivotal game for the Big 12 right here, right? I mean, clearly these are the top 2, or I can't say clearly, but these are the top 2 teams for my pick for the Big 12. Rodney and I think that they'll probably see each other again after this. I mean, this is these how you kind of previewed it a little bit in the earlier in the week with
the geriatric bowl.
How old these 2 quarterbacks are, man.
Yeah.
So I don't know. This should be a really good one too. But I think the number one is Tennessee versus Oklahoma, though.
You know, one that I'm kind of looking forward to, and again, I think it's the old Southwest Conference dude in me. I'm kind of looking forward to SMU and TCU. Let them get after it. What do they call that? Is that the Iron Skillet?
Yeah,
I believe is what that is. So yeah, I think that'll be fun to watch as well, and that's a good thing because now we can check it all out. And I'm waiting for Texas, apparently still on ESPN Plus. With all the run that we're getting, I wonder if that's going to move at some point. Put it somewhere else on, I don't know, ESPN News or what's going to happen right there.
It's the opposition. It's. I think that's why it's ESPN Plus. It's because it's UL Monroe, right?
Well, originally
and money.
Yeah.
So now they want the money, right? Like I see what you're saying, Double R. Hey, put it in prime time so everyone can see Arch Manning play. But ESPN's thinking, oh, you want to see Arch Manning play? Well, go ahead and. Hey, it's $9.99 a month, and then you could see Arch Manning play.
Yeah, you're going to have one hell of a run. There's going to be a lot of people buying Disney bundles here. I would think today in the next 24 to 48 hours, 36 hours, whatever we are out from that to be able to get their eyes on that because he's going to have a hell of a day. I think.
Can you cancel that free after 30 days or before 30 days?
Yes, sir. You can.
There you go.
You can.
You good can. To know.
Yeah.
Good to know.
Yeah, all right, for some reason, my wife still keeps the damn tags on dresses sometimes when she buys some things too.
Take that shit back.
Take
it back
for one night, and then take it back.
Yeah,
I'll buy underwear. How do you do that without getting a stain on it? You know, every time I wear like any article of clothing, I spill something or stain it, and then there's no chance it gets returned.
She's not active during that dance. Usually sometimes she'll be coming out there cutting linoleum, but when Katie doesn't partake in the wedding festivities, she probably left the tag on the dress.
Yeah.
True statement here, Wax.
Yeah. That's true statement. That he grew up with me. He knows. Yeah, this fucker actually took my socks when I got cut or left off the damn team in college at Shepherd College. He actually took my socks out of my locker room.
Take them back smelling like onions. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Like grilled onions.
Rodney returns underwear too.
Yeah, I do.
All right, boys. I'll let y'all get to it. See everyone at Covert later today and Schultz Garden tomorrow. I'll be tuned in, guys. Have a great show.
Right on. Take care, dude.
There he goes. All right, my guy. Where do you want to welcome everybody in? First and foremost, to my party and my co-host party here. It is Friday. It's a fun day, so let's get them all fired up and get it together here. Hey, hit us up on our Twitters if you hadn't done it, or our social media handles. I'm on Twitter, not the fake wags. Rodney's on Twitter at at the Rodney R, not the Rodney R. It's the Rodney R, and then on Instagram at _the Rodney R. I'm on the gram at the Wagner Wire. If you are out and about, if you are mobile, social, if you are trying to be social and go out to the luncheon today, you're going to be mobile on that Coda text line, 512-222-9328. Smash that subscribe button if you hadn't done so already. It is game week. Game week, and let's preview. I guess we got to preview a little bit of UL Monroe, right?
Yeah.
Got to talk a little bit about it.
Yeah, the funny thing.
We got some sound from Sark that we can go over.
We got some good sound. And the funny thing about it was yesterday, Wags, because I've got like I've mentioned so many times, I have a lot of friends in SEC country now. Now that we're all family with this, and when the announcement came about Arch Manning,
are we the in-laws?
I like to call them.
Are we the welcomed in married in-laws right now?
We're the outlaws, man. We are the outlaws because that's the thing. Apparently, according to a lot of SEC people, we're coming in with our nuts hanging low, and like we're the baddest ass thing that you've ever seen. So I mean that seems to be the perception, but I get all these people reaching out, and it's like Arch. I'm like, have you been under a rock? I mean, it was going to be Arch. I mean, Arch was going to be the starter, and that was the official thing yesterday. We'll tee it off right now. How about Sark talking about Arch starting?
I'll do this now. Arch is going to start at quarterback Saturday. I feel like Quinn has made great strides ever since Saturday night into where he's gotten to. But with my decision is, I'm looking forward to his future as a player, but also the future of the season for us and the longevity and getting him, possibly one more week healthier for the long term, I think is good for us as we're getting ready for SEC play. So Arch is more than capable, as I think we all know. He's got, a lot of, confidence from his teammates and trust from his teammates to go out and play. Had a really good week of work, understands the plan. And, but it's different. It's different when you're the starting quarterback as opposed to coming in cold off the bench as a backup. So different challenge for him. But I know that he'll be more than ready to go out and operate and play football at a high level for us.
Yeah, Rodney, this is clearly the play, right? There's no need to rush Quinn back, even if the abdominal strain isn't as bad as they likely thought at the original diagnosis of the injury. There's no reason to rush Quinn Ewers back here. You have a fairly capable quarterback in Arch Manning, like Coach Sarkeesian just alluded to in the soundbite, right? Everybody knows what Arch can do. Hell, I've said this before. Arch doesn't even need to take another snap. All right, he is a number 1 draft pick without even taking another snap. Okay, the fact that you have someone like that, you don't have to rush Quinn Ewers back. And I love what he said addressing the future of the team, not just the health of Quinn Ewers, but also the future of the team too, right? He's not going to prolong injury for Quinn Ewers' future, and he's not going to put the team in a detrimental situation in terms of getting 2 quarterbacks or 1 quarterback potentially hurt for even, the rest of the season and taking us down to 2 quarterbacks instead of a 3 quarterback room. Hey man, thank you. At least we have a decent, legit, logical coach now, right? If this was Herman, you'd probably think that Herman would throw Quinn Ewers out there again. Honestly, yeah. Herman's above me in thought process because he's Mensa anyway, so I wouldn't know what the hell Herman would do anyways. So
yeah, well, Menso, as I like to say, which means totally the opposite. Menso in Mexican means totally the opposite of what Mensa means in whatever language that is. It means dummy. So that's why I would always kind of say that about Tom. But the schedule works out perfect in the sense that what you're being afforded to do right here is there's so much depth. There's so much depth. And you get, we're seeing it with the running back room as well. With Jarrett Gibson, he's come in and he's just been tremendous. And it's not really surprising. And that was the other thing where you talk to folks outside of Austin to where they're like, man, where'd this Gibson kid come from? And it's like, we had a pretty good idea that he was going to be this good. But it all came down to what it's come down to now is the way the schedule plays out, this happening right now. We've talked about it kind of ad nauseum at this point to where, man, you could not script this any better.
You could. No injuries would be the best.
Well, yes, obviously. And I think that's the thing that you want to work on the next 2 weeks, but obviously the focus on tomorrow with ULM is you want to get whoever's going to be in the contest. You want to get those guys in there. You want to get them reps, and the same thing, you want to keep working that depth. And I'm talking both sides of the ball. I'm talking on both sides of the ball. get the young dude some reps, and at the same time, get out of this thing injury free. I mean, you're going to have dings and you're going to have scrapes and you're going to have soreness and all that. But man, don't get anybody hurt, because at some point that depth will dwindle. I don't think it's at a point right now, but
we'll hear from Sark in just a minute on what he expects to see from Arch Manning, or what he wants to see from Arch Manning coming out this Saturday. What are your expectations after knowing after the 5 touchdown performance on Saturday? What are your realistic expectations for this performance this Saturday? And does he, to piggyback on that, does Arch have to have another 4 to 5 touchdown game for you to say, oh, okay, that's standard?
There's nothing to prove for him to
Thank
me.
you.
In the whole thing.
Right answer. That is the right answer, Rodney.
Yeah, and then look at the other part of it. I mean, we can talk about, we can give the accolades and give the obvious natural ability of Arch Manning, but he's I don't want to say it's a plug and play system, but you put that dude in there, and it's going to be really hard for him not to succeed, if you know what I mean. And
I think it looks like a plug and play system with Arch Manning.
It really does,
with Arch Manning as a succession. I don't know. I say that because Trey Owens also looked good too in his short little stint of film that we got to see on Saturday. So I don't. You could absolutely be right. It could just be a plug and play system. It feels like that with the receiver room and the running back room, right? And of course,
absolutely,
you say that with the quarterback room because of the succession that we just saw with Arch Manning. But I think it's, you have the arguably the two best quarterbacks in the college landscape in your locker room. So
yeah,
no, I know I can't say that. I mean, I think Milroe's absolutely going to have a year when it's all said and done with. I think Milroe's going to be at the top for quarterbacks there. He'll be in New York for a damn Heisman candidacy. The man we just got done talking about, kind of 10 minutes ago with BK. I think Cam Rising has a shot at being there too, as long as he can stay healthy and nurse himself back to a full bill of health. Yeah, there's Quinn. I'd love to have Quinn there at the end of the year if he's able to just only miss one game and then come right back in and then just continue that trajectory of campaign play, of Heisman campaign play. I think Quinn's got a shot to be there. But yeah, I don't want to sell any other quarterback room short, but it's hard to not have the Texas Longhorn locker room for quarterbacks is number one.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And what we're going to see tomorrow is when you look at ULM, and again, this is not a slight at ULM. This is just a painful truth. UTSA is better than ULM. So I think the whole thing is, with all the energy that's going to be in that building, this is just everything's going to be magnified with Arch getting the first start and the eyes of the nation, or the eyes that'll be able to get into this. I truly believe that Arch throws for over 300 yards. I mean, and I say,
I don't need to see 300 yards though. I mean? Like I'm cool with Arch coming out, 200-yard game and turning around and handing the damn ball off to the backfield. I'm absolutely fine with that, Rodney.
And this is where I say, in this situation, to where a lot of times when you get into that whole conversation about running up the score and style points and all this would be a style points game if Texas were to win by 10. That would hurt them. But this isn't something where what's the line, 45 or whatever it is right now? I mean, are they going to cover that?
44. It's 44. 52.5 is the over under, with the line of 44.
Yeah.
If that's any telling of numbers.
And this could be another shutout. And to me, coming out of this, the story is going to be how great the defense is once again, because I know we have everything going on with the offense and with Arch and the running back questions and how the wide receiver room is excelling and so forth with the new pieces in place, hybrid athletes at that. But to me, the story is, look at the defense. I mean, the defense is answering a lot of questions, but this, for
how
Arch
soon
Manning,
will it be until the defense starts chirping to the offense? Yeah, y'all get all the sexy, headlines and everything, but it's us that are making the damn championship run here for the team. And when will we get that friendly back and forth between the offense and the defense, or has it already started to happen yet? I got to ask Jeff on that. Jeff's probably down at the bubble a lot more than I am. So
first time we get that is when they win a close game. When Texas wins a close game, whether it be Red River, like if the defense can come in and pitch a shutout at Red River, like we had the 49-0 game, I don't think that'll happen. But I think, but this is where Wags, I think, as many times as we listen to Sark talk, to where you don't have that. I mean, these guys are just, I mean, they are so. They're
locked in, but that's good competition, though, right? The offense and the defense going back and forth at each other, be like, nah, man, we're the championship squad here. No, we're the champions. We're the reason why the championship squad's happen. Just that nice little rebuttal back and forth between everybody. My expectations for Sark on Saturday, Rodney, for Arch, is for him to just come out there, play standard football, like Texas standard football, like Coach Sarkeesian, rants about and raves about there. Do your job, kind of the takeoff of Bill Belichick's regime too, right? And then just turn around and you don't have to go do anything crazy out of the norm, right? Don't go trying to get yourself hurt. Just turn around and hand the damn ball off, man. Let your backs do the running and let your arm do the throwing. And again, hopefully by halftime we see Trey Owens come in here and relieve Arch.
And what's going to happen tomorrow is, and this is just the bottom line, like Stone Cold Steve Austin says, this is just the bottom line. You're going to see spectacular plays tomorrow from Arch Manning in the offense that really, when you look at them, it's probably a basic play, but it looks spectacular just because of the quality of the opponent. And they're going to do things, and I think Arch is going to put up just incredible numbers, which is going to just blow the national scene up when he does it again. He's going to do it, and I think, like you said, he's going to do it in a really fast manner. I mean, it's going to be, by halftime, it's going to be.
I hope he's done by halftime. Seriously, I really do. I hope you don't have to play the entire game. Here is Sarkeesian on what he wants to expect from, or what he wants to see from Arch on Saturday.
Execute. I think one thing, when you come in cold off the bench, like he got kind of thrown into last week, and what I really appreciated about him, he really executed the offense. Whether it was the passing game, whether it was the motions, a shift, all the stuff, him having to pull it and run. I mean, he executed, but that was almost the reaction to go in. Now he's had all week to really study the game plan, knowing the openers, things of that nature. My goal is, I just don't want him to kind of overanalyze and get himself into kind of the paralysis by analysis state. I want him to play football. And the best way to play football is trust the call, go execute it, and then move on to the next play. And so that's my goal for him, that I'd love to see come out of Saturday night.
Yeah, I can't speak to any more true to that than what Sark is, right? Just kind of do your standard, do your type of ball, and then turn around and, like I've been saying, man, hand the damn ball off to Gibson. That's it. Blue's not going to roll either, right? I don't think they're going to roll out Jaden Blue from what I'm reading. I don't have that as an official yet, but I thought that he was going to get some rest as well.
Yeah, I would think that this would be a good time to do it, but I've heard a lot of the banter back and forth, and I think a lot of folks on the network here maybe have different opinions on that. Coming up with the game coming up next week, with Arch, with Blue. I mean, do you get those guys some reps? Because I think the odd thing now is you'll have the bye week in there, so I guess everybody's going to come in a little cooler than everything right now, and that's where I go back to bye weeks, talking to different coaches at different levels, to where it's like, is the bye week a good thing? Well, it kind of depends where it's happening. You would think that going into the bye week after this, after these next two games, that Texas should still be number one, and they should be on some kind of a run right now, and they're going to have a lot of pundits and folks believing in them. So I don't know what happens with that. I guess we'll worry about that then. Yeah. Go ahead, Wags. I'm sorry.
No, good. No, I'm done. Just still game time decisions, Rodney.
Yeah, game time decision there. And the thing is, I mean, with Blue, I mean, let him rest. Let him rest. I mean, there's no need. There's no need. I don't see the reason to have him in there, especially. This is just where we go back to just everything that we talk about on here all the time. It's like, man, you've got all these options. Utilize them. Get those guys some game. That way they're ready when you need them down the road. Not if you need them, when you need them, because you're going to need them. Whether it's to give somebody a blow or somebody gets hurt, you're going to need all these other guys in place.
All right. And then I see that we got a little bit of Patriots to talk about today on the slate too? That's what you sent over as well. We got
Oh
a little
yeah,
bit
yeah.
of
And
NFL
again,
talk.
that was when I send you that. That's just what I wake up thinking. That and like I said yesterday, exotic girls. All of that and exotic girls is what I wake up thinking about every day.
Where do you want to go next, my guy?
What do you think of Aaron Rodgers last night? We were talking about the fall off of Aaron Rodgers. Is he into a different part of his career? I mean, he just looked like Aaron Rodgers of old last night to me, my man. But then again, he's playing a Patriots defense. It's just not very good.
Well, but hold on, though. The Patriots, don't let the record fool you. The Patriots played Cincinnati pretty damn. I mean, they beat Cincinnati, right?
They beat them.
And who they lose? They lost week 1. I think if I can remember.
Yeah, they beat the Bengals to start, and then they lost last week to I forget who.
Thank you. But it was. I mean, still, it was a formidable opponent, though. I don't think the Patriots are as bad as everyone is making them out to be. I mean, I still think they're going to be a mediocre football team. They're still trying to put together, a team build, so to speak. They're doing a rebuild. But I don't think they're going. Took Seahawks to overtime. Thank you. But yeah, I don't think they're a bad team. Now look, do I think the Jets are a little overrated and hyped up? Yeah, I mean their defense is pretty damn good. They weren't really doing too much stuff out there at the end of that game with May out there, and they were still being able to to get to him with just a 4-man rush. So maybe the Patriots offensive line had given up at that time, and just said, oh, what the hell, and had to all fuck it. But to me, it's I thought the Jets looked okay. I don't think that they're the championship squad that is going to contend against the AFC. I still think that's Baltimore or Buffalo. Aaron Rodgers has still got the superior arm strength. He can still check out of awful plays and get into better plays, or not awful plays, but into a bad situation, from a bad situation, get into a better situation. And he didn't have to do it too many times last night, but he can still scoot a little bit. I don't want him to scoot all the time, but he can still scoot. So from what I've seen, and I had to go back and rewatch this game. I did not see this game live. I had to stay up until about 2 a.m. to watch the damn game. I didn't wake up until about 10 o'clock last night.
Wow.
I've been kind of under the weather a little bit. I'm still feeling a little bit wonky this morning, but the past couple of days, I just haven't been feeling well, man. So I took I think I was out by like 5 p.m. last night, and then woke back up around like 5. And even I think Ike even hit me up, like, dude, you got to get your picks in for the week. And I'm like, oh, sorry, I slept right through the damn thing. But it had to go back and do the rewatch. And from what I saw, Patriots ground, and I got a few questions for you and for Rob and the Patriots fan base here. But they couldn't get anything going with Stevenson. They couldn't really get anything going all damn night against the defense of the Jets. But here's my question to you: like, I understand wanting to protect your franchise quarterback, but if you draft somebody in the top 3, if you draft somebody in the top 5, right, overall, with that justification of the pick, don't you have to roll them out there? And I know that's a terrible thought process to be like, oh, well, we drafted him in the top 5, so we have to roll him out there, right? Even though, clearly the team isn't ready and built up for your quarterback there, like Drake. You're seeing that with Carolina right now with Bryce Young. Do you have to roll out the number 1 draft pick or the top 5 overall draft picks in their rookie season? Or can you do what Coach Mayo is doing in company and holding them, preserving them, putting them on the shelf and letting them learn from, a savvy veteran until until the rebuild mode is completely done and it's in fruition. And, the young draft pick can actually take over the reins and take your franchise to, more winning seasons that they were just at. Is that viable, or do you have to justify taking the top 5 overall and rolling them out there to disaster, essentially?
See, that's a great question, and I think about that a lot. And you could look at scenarios. The first being the poor kid in Carolina. That's exactly what they did with him, and now he's been benched after 18 games, just after it's just a bad situation for that dude. So you look at that and it's like, okay, well, if you do what Carolina did, it's not going to work. But at the same time, you look at that whole situation right there, New England, not near as bad of a situation that that Carolina has had there with him. And then you look at, I mean, two people in particular right now from this draft class, Caleb Williams. Yeah, you bring that dude out and they've built around him and he's found a way to win a game. They lose to arguably a maybe Super Bowl contender out of the AFC. And there are still people questioning his abilities after 2 games. But and I haven't been his biggest fan, but I think that having him in there with all those pieces around him, I think is a really, really good thing. So yeah, you roll with that dude. You look at the guy in Washington to where it's like with Daniels, you roll that.
They haven't won either. They haven't won either, though.
I know. And he doesn't have the, what do we want to call it, infrastructure that Caleb Williams has.
Not yet.
But he's out and he's making plays. He's making plays and he hasn't been bad. I mean, I think week 1 of fantasy, he was like the second or third highest scoring quarterback.
Denver hasn't won either. So the rookie quarterbacks don't have a W yet.
And then you go back and you look. I mean, the ideal situation is like with Atlanta, what Atlanta has with Kirk Cousins, and then you roll in Michael Penix that you draft at number 11. You can let that dude sit because obviously. But I think if I'm New England,
but you didn't take Michael. But that's, I guess, to the point though. You didn't take Michael Penix in the top 5.
Yeah. And you didn't take him to play right now.
Well, hell, I mean, Michael Penix was still first round, was he not?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. First round draft pick. Yeah.
Like 13. I can't.
Number 11, I thought it was.
11, 13. Yeah.
And you don't need him right now. But I really think with Drake May, and he did get, I guess he did.
Yeah, he got the reps. He got, the game was already done, but he went in like 5 minutes left in the game, or 4 minutes left in the game, really out of hand. But I mean, I guess can you score 3 touchdowns within 5 minutes? I don't know.
Well, and I think the biggest problem why you don't play Drake May is I see Rob just hit it right there. Their offensive line is not very good.
It's bad. It's I mean, that's what the question was. Like, do you roll them out there when the rebuild is come to fruition and it's ready and it's completely 100%?
I think that's the whole thing.
Why risk your franchise quarterback to an injury?
Right. Do you want to preserve that guy? I mean, look, I lived through Troy Aikman when he was drafted by the Cowboys at number 1, and he just took a beating. And that first season, I mean, maybe that was why his career ended prematurely, in my opinion, was that he just got beat up so bad because that team was so bad, but they had no alternative. Well, you had Steve Berline later, but it was that's a good example right there where you can throw it around. But I think what I'm trying to say with this whole ramble and shit show that I'm giving you, Wags, is I think it all depends on that situation. And if I were New England, I would try to get the dude some spot duty because, like you said, they're not bad. They're not bad. They're just not good. They're just not good, I think is the thing.
Well, I mean, how many 48 plays last night? And from 48 plays, they only squandered 61 yards through the air. And then another 78 on the ground. That's not really good football. But again, be that as it may, we talked about the rebuild being in place there for New England. But they played okay the past 3, I would say the past 2 weeks. They played okay. But last night was a little bit of a stinker, at least on offense. Again, I think being able to hold the Jets to 24, that should be enough. As long as you can hold the Jets to 24, that should be enough. And your offense should be able to go out there and take the victory. But again, I would say that the defense did their job. It's just the offense got a sputter and address that line. 24-3 was the final last night for Thursday Night Football. Hopefully this kicks off a very electrifying week for the professional football landscape here, because last year college beat out NFL in my opinion for the better games, and it feels like college football has got the better games so far in this young campaign. But again, back to what we were talking about, it still feels like preseason football in the first quarter of the NFL. So
yeah, there's a lot of things that will kind of shake themselves out, I think, this week. Speaking of NFL and speaking of exciting news and great games, our friends at busr.ag are giving away a chance to win a trip to see an NFL game live, Live, Pretty simple to participate. All you have to do is jump in, deposit $100 there. You set yourself up an account at busr.ag. I actually did this the other day. Get in there, set that up, and place at least one bet during the month of September. And you can probably find some stuff there where you're not necessarily going to be your gold star lock to win, but there's some there that you may feel more comfortable about. busr.ag. Use the promo code TSU bonus. Make that account, set that up, deposit $100, make one bet in the month of September. You're going to be entered to win. BUSR is going to cover $1,500 of your travel expenses. That's a good bulk of it. So you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the BUSR experience. The winner will be randomly selected on October 4th. That's less than a month away, so you have time right now. Head over to busr.ag. Use the promo code TSU bonus for your chance to win today. busr.ag. With that NFL, Wags, so is this a Super Bowl preview? Houston and Minnesota?
No. No. I think Houston's for real.
Yeah.
I think Minnesota is playing very good football right now, but I want to believe in Sam Darnold. I do. And I sat here and said that they're going to win 10 games this season. I still believe that. I'm still on track for that. But I don't know if Sam's got the championship wherewithal to where he's able to get the team over the hump instead of relying on like the defense or something else. Like, does Sam have the championship, I guess, genes that are, running through his loins there and his arm? If he's able to, when it's all said and done with, and if it's just him and the game has to rely on him to get the Vikings over the hump, can Sam Darnold do that? I don't know. He hasn't had one of those games yet. To me, he's again, no slap in the face to Sam Darnold. I think he's, been able to make the most out of prolonging his career, being able to fit in with San Francisco and then getting another spot and an opportunity here and making the most of it with Minnesota, right? He's got some tremendous weapons around him. I think Justin Jefferson is going to play this Sunday as well. So again, I think the ceiling is still high for Sam Darnold. I just don't know if they're a championship quality team. Their defense is atrocious. And I don't think that Sam Darnold has that wherewithal yet to be like, okay, team's going on my back, I'm going to get the Vikings over the damn hump here. So until I see that, and the good ones, all the good ones have that. All the great championship teams have the quarterback that can put the team when it's all going downhill and it's all just a shit show. The quarterback can say, you know what, I got you guys. Boom, on my back, let's go. There's really only one dude that I know that can do that, or that I've seen that can do that right now consistently, and it's Patty Mahomes, man. No one else can do that.
I thought you were going to say Dak Prescott. I was
Dak plays good, but sometimes I think Dak played fantastic last season. And you know what? I don't think Dallas lost in spite of Dak last season. I don't think Dallas got in their own way. Right, or at least in my opinion, Dak played phenomenal, played out of his gourd. If Dak can continue to do that this season and repeat what he did last season, Dak might be there. Dak might be the dude to be able to take the next step. But if you really want to ask the solid question, and again, this isn't on Zimmer, but there's some things that got to be addressed with that defense for Dallas there, because it didn't look like it did when Dan Quinn was there. And again, it's not all on Zimmer because the players got to execute, but damn, that looked bad.
Yeah. With that NFC North, I think now with the start that Minnesota's had, and they're the only undefeated team in that we're only 2 games in, but they're the only undefeated team in that division right now. I mean, with Jordan Love going down, I think that was already going to be an interesting division anyway. I think a lot of folks were handing this to Detroit, myself included, but with Chicago, with the opportunity there for them to win 9 or 10 games and maybe be a wild card team, to me, that division's gotten really, really interesting now to see.
Love might be back in 2 weeks. Jordan Love might be back in 2 weeks. I think that was the original diagnosis.
Yeah.
But and again, like, I know he's practicing. I've seen headlines that he's practicing right now, where he's been showing up to practice or cleared to practice, but he hasn't been taking game speed snaps yet. I give Jordan Love maybe 2 weeks, but I still don't want to throw it away. Throw the chances of Green Bay representing the champs of the North out of the window. I mean, still it's probably going to be the Lions, but Green Bay, as long as Love comes back within 2 weeks, Green Bay still got a chance to actually make a shot at this thing, right? Or at least contend for it.
I think the biggest thing was last week, and let's say it's going to be 3 weeks. Let's say he's out 2 more weeks. Malik's already won a game. I mean, I think that's really all that you can ask for. I mean, they just signed the guy, for crying out loud.
Lean on Jacobs. You signed Jacobs in the offseason for a reason, right? Lean on your damn running game, man.
Yeah.
And it's crazy. We've seen almost an anomaly in the modern day era of football. All the damn rushing that's going down in the first 2 weeks of football instead of all the aerial attack and the air raid football. Usually this is what the NFL has evolved into, is this throwing league. And hell, you're seeing more ground and pound. J.K. Dobbins, man. J.K. Dobbins. Who would ever damn thought, man? I struck gold somehow by taking J.K. Dobbins in a trade and knowing that he would be prone to injury for his entire career, but somehow I got the number 1 running back in the league.
That
right
is
now,
not a bad thing.
Let's keep it like that. JK, stay healthy, Betty. Stay healthy.
And what you were talking about there with Dak, here's something that is just, and I saw it again last week. I mean, I saw it again last week, and it's the same thing that I saw in the Green Bay loss in the playoffs, because those games resembled each other a hell of a lot. Dak didn't lose that game. Dak wasn't on the field long enough to do much because that defense was so bad, like you were talking about. What happens in these epic fails, it seems like in the Dak Prescott era, that he loses games like that, and the question comes up, is Dak the man, this, that, and the other? Dallas just gets out-coached so bad is the thing that happened. I mean, last week in that game with the Saints, I mean, Mike McCarthy and them, they don't adjust. They look shell-shocked. When Dallas falls behind, odds are they're going to lose, because they can't. If Dallas plays ahead, and I mean, this sounds stupid, but if Dallas plays with a lead, I mean, they're damn near unbeatable. But shit, when they fall behind, and they don't fall behind by 7, Wags. I mean, they may fall behind by 7 in the first 2 minutes, but then you look up and it's 28-0. And that's coaching. That's coaching.
I was going to say, why is that? Is that because they're pressing too hard to get back in the damn game, and then they just make mistakes, and then just get down way too much, and they can't come back from it? Or they just not built? They not built that that to be able to come back from that much of a deficit?
I just think that adjustments, I just don't think that anything is there for them to be able to adapt and pull themselves back in, which on the counterpoint to that's why so many people say that Dak puts up amazing numbers, because they're playing from behind 35-7, which, so he's airing it out and doing different things. But a lot of these things aren't his fault. And that's where, I mean, a lot of times, in my opinion, as we were working on this contract, or as they were working on the contract thing, why I was like, if Dak goes somewhere else, I think he'll thrive, because it would be in a situation where he, with a better coaching staff, with a better, just without all the distractions. I mean, being a Cowboy, especially a Cowboy quarterback in and of itself. But this weekend, I think something that we're going to have a lot of discussion about on Monday and into Tuesday, Wags, is with the NFC East, with Dallas taking on Baltimore and Philadelphia taking on New Orleans. I think that at that point, we're going to figure out, okay, which one of these NFC leaders, supposed to be winners, which one of them is going to either answer some questions or fail yet again? Because it seems like that's what the top 2 teams in the NFC East are doing the best right now, not living up to expectations.
Well, to go back to your first thought, right, of the noon contest between the Texans and the Vikings, Texans are favored 2. I don't see a full scenario or a full injury report on Joe Mixon. He might not. I mean, there's a chance that Mixon might not play, which I don't know too, because I think Pierce is hurt as well. So you might have a little bit of trouble in your backfield there for the Texans. If depending on the injury of Pierce, I'm assuming Mixon will roll out there. Minnesota's got the 8th overall rushing defense right now in the NFL. And then they are, I don't have the actual number, they're like 22nd. They're in the bottom portion of the league for passing defense and total defense here. That I mean, the rushing defense should be able to hone down a little bit of the attack for the ground and pound for Texas. But again, the story for the Texans are, the arm of CJ Stroud and his, the toys that he has at his expense, right? I mean, hell, how do you stop everybody? And with Minnesota being as lack their luster of a passing defense, I think that the Houston Texans should be able to have their way this Sunday with the damn Vikings here. Now, look, I think the Vikings are going to be, like I said, I think they'll be a 10-win team, but their defense has got to do a little bit better for me if I'm going to herald them as a candidate to beat or not the Bears, the Lions there in the NFC North. Like, they look good so far, but I think the Lions are a 13-win team. The Vikings could be a 10-win team, but again, they're also playing getting a very start to a week schedule, a good start to a week schedule. And, you start off with the Giants at number 1. If you're not 2-0 after the first 2 games, actually, I can't say that because San Francisco was a damn good team, or is a damn good team. They kind of gotten lucky there, and they're playing way above their pay grade right now, being 2-0 going into week 3.
I think with Minnesota and the 49er game, and I thought this Sunday is that Minnesota, I mean, with the way the schedule laid out, they were lucky that they got the 49ers when they got them. I think if they play the 49ers in December, as we start that playoff push when CMC is probably back and the 49ers.
Is CMC going to come back? I don't know at this point. I really don't.
I thought maybe
he missed the first quarter of the season and then, try and placate to the tendonitis. But, dude, the more reports that I'm reading right now, I don't know if CMC is coming back, which is crazy. I mean, he'll next season, of course, but I mean, he could be out for the rest of this season, Rodney.
We jinxed him because we talked about he never gets hurt.
Madden, he's on the cover of Madden.
On the cover, there it is, right there on the cover of Madden. And I have him on 2 fantasy football teams. So thanks a lot, CMC. But yeah, and that's the funny thing about it now is we're just early on into the season in the NFC. The NFC is just so wide open at the moment. I mean, I think a lot of folks were by default going to give it to San Francisco, being what they have been, and then the Lions right there behind them. But if you look at it, you have contenders, but there's a lot of questions. I mean, with Philadelphia and Dallas, I mean, which one of those is going to step up and win that division and assert themselves? I mean, the wild card thing is going to be really, really cool. Tampa Bay is quietly looking really, really good. So, and the Saints, I think this weekend we get to see
just how good damn nasty, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Gonna be some good stuff. Gonna be some good stuff coming up. And I can't wait. Any
games off the NFL slate that really jump off at you there that you have to see, that you feel is appointment setting TV?
For me, it's definitely obviously the Cowboy game, but definitely with Philadelphia and the Saints.
Ravens 0-2 coming into town.
Yeah, well, are
the Ravens 0-3 leaving Dallas?
No, Wags, man. I know my Cowboys.
I don't think so either. I'm with you, my guy. I'm with you.
This is when, like you've talked about, and I love the point that you make when you talk about that balance that they need to figure out in Baltimore with the running game between Lamar and Derrick Henry. This is the game they figure it out. This is a game they figure it out at Jerry World.
And you really are. Between you and I don't know who's the bigger doomsdayer on our team. I just don't.
I just know, Wags. I just know. I mean, this is the time. I have said for years with the Dallas Cowboys, if you are a team in a desperate situation where it's Katie bar the door, it looks like it's about to be like the Titanic. You're about to sink to the depths of the sea and never come back. Play the Cowboys. And you will get that oxygen.
You'll have a reinvigorating game. It'll be a galvanizing moment for the team.
Invigorating.
It'll be a get-right game for you.
That's what the Dallas Cowboys do, my man. That's what the Dallas Cowboys
do. They imbue confidence in you.
Right? I'm telling you. I'll tell you another one that's going to be good. Surprisingly, because I wouldn't have looked at this in week 3, 3 weeks ago and said, this is going to be intriguing. Lions Cardinals. Let's take a look at these Redbirds right here, my man.
Little Kyler Murray has got, well, again, no Call of Duty Black Ops 6 has not been released yet. So once that happens in a couple of months, you're going to see a different Kyler Murray. That's the joke. But no, they're balling right now. McBride, McBride shouldn't be a surprise piece for tight end, right? Like he started coming on a little bit last season as well. But yeah, there's some offense there now that there's a little bit of play with Marvin Harrison Jr. And of course, there was a knee-jerk reaction in week 1. He wasn't even targeted. There is a offense that is about to erupt in the desert there. So yeah, that should absolutely be one of your picks for this week. Anything else cracking there? I'm thinking maybe a Giants-Browns game.
Hey, that's going to be a battle of great quarterback play right there.
Battle of the stinkers, battle of the turds, so to speak, my dude. Yeah. I would like to see Devin Singletary go off and have a game here. But I mean, that's the first game on the slate, so I'm going to talk about it real quick for the noon games there. An 0-2 Giants team trying to right the ship and get ready, but it's not going to happen. They're 0-3 after they take on the Browns. I know that the Browns are favored 6.5. I think the Browns are good for 10 here. The Giants are an awful team. You guys know this. And you want to talk about people doomsdaying on their home team. Here I go. It's Giants are absolutely dog shit. I think the Cleveland Browns do what they need to do to contend, not just contend, but yeah, they're good for 10 here.
Yeah. Well, and then that big Lions-Cardinals game, I mean, back to that right quick. We got some exclusive footage of Kyler Murray showing up today for practice.
Here we go. That's your go-to for Kyler, man. That is your go-to.
Yeah, the Giants just need something good to happen. Just anything.
Consistency. I would like to see consistency with the Giants, but it's not going to happen. They looked terrible against Washington. Hell, if they would have had a kicker, they probably would have beat Washington in all seriousness. But
yeah,
they can't even do the little things right. And Rodney, when you don't do the little things right, you can't do the big things right. We've talked about this time and time until I'm blue in the face. I think the Lions survive and get by against the explosion of offense that you'll see from Arizona here. I think the Lions are probably one of the top teams to contend for the NFC. I just don't think anybody's going to get past San Francisco, although San Francisco looks like they can get got. If Minnesota can get them, then I'm sure the Detroit Lions can get them, though.
Yeah. Wags, are there anything here? I do want to talk about Ohtani before we're done, but yeah. I do want to ask you. So I didn't ask you this ahead of time, but I know how you're wired. Any fantasy thoughts right now with this week, with this slate of games? Curious to see what Miami does.
Not at the moment. I mean, to me, it's the connection between Carr and Raheed Shaheed at the moment. I mean, that seems to be a must play. If you have any of those, if you're worried and reluctant about playing, Derek Carr or rolling him out there over a quarterback dilemma that you might have, Derek Carr is a must play, and until he's proven otherwise. And in a lethargic, lackluster passing offense so far in 2024-2025 campaign, Derek Carr has been leading. As a matter of fact, I think he might be tops in terms of individual. Let me go back to individual stats here in just a second. But the Saints are playing efficient football, and that looks like the stack to play every week is the Shaheed Carr stack. Who's another? Maybe a Calvin Ridley play. I think that Calvin Ridley could have a sexy matchup this weekend as well. I'll look more into it and give you guys some plays there. But yeah, again, the Discord reminder, the Discord is set. So if you guys have any fantasy football questions or any questions at all, need to get information about the luncheon or anything that's going down on our weekend events, you can go to our Discord. I put the link in the page, or I put the link in the show yesterday. A few people joined. I'll put another link out there today on Twitter so that people can also find a good landing spot and get in there for the party.
That's right. And don't forget passes.com if you want to be in depth with the University of Texas athletes. Passes, a content creator company that has partnered with the Texas One Fund, the first ever NIL collective on the platform. 40 of the top UT athletes, and that's all across the board, not just football. I mean, that's baseball, basketball, men and women's, volleyball, so forth and so on. The athletes are showcasing their exclusive fan offerings right there, and opportunities for you day in the life content is some really cool stuff to check out as well. It is the opportunity for you guys and us to interact with them, DM, and just have some great conversations with their lives as Texas Longhorn athletes, both on and off the field. Passes is revolutionizing the way NIL athletes engage with all of us. Really cool thing right there. Passes.com. Dive on there and set that up, and you'll be closer to the game than ever before. It's also the best place to donate and support to the Longhorns. Support the Longhorns right there. Again, NIL driven. Subscribe and donate to the Texas One Fund. Get access to tailgate parties, meet and greets, memorabilia, VIP stuff, athlete spotlight access as well. Once again, super easy. Check it out and sign up today. It is passes.com.
Real quick here to address Rob. Rob, what is that value for Derek Carr going on DraftKings? And also, piggyback to that, what is the value of Raheed Shaheed as well? So what will the stack cost you to have in your lineup there? Remember, only 50,000 DraftKings dollars that you get to play with out of 9 players. So you got to make your mix and match work to your perfection. 58's the combined stack. That's a play. That's 5,300 for Shaheed. Okay. What is the combined stack? I thought that was the combined stack was 58. I was like, holy hell, there's no way. What is the combined stack, Rob? Give me that. By the way, if you guys don't play DraftKings is a cool thing to play, but what I've been having the most fun with so far has been underdog fantasy, playing those prop bets on underdog fantasy. That way, people that maybe you're like me and you have 7 different, leagues between dynasty and redraft leagues and best ball leagues that you're in. Sometimes you just want to have a little bit of fun on Sundays and not have to worry about, the 9 players that are going to roll out for your entire fantasy, DFS style is that what it's called? Daily fantasy sports. And then, sometimes you just want to play the prop bets. The prop bets are very fun to do, and it's very easy to do with underdog fantasy. And if you're there, just use code TSU as your sign-on bonus and have some fun. That's right. Jason, that is at the Rodney R, and we can talk that fantasy stuff. That's different. That's that's exotic girls. So look, this is not a bad value for a stack, especially for one of the most efficient teams in football right now. Yeah, $11K to get that stack, and then what you have arguably. Ooh, I'm terrible at math. 39,000 remaining, right? Yeah, 39,000 remaining to put in your lineup. You can make that happen. You can make some sexy value picks too. Hit me up on Twitter, not the fake wags. If you have any questions of that, hit Rodney up also, and then hit us up on our Discord as well. Hey, we'd be remiss if we didn't tell you about the best company in all of Austin, Texas, in terms of audiovisual automation, been setting the standard in audiovisual automation for the past 35 years. It's Audiovisual Consultations. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. The very best in the Austin area. Again, call them up today. Maybe you can, have a chance to watch Shohei Ohtani at night and then also see some of your best Aaron Rodgers clips as well. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com.
Glad you mentioned Ohtani, man. Is that one of? He's
not even pitching yet, dude. You know what I mean? Like, he's the best player in baseball. But here's the question I have to bring to you: will he still be able to perform like this next season while he's on the bump? Because if this is all going down to where he's got plus 50 home runs, plus 50 steals, and he's got 20 game win season. I've never fought. I got goosebumps just thinking about it. I've never seen anything like that in baseball before. No one has seen anything like that in baseball. He will be a god, and it doesn't matter. It really does not matter if his interpreter is spending all of his money or whoever's going to take the damn fall for it. It doesn't matter. He is a damn god, and put him in Cooperstown already if this is going to happen.
It seems like apparently the only thing he's not good at is betting.
But yeah, I'm serious.
Wags, 10 RBIs. 10 RBIs.
Last night. Yeah, last night. Incredible. Yeah.
20-4. Beating Florida. Miami, whatever the hell they're called.
No, it's Miami, but still.
Whatever. I called them Florida the other day. It's all the same.
No,
shit.
We understand the opposite. We understand that they're one of the worst ball clubs in the Major League Baseball. But still. 10 ribbies last night, man.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, he's pretty damn good at baseball. Pretty dang good.
He all right. He's decent.
He all right.
And I'll tell you, you know who's going to be the real big winner with all this now is MLB, because shit, now he's going to be in the playoffs. With everything that he's done before, when he was there with the Angels, they weren't any good.
He was on the Angels. It was West Coast baseball, and he was still getting.
Now, you're going to have. We were talking there when
I don't say West Coast baseball like it's bad baseball. I'm saying West Coast baseball because it's not prime time. Because people don't stay up. Usually, they don't stay up that late to watch. But Now you're going to get him in the playoffs. You're going to get him at playoffs. You're going to get him in prime time. And oh, by the way, and this is with your whole thing right there. I mean, you and I have both kind of poo-pooed on the Dodgers with the way that they go out and snag these guys. Hell, you don't need to pitch him. You ain't got to pitch that guy. Shit. I mean, this is, 50-50. Yeah, he's surrounded with talent around him. Their Dodgers are primed to win for years now, right? Again. So are the Yankees too, but as long as you got the money, buddy. As long as you got the money. This dude's gonna come. He's gonna demand a check and a half every damn sign. What's he locked up for right now? 10 plus,
yeah.
Though, right?
Yeah. If you're Major League Baseball right now, you're sitting there and you're thinking, if we get Shohei Ohtani and the Dodgers against the Yankees in the World Series, we can put a little dent in the NFL. We could put a little dent in the NFL.
Even as marquee of a matchup that would be, I don't think they could. Isn't that crazy? That's how much of the money driver the NFL is. I don't even know if the needle would move, Rodney, which is crazy. We're talking about the World Series contending against regular season football. I don't know if the needle would move.
I don't think it would. I really don't think it would. And that's with an all-time, an athlete that we haven't seen doing
unprecedented athlete. You could say that Babe Ruth did this before, but I never saw Babe Ruth play, so
I didn't either.
Whatever.
And that's where you go back to when people make those comparisons. It's like, baseball then to baseball now. Again, the game itself hasn't changed a lot, but the athlete and all of that has changed substantially from back then. You can't get hammered and go pitch a no-hitter.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're not eating 7 hot dogs and a pint of whiskey.
Maybe you can.
Just to lube up and get started,
Yeah, it's just
BP.
Not conceivable.
Real quick, before we get going anywhere else, before we get out of here, man, I got to remind you all one more time, get on out to the luncheon out at Covert Bee Cave. Here's our friends from Covert Bee Cave.
It's really a family experience. I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How are you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
That's right.
Of course, I'm going to take 620 on my way out there, and 620 is not exactly the best experience driving sometimes. Rodney, you know this from time to time too, bro. Being out there doing Lake Travis games, all the way out there on 620. But here's the thing: you want to make that driving experience a little bit better. Pick yourself up a car from Covert Bee Cave, and that drive back will be even better, much better. Took the Prius out. Took the Prius out. Wanted to leave the fucking Prius there so bad.
See, we
took the Prius out to Covert Bee Cave. Wanted so bad to just leave. Hey, Katie, I'm gonna bring home a car for the weekend.
Driving the ditch, just drive it into the lake. Yeah. We gotta get Dan and Hayden to make a new commercial that says, if you're gonna travel down 620, there's nothing better to sit in traffic in than a Covert vehicle.
That too, right? Or I was gonna think, they cut a new commercial, a new spot, me and you rolling down the damn road in one of their Covert vehicles. Hey, by the way, this vehicle is stolen. We did not give these boys permission to take this car.
Yeah.
Them Duke boys are at it again.
They took this on a test drive. 100 miles later, they're in Waco.
They're on a sabbatical.
Yeah.
up in Oregon and Washington somewhere.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Speaking of money, your man Embiid, getting the purse today. Max guarantee or max deal for Joel Embiid.
Yeah, how about that?
Well, go win something. Go win something, buddy.
Anything else on the slate before we got to get out of here?
By the way, friends, I was talking about that Iron Skillet game tomorrow. That will be on the CW. So you'll have to find the CW. I think in Austin, that's channel 54 on your most providers, or I don't know what, KNVA or whatever that is, the CW. So that will be that one.
That's where you watch what is it, Dawson's Creek, right?
Yeah,
no,
Charm.
That's WB. Is the
Wait,
is the CW and the WB? That's the same thing.
I don't know.
Wait, hold on? Did the WB move over to the CW? Did they switch to the CW, or are those two different networks?
I got to tell you,
I should know this, but I do not.
The CW is making some big. So they now have Xfinity racing for the playoffs.
But I'm serious. Like, is the CW? Are they once WB?
I think those are separate ones.
Okay,
I think those are separate. But like the CW, I saw that. So when they added Xfinity Racing, which is the second league under the Cup Series, they added like Geico, all these different. Their sponsorship thing went crazy. So they're making some moves right there, and it's free TV. Free
television. What's not free is ESPN Plus. So if you want to watch the Longhorns this Saturday, you're gonna have to get ESPN Plus or the package. But hey, reminder, you can unsubscribe for free before 30 days. So go ahead and sign up for it, and then watch 2 weeks, 3 weeks of ESPN Plus or whatever, and then right before, cut the cord, buddy. Just say, hey, you know what? I made a mistake. I don't want ESPN Plus. I don't want Disney or Hulu. You're not going to see anything good on there anyways, man. It's just reruns.
Did I tell you? So I cut the cord based off your advice.
WB became okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you.
So I actually so when I canceled DirecTV, I called them. I said, so are you guys going to come get the equipment or whatever? And they said, no, just recycle it. And I said, recycle it? I'm like, what do you mean? And the lady's like, throw it away.
You made me rent this damn thing out for a lease for $10 a damn month, and you don't want the damn thing back. It's worth nothing to you, but it was worth money to take from me. That is bullshit. Are you serious, Rodney?
Thank you. She said, throw it away. That's what we mean by recycling. I said, you're kidding me. I'm gonna take it out in the front yard and take a leak on that receiver and be like, "There's my money."
I'm going back up to that office and I'm being like, "You need to give me back my lease fee for the damn box if it's not that valuable to you." What the hell?
Yeah.
That's some BS, Rodney. That is BS, dude. What's up, right? Jeff? What's up, Jordan?
Yeah, Wags. The WB and UPN merged to form the CW in 2006.
There I go. Hey, you know what? I was under a rock, man.
Go to the source.
Literally, I was under a rock. I was in Afghanistan and Iraq under a rock.
So it's been a minute since the WB network was a thing.
I thought that was more recent than that. I mean,
I don't know. That's where, like, I mean, this God, I'm going to be a super nerd. I remember watching the animated Batman.
I just
like,
yeah.
Cartoon, like that's like WB. That was my go-to. That was appointment viewing for me, man. Was getting off school and even in high school, man, going home and watching fucking Batman.
Am I imagining things, or back in the day was Dawson's Creek on the WB?
Dawson's Creek was on WB. Okay.
Charmed.
Dawson's Creek was there. Bailey, I can't believe you let Bailey take Posey, or is that's I don't know what the line.
I can honestly say, Wags, and you guys know I'll admit when I watch an embarrassing show or listen to embarrassing music, I've never seen one episode of Dawson's Creek.
Neither have I. I just pulled the line off of Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back.
Here was the deal. Like back in middle school, like 8th grade, there were two different discussions. Whatever night of the week Dawson's Creek came on, the girls were all talking about Dawson's Creek the next day. Tuesdays, it was all what happened on Raw and Nitro last night. That's the conversation for the guys that dominated the school day on Tuesday.
Yep.
And then what's the other one? It wasn't Dawson's Creek. Shit, I can't. Oh, Ocean's. The damn OC.
I think that was a Fox. That was Fox. Yeah.
Fox.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you know how the only reason I remember that's Fox? Because the Fox post game show for football is the OT, and it was kind of a riff off of that.
Yeah, we used to back in the day. I had a job, and this was like out of high school, what would have been early college years, and worked with a lot of women, and they all had get-togethers on Wednesdays to watch 90210 and Melrose Place.
Yeah. You finagled your way into it.
Come over.
George,
So I mean,
George
I
is just
totally
like,
into
y'all,
those.
what are y'all old F's talking about?
Yeah.
Rodney is that dude that would pull like Clueless out of the bag to watch on a date night.
You know what? Here's the thing about that movie, though. Doesn't age well.
No,
no.
Not.
You go back and watch it now. It's not.
Did not age well. You know what else? What else didn't age well too? This is my classic one. This is why I don't go back and watch some old movies. I just want to remember them the way they were. Demolition Man's one of those movies that when I was a kid, I was like, oh man, this is so cool. And then I watched it in college while I was a little hammered one night trying to wind down. And I'm like, dude, this movie sucks. Like it's a pile of crap.
Go back and look at Dennis Leary's rant in Demolition Man. Listen to seriously. Listen to Dennis Leary's rant in Demolition Man and tell me if he wasn't seeing the future.
There's a lot of stuff like that. Like I've been noticing people are like a lot of old George Carlin bits are starting to resurface. I'm like, man, he said this in 1993 and it applies in 2024 more than ever.
And I get that, sometimes situation in history repeats itself, but damn, I mean, when you speak to it to a T like that and almost pretty much guess how the damn fabric of society is going to be, Dennis Leary, you might have a crystal ball. Actually, it would be the writer of Demolition Man. It wouldn't be Dennis Leary.
Rodney, I think Bevo Les Jason's got a point with your DirecTV gear. Take it to a field with a bat and go Office Space style on it.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm going to do. And it's like the bad thing about it is we just had our roof redone a while back, and it's like, damn, I should have timed this better to where I could have gotten out of that and got that shit off the roof. But well, I ain't going up there. I'm scared of heights.
I'll see Jordan. You going to be out at Covert BK later on?
Yeah. Whenever I get off, I'm gonna drive over there.
I'll see you out there. If you see me in a Prius, don't make fun of me, okay? I'm gonna try and take a better car from Dan.
A veteran in a Prius? Come on, man. We got to do better. You're supposed to be driving that Challenger.
Yeah.
You know what? You talk to Dan about that for me. You can give me that challenge.
Well, maybe we got to get to a non-GMC dealership, maybe a Ram or Dodge or something.
They have them all there at Covert, man. It's all there.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to go anywhere. You going out there to the Covert Castle, and you don't have to leave. You don't have to go to another damn station.
7 OEMs up in
You're there. Yeah, you have every damn car in the world there at Covert Castle.
Seriously, Covert BK might need its own area code, its own zip code. Like it's that.
Y'all be good. I'm gonna bid you do, man. Happy weekend.
All right, Wags.
See y'all later, boys.
Wags, Rodney, take it easy. Thank you for everything you guys do. Chaos Theory is done. It's only an hour. It's Jeff and Jordan. So you will be heading out to Covert BK when you're done. You said that's like 10 minutes from your dad's house, right?
Yeah, less than that actually. But no, I'll be going out there with my dad. See everyone, say what's up. So if you're there, looking forward to seeing you. But yeah, just rocking and rolling another Friday.
Nice.
Drove, almost did a full triangle last night. Driving, went Dallas to Houston to Austin. Got home about 12:30. Made pretty good time, considering the game was pretty far west Houston and Rosenberg, a little south too. And then tonight we got Temple hosting the Austin High Chucky Lefts. So excited to see that.
Joneses.
Yeah, Temple isn't. I'll say this: Lake Bell, a third school opening in that area has watered down the success of Temple and Belton. That's always going to happen when another school opens. So Temple isn't quite the program they used to be, but they should be getting a W tonight. They're 2-0 right now, or 3-0, or 2-1, something like that. I know there's this academy or school in Mexico that plays American football, and they travel to Texas to play Texas high school football teams.
Is it Monterey Prep?
I think so. I don't know the name of it, but I'm pretty sure it's in Monterey. But Temple played them week 1 and beat them, and I know they beat San Antonio Reagan week 2. I don't know who they played week 3, but I know they have at least 2 wins. So they should. I think there's 2 kids at Austin High that I know of, and it's only because they're Juice kids.
Mm-hmm.
Outside of that, I don't think Austin High has anyone else. So I'm hoping Temple gets the dub. Regardless, I think the Temple kids would probably talk to me after a loss, hopefully. But anyways, we'll see. And I'm excited to get out there. It'll be my first time seeing Jamarian Carlton as a junior, nation's number 20 overall prospect. I've been a big fan of his for a while. So, and of course, Jason Bradford as well, the 6'2.5", 196-pound corner they got in the same class, 2026. So, yeah, but a pretty productive day yesterday, I'd say. Richmond Randall beat the piss out of Fort Bend Marshall. The final score was 45-7. And it was very non-competitive the whole time.
Yeah,
Caleb Chester.
I'll let you go ahead. So here's what we're gonna do today. Jordan's gonna run down some recruiting. We'll talk this weekend's college football stuff, and we'll talk Texas. Probably the last half of the show. You got to remind you, as we were talking about earlier, our Texas football pregame lunch is at Covert Bee Cave. Food from Smoky Mo's Barbecue and via 313 out there 12 to 1. Jordan will be out there. BK will be out there. Quan Cosby is our lifetime Longhorn guest. So Quan will be there to sign autographs, take pictures, chop it up for an hour. Go say hi to Quan. Good people. Quan's a good dude. So, whatever you need from Quan, he'll be more than happy to do it. And maybe get you a good deal out at Covert BK. That's where Jordan got his vehicle, was out at Covert BK. Yeah. So go see your good friends at Covert Bee Cave. And then tomorrow we'll get you locked in on all this tomorrow. Our the official Texas Sports Unfiltered pregame show is live at Schultz Garden tomorrow. So we'll get to all that before the end of the show. I do have to remind you, if you can't make it out to Covert Bee Cave, don't worry, because we still got a treat for you on the channel today at 1:10. Chip and Zay start at 1 o'clock. At 1:10, Colt McCoy will be on with Chip and Zay. That's a huge get. So Colt McCoy is going into the Longhorn Hall of Honor this weekend with several other inductees. Alex Okafor is going in, Reggie Freeman from men's basketball, but Colt, obviously the headliner. Marquise Goodwin also going in this weekend. So if you can't get out to Covert Bee Cave, if you feel like you're missing out, don't worry. Just stick by the channel, and we've got Colt for you coming up with Chip and Zay at 1:10 today. So with that out of the way, Jordan, please feel free to continue with Caleb Chester and anything else last night. Just a quick recap of what you saw on the road.
Yeah, so Richmond Randall, they're pretty much a running team. They have the number 23 overall player in the 2027 class, Landon Williams-Callis, who's also the number 2 overall running back prospect in the same class. Tashard Choice is really, really hard on him. I honestly don't think Choice has ever recruited a sophomore this hard this early. I mean, the kid has every offer in America. He's had every offer in America for a minute, considering he went like sub 10.5 as an 8th grader. Mm-hmm. But out of all the programs recruiting him, he said Texas talks to him more than anyone else does, and that it's Tashard Choice who talks to him. So definitely relevant. But on the flip side of that, they ran the ball pretty much the whole game. They had a transfer at quarterback. He's a senior. He was at Needville the last 3 years.
Dipping into the portal.
Yeah, they went into the portal. And his name's Keelan Sweeney. He's actually related to the DeSoto wide receivers coach. I'm blanking on his first name, but his name's Coach Sweeney. He's been at DeSoto forever. He's kind of been one of the backbones to DeSoto's success, especially with the receiver development, the amount of guys they put out at that position. Besides being related to Coach Sweeney, he's also Ruben Owens' cousin, as well as Coach Sweeney. Sweeney's Ruben Owens' cousin, and there was a brief period during Ruben Owens' sophomore year where there was some buzz to him transferring to DeSoto because of that. But yeah, so they ran the ball the whole night. Caleb Chester wasn't tested much. When they did throw the ball, QB had a really bad pass. It was just a total duck, and Caleb Chester picked it off. And then Fort Bend Marshall fumbled the next play, and Randall picked it up and scored, and that made it 45-7. So Chester, there wasn't really anything he can do. He's a corner. Corners can't win games by themselves, especially at the high school level. So
I'll say this for Jordan: why the 2 toughest positions, if you really want to look at a commit play, the 2 positions that can really feel like a waste of time sometimes, depending on the team and the circumstances, wide receivers and corners, because they're just going to be out on an island, and you can. If your quarterback isn't very good and can't get the wide receiver the ball, then you might as well just show up for warm-ups, because that's about the extent of what you're going to see in a game. It's a roll of the dice.
Yeah. And also, like 9 times out of 10, teams are smart enough to play keep away to be like, hey, we're not going to effing throw the ball to the Texas commit. All right.
Yeah.
Like pretty simple. And I think most schools get that. The only one I haven't seen understand that is Manville this year, who thought it was a good idea to kick the opening kickoff to Jonah Williams, who returned it for a touchdown. So besides that, I think most schools are pretty smart about keeping the ball away from Texas commits, or at least they try. But Isaiah Williams, who's also at Fort Bend Marshall, 2026 3-star safety, kid I really think will eventually end up at Texas. He left the game early with an injury. I'm not sure what it was. And considering Marshall was kind of getting whooped pretty bad, I wasn't going to go risk walking into their box to go talk to him to get yelled at. So don't know what the injury is. Don't know what happened. But I'll catch up with him and Caleb Chester. We're going to get on the phone sometime this weekend. We'll talk then. The main reason I was there, not Chester, not Isaiah Williams, not Landon Williams-Callis, Chase Sims, the 2025 3-star D lineman that Richmond Randall has. Texas A&M commit, currently has an official visit scheduled to see Texas, the Mississippi State game weekend. He's going to be at A&M tomorrow. Really intriguing. Go ahead.
No, finish. Just whenever you're done with this eval, remind me to come back to A&M because I got an A&M question to bounce around.
Yeah, so really intriguing kid at D-line. I don't know if he'll get bumped up to a 4-star eventually, but I think he might get a little bit of a bump off of his 88 3-star to maybe an 89. Pretty toolsy kid. It kind of resembles Devondre Sweat a little bit in the face. I made that comment, and he's like, "You're not the first one to say that." But I mean, a really intriguing pass rushing interior, like a true pass rushing interior D lineman, I think is the best way to describe him. He had at least, I mean, they're in the backfield the whole night. Caden Johnson, I saw Antoine asked about him. Caden Johnson, I like him. I want him to do well, but I'm just going to be completely transparent. He did not play well at all. He also had pressure in his face every single play, so can't really fault him. But Fort Bend Marshall, they don't quite have the talent at skill position that they used to in the past. So I think that's also a factor. And the thing with him, like, he's a developmental upside guy. The kid's like 6'7", 220. Very rarely will kids that big with that big of arms put it together this early. They're going to need time. So I think he'll probably end up at a lower Power 4 or a high tier G5, and he could end up in the portal one day as one of the top portal QBs. But interested to see how Caden Johnson pans out. But anyways, with Chase Sims, talked to him after the game about Texas. I don't want to say I fully expect this kid to flip to Texas, but like, I don't think he could have said better, more positive words about Texas with him being an A&M commit. He was very, very positive, and I really think this is trending to an eventual Texas flip. I think that's where it's trending. He is visiting A&M tomorrow on an unofficial for their game versus Bowling Green, and I fully expect A&M to try to get him to shut it down, and I'm a little wary of that. Texas is pretty good when they're in that situation and a kid schedules a visit elsewhere. They're usually pretty good at getting it canceled or figuring it out with the kid. A&M under Elko, I can't really think of an example where they've been in the situation yet. So I'm interested to see what happens because this is definitely a kid Texas wants. And I mean, yeah, if he called and tried to commit right now, they would 1,000% let him.
Here's my thing on that though, Jordan. If you're A&M and you want the kid to shut it down, that's a position that doesn't really matter where they're ranked. If he's good enough to play for you, you get an interior D lineman that can play for you. What leverage do you have? And it'd be the same thing if the kid was committed to Texas and had a visit scheduled to A&M. What leverage do you have at that point if you're the school? You don't really have any. So you just kind of got to do the best you can to talk up your program because no kid really likes to hear negative recruiting and just hope you win out at the end of the day. So, and then look, if he cancels the visit, then it wasn't meant to be anyway. He wasn't committed to you in the first place. So, hey, you're playing with house money at that point.
Yeah. So he's going to be interesting. They're obviously on other sides of the ball, and they are, 2 grades apart or a grade apart or whatever. But if Texas gets Chase Sims, that's going to help them with Landon Williams-Callis, he's going to continue to be one of the top targets for Texas in 2027. So. Pretty not the best game. Again, not competitive, but I got what I needed. Also forgot to mention, I showed up thinking it was a 6:00 kick, and my ETA was 5:58 when I left Dallas. I got there at like 5:28 because I speed and because I thought it was 6:00, and I'm like, I'm not pulling up at kickoff. And I get there, and the parking lot's empty. I'm like, you got to be shitting me. Like,
Seven.
This is a 7 o'clock kick, isn't it? Because I'm like KDISD, a lot of the Dallas schools, like the big ISDs that share stadiums, they'll do 6 o'clock kicks since it's a school night.
Yeah.
So that's what I figured. And then it was 7 o'clock. So I walk in the gate at about 6 and I see the pass list. And on that list, I see Kenny Baker, Terry Joseph, and Sean Spencer. And I'm like, yeah, that'll do. That'll work. And what's it called? I never saw Sean Spencer. He might have been in the box, so I never went up to the press box, but I never saw Sean Spencer last night. And if you don't know who Sean Spencer is, he's the A&M defensive line coach.
Yeah.
So I thought that was a little interesting considering Chase Sims is an A&M commit and Kenny Baker was there and the coach he's committed to wasn't. But I also think like that correlates with what I just said, that this is trending towards Texas. So yeah. And Terry Joseph, Kenny Baker both walked in. They're both on opposite sides of the field throughout the game. It was very clear Kenny Baker was paying attention to Chase Sims, and that was the guy he was focused on. Whereas Terry Joseph, I could kind of see his eyes bouncing between Caleb Chester and Isaiah Williams before Isaiah Williams left the game with injury. And then both of them left at halftime. That's pretty traditional, standard thing for coaches. I know some people asked, do they talk to him at all? For NCAA rules, they're not allowed to talk to the kids. Even if they did, I wouldn't tell y'all, but I can't say they did not talk to him last night. I will say probably about 8 times out of 10, you see a college coach at a game, they end up talking to the kid and it breaks rules. But no one ever says anything, and no one like at the state championship games last year at AT&T, they let coaches onto the field for the first time in years for that game. And
because it was a contact period.
Yeah,
it's usually a dead period when state championships are going on.
Yeah, but there were head coaches of schools in the state of Texas just walking up to kids on the field while they're shaking hands.
Yeah,
and it's totally a violation, and they're doing it in broad daylight. It's on TV. No one's saying anything. That's something that no one just really cares about. But no, they did not talk with them. And yes, Callis Williams is a lot like his cousins James and Jaquiz, and I told him I was interviewing him. I'm like, man, are they here tonight? And he was like, yeah, they're in the stands. Oh, man, you got to let me know next time. I'm going to F around and get their autographs or something. I was like, you do realize, both of them are considered, some of, if not the best, Texas high school football players of all time, right? I'm like, you are aware of this, right? The status they have. And he's like, yeah, that's what they tell me, but, And I was like, nah, dude, you got to – those are goats over there. So.
Jordan, I'm just to save you from a potential Emmitt Smith incident. You can get a Jaquiz Rogers. I'm looking at it on eBay. I just typed in Jaquiz Rogers.
I wasn't actually being serious. I stopped getting starstruck when I was probably 18, 6 months into the job. I'm not asking anyone for their autograph.
I was gonna say, if you wanted one, you can get a Topps Finest refractor, numbered to 99. It's a good little card. Jaquiz Rogers autograph rookie. You get one it'll set you back about $4 plus shipping.
Yeah.
So
hey, we're big fans of Jaquiz Rogers. You can't really see it very well, but he is the cover of a group chat of yours truly with a few other 24/7 sports employees called Bitch I Stay Awake. That's the name of the group chat. And Jaquiz Rogers at Oregon State. That's the cover of it. And I showed Landon that back in the summer when I first met him. And I'm like, man, your cousins are awesome. That's all I talked to him about almost. But yeah, a good time last night. Excited for tonight. One thing I want to talk about before we get into Texas ULM, Arch Manning, all that. I have been tracking something throughout this week. Texas, I think we've done a decent job of reporting it on our site and on the show. They would like to take another defensive back in the cycle, and they would like that defensive back to be from the cornerback position, not safety. They're looking at a few different options. It's most likely going to be a senior eval or a flip. I don't really anticipate it being any of the guys that are uncommitted they're recruiting. There aren't really any uncommitted guys they're currently recruiting. But I've been told they might be looking at Jason Stokes a few times throughout this week. And then yesterday when I spoke with a source on the way down, I was told Texas was evaluating a senior film today. So I think that's definitely intriguing, something to potentially watch. I haven't been told anything further than that. But I mean, I like Stokes a lot. This is a kid who Was at Bowie his freshman year in South Austin, St. Michael's as a sophomore, and then he transferred into Weiss spring of his sophomore year. He's been at Weiss since. Grew up playing receiver. He was a receiver, played receiver at Bowie, played receiver at St. Mike's. Also played a little bit of basketball growing up, ran track as well. Once he got to Weiss, though, they told him, like, hey, you're a good receiver, but if you want to play college, it's in the defensive backfield. He switched to corner, proceeded to go first team all district in 12-6A, a 6A district that's pretty competitive as a junior in his first year ever playing. Finished with like 36 tackles, 3 picks, 5 PBUs, and I think a forced fumble as a junior. And that was in 11 games because Cedar Hill beat the shit out of him round 1 last year. But he ended up committing to Utah. He took officials to LSU, TCU, Arizona, Texas Tech, and, of course, Utah. And then chose Utah at the end of June over those options. I do know LSU still reaches out to him a little bit. Florida State offered him in August. That's also something I need to mention. He has a brother that played at A&M and Florida State, blanking on his name, but he ended up in the league. It's his half-brother. And Jason Stokes is actually originally from Florida. He moved to Texas. I don't know when, but he moved to Texas at some point with his mother and stepfather. So now in the state of Texas, also multi-sport kid. Hasn't played basketball in high school to my knowledge, but he did in middle school. He has run track, however, at all 3 of the schools he's been at. And he's done a few different events, but the most impressive feat he has is the 22.36 in the 200. We haven't verified it's 6'1", 175. It's old verified measurements, though. And because he's ranked now and we had verifieds, we can't change that measurement until we have new verifieds. He lists himself at 6'3", 185. So 2 inches taller and 10 pounds more than we list him at. I don't know if he's 6'3", 185, but he's taller than 6'1", and he weighs more than 175. So he's somewhere between there. I mean, Jeff, you've talked about it a lot. Anytime Utah wants a kid, I think Texas has every reason to want him.
Double back on it, man. Yeah.
And I mean, yeah. So I like this kid a lot. He checks the boxes from a size, measurements perspective, from a multi-sport perspective, track perspective. And the arrow is pointing way up here because he's only played 14 career games at the cornerback position, so I really like him. I completely think this is a kid who could play at Texas. And honestly, I hope they offer him because it would make my job easier. And because, I mean, I like local kids ending up at Texas. It's a good story. And, I mean, look at the 3 DBs from Austin in the backfield right now. So,
yeah. And by the way, Jason Stokes' brother, Jayshawn Corbin, former he was at A&M for a couple years and then transferred to Florida State and was with the Giants in 2022. So, hey, Jayshawn Corbin, by the way, Jayshawn Corbin's NFL statistics, Jordan, one rushing yard, 3 receptions for 12 yards.
Hey,
that's one more yard than a hell of a lot of other people have.
Yeah, hey, he played. You can say
no
it.
Question.
But
so
Coach 420, I do not have any Caleb Bell news that wouldn't just be me repeating myself from whatever was the last time, unfortunately. But when I do, I will let you know.
Yeah, I want to get to this with A&M, and you tell me if this makes any sense. So we've all seen Connor Wigman, and look, I mean, he was a great player in high school, and I know there's you'd like to see what you can get out of him. And we don't know how good Florida is or isn't. I mean, I think we can figure out they're not very good. But going into the swamp and Marcel Reed doing what he did, I thought he looked good, Jordan. He was impressive. I haven't been that impressed with an A&M quarterback in a minute. Like the fact that Mike Elko, and look, it could just be him playing possum. I don't know. But he said Connor Wigman's going to be a game time decision. I don't know why you wouldn't just go with Marcel Reed.
Did you see what he said about naming starters?
So I was told
he said he's going to wait each week to name a starter for the rest of the entire season.
That's what. So I went full disclosure. I had a doctor's checkup this morning, and my doctor is he's an Aggie and was telling me that, and I'm like, well, what the hell that doesn't make any sense. So I don't know, man. I guess they want to exhaust the Connor Wigman, Colin Klein dynamic. It's got strong hints of Garrett Gilbert, Brian Harsin. I think they want to exhaust all their options to make it work until it either succeeds or just fails spectacularly. It just so happened that for Garrett Gilbert at Texas. It failed spectacularly in the second game of the season against BYU. I don't know, man. That kind of if that's really Mike Elko's logic, if that's really what they're going to do, that could end up costing them a game that could be the difference between them being like a 7 or 8 win team or maybe a 9-win team.
Yeah. No, I mean, I've said it since that A&M game. They're running a Colin Klein offense without Colin Klein personnel.
And Nathan, that could be it. That could just be. I like Nathan's comment here. It sounds like he's benching Wigman without saying it. Yeah, that could just be him cushioning the blow. But I think at this point, man, you got to ride the hot hand right now. And look, Bowling Green, they're playing Bowling Green tomorrow. That's not a terrible Bowling Green team. That's a Bowling Green team that pushed Penn State. So I mean, they've got the ability to push A&M. Even if Wigman's healthy, dude, I wouldn't risk it. I would this is another good start for Marcel Reed. If I'm Klein and Elko, I would just give Marcel Reed the ball and see what he does, man.
Yeah, like that's the thing that I'm really interested to see because, like, I can say with confidence, Connor Wigman is the highest paid player on the A&M roster. And
I know waiting for you to go there, but that's what I said. They've got a lot invested in him. Yeah.
And I know exactly what they're paying him. And you don't pay that to sit on the bench. And yes, Marcel Reed is probably – I don't know what Marcel Reed's getting, but I know it's not more than Wigman. And I know he's probably, as a QB, considering it's the highest paid position, probably top 5 or at least top 10 highest paid on that team. But still, like, I'm so curious, like 10 years from now, when we've had a real sample size of NIL in college football, how much this affects decision-making. Because, like, look at DJU. Is that what's happening in Florida State? We're paying this guy too much to sit on the bench. You know,
I've been reading
that's the only thing that makes sense to me.
By the way, Knowles 24/7, that unconquered message board on game day.
It's amazing.
It's a trip, man. It is. If you have a 24/7 VIP sub and you get access to all the boards, the Florida State board on game day that alone is worth the price of your sub. All the other intel, everything else is just gravy. But
yeah.
Like one of the big threads the Memphis game was, man, does Brock Glenn just suck this bad? And the overwhelming response was like, yes, that's exactly what this means, because there's no reason for DJU to still be playing. So I told y'all Brock Glenn was sorry as hell. And I don't know, maybe it's that, maybe it's they're just paying him too much to sit on the bench. I really don't know. But at the game I was at last night, Texags had one of their guys there named K Draw, he's fresh out of college. I think he might be an intern for them or something, but good guy. We always chop it up, a little shit talk, of course. And with I'm like, what do you think they should do? And he's like, just give the keys to Marcel. It's his team. Like, just get rid of Wigman. And I'm like, damn, really? He was like the glory boy. And he was like, yeah. And I'm like, honestly, if I'm Connor Wigman, I'm going to look myself in the mirror and be like, you know what? The best thing for me is probably to transfer to SMU or Texas Tech, where they're just going to throw the shit out of the ball and he actually fits that offense. Because he doesn't fit whatever A&M's running with Colin Klein. He doesn't. No. He never will. And you know what? We know whether the Dusty Wombles of the world, like there's people at Tech that have money. You can get Connor Wigman out of the portal. Connor Wigman is an infinitely better option. Will Hammond aside, because we haven't seen Will Hammond yet. He's
a little bit. He played versus UNT.
Right now. As what?
He played versus UNT. He had a couple passes to Micah.
If I had to pick between the two, even as much as Connor Wigman struggled, dude, I would take him 6 days a week and twice on Sunday over Barrett Morton.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. Especially, yeah. And one thing I talked about last night, Houston is really going to need a QB in the portal. Like, they are effed. They have Donovan Smith, who's leaving after this year. Yeah. After that, Lucas Coley. And I don't even remember the kid they signed last year because it was a name that was not a big one. But Houston's going to need a QB. I don't see Wigman. I think he might have too much pride to go to Houston like most guys do. But considering he was a Bridgeland kid in the Cypress area, he might have a shot. Who knows? But my dad just said Auburn's going to get Wigman probably because they need a QB. But they'll probably get him in, and then when it's time to get into the school, the admin will be like, actually.
And then
we have other plans. You're stuck with Peyton Thorne again, bozo.
They'll get stuck with whatever the 24-25 portal window version of Peyton Thorne is. That's who'll be quarterbacking for Auburn. Jake, yeah. I'll say this too, and I feel for Florida fans especially because, and the guys I know that cover Florida, because that's where I've been for a better part of the last decade. And that Swamp 24/7 message board, Jordan, they're at the point where Texas fans were towards the end with Mac and like the very end of Charlie. It's like the only thing that is going to satisfy us. We don't care what you write, what you talk about. We don't care about recruiting. The only thing that will universally satisfy us is this head coach getting fired. Nothing else matters until this head coach is canned. And that could be Sunday, because I'm telling you right now, man, if Florida goes to Starkville and loses to a not very good Mississippi State team, dude, Billy Napier might not make Sunday. I mean, he might make Sunday, but I don't think he's clearing Sunday at that point.
If they lose, I don't think it matters what the score is. If they lose, he's getting fired, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Because this is what I've noticed. As someone who's worked in college football media for, I guess, a minute now, you get a better understanding of what certain articles mean, right? And what they're kind of forecasting.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think I've ever seen so many like Billy Napier could be getting fired after this. And like the amount of stories I've seen from our national team at 247 at CBS, where it's like, hey, sources at Florida have made it very clear he's probably fired before the end of the year.
Yeah.
And that this game versus Mississippi State holds a lot of weight. So, I mean, all the signs are pointing to them losing to Mississippi State, and he gets fired no matter what.
I think there's that. I think another telltale sign usually, and you can go back to various points in Tom Herman's tenure, Charlie's tenure.
Actually, we knew he was officially cooked when he started sneak dissing rural Central Floridans in their basement.
Yeah, exactly.
They're not sneak dissing, just dissing.
Yeah,
but
Billy, I don't think building a basement in an environment below sea level is a good idea, but to each their own. But no, like when the beat writers, and I've seen our Florida guys do this a couple weeks ago. I think it was after the A&M game. When your beat reporters start writing the articles that it's time.
Yeah, I saw that.
Then at that point, you've lost the beat reporters, you've lost the fan base, you've lost everybody. Like it's just, you're just waiting for the other shoe to drop at that point. And that could be this week for Florida. That's, if you're going to pay attention to an SEC game this weekend, if you're a Texas fan, that's one you might want to peek in on, is Florida and Mississippi State, because that's the conference opener for Texas. And I mean, who knows? Maybe DJ Lagway comes in and saves the day for Florida and lets Billy Napier live to fight another day. I don't know, but you at least get an advanced look at Mississippi State.
If Florida rolls in to start Vegas and number 2 isn't the starting QB, Napier's just basically asking to get like, hey, can y'all just fire me finally, please? Like, that's the message he's sending. You know, like, it's so clear what card to play here, and it's the true freshman 5-star QB. Like, it's not rocket science. If they roll out Graham Mertz or whatever his name is.
Graham Mertz, yeah.
Geez. I wonder how full that stadium will be, because that's probably one of the only games Mississippi State can win this year.
So this
that's the biggest mid-off of all time.
It's an 11 a.m.
One of them.
It's an 11 a.m. But there ain't nothing else to do in Starkville, I don't think.
Yeah, I don't know. If I was I bet Mississippi State fans are in hell, honestly, with Ole Miss rolling the way it is, and they just look like ass. So I know there's a humongous difference in the NIL collectives from both of those schools. Not only the amount of money going in, but the just top to bottom organization. Mississippi State, I've been told, has a pretty unorganized. They're kind of still in 2021 mode, where everyone is unorganized, and they never really just figured it out. That's kind of what I've been told. So.
Well, because I mean, Mike Leach wasn't going to be big on the NIL stuff. I don't think it was that important to him, and quite frankly, Zach Arnett. I heard Zach Arnett interviewed. I think it was when. Hold on, let me think. It was when LSU, I think they had fired Bo Pelini as a DC, and Orgeron was going to hire a DC for 2021, his last year. And or I think that's what it was, if I'm thinking right. Anyway, I heard Zach Arnett interviewed for the LSU defensive coordinator job. And if his prep for that job was any indication, then yeah, I'm sure the program was pretty disorganized.
Yeah. But yeah.
By the way, Jake, CB, Jason, JW Crunch, Ike, DJ, R. Travis Johnson, Antoine, Father Texas 98, Rex, Coach 420. Everybody, thank you so much for participating in the chat today. We greatly appreciate it.
Yes, sir. I saw JW Crunch said, what about Michigan for Connor Wigman? I don't think he's going to want to go that far from home or play in a cold weather environment. Also, like, is there a worse offense outside of the military service academies to, like, try to pitch to a quarterback? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like
I wouldn't do that, you know.
I also think people forget they do have Jaden Davis, who's a true freshman on their roster, who's a top 247 kid. They might honestly just have him. He'll probably redshirt this year, but they might start him next year. They might not need a portal. He's talented, but I don't know if he'll be ready enough. That'll be up to them, and they'll have to figure it out because they effed up the portal last year because Harbaugh and all the buzz to the NFL, and then he did, and it was the violations, sanctions. They weren't able to get anyone out of the portal that was really worthy, I'd say, besides Jay Sean Barham from Maryland.
I will be in the press box at DKR tomorrow before the Texas game. I'm going to try to watch as much of USC Michigan as I can, just assuming that game doesn't get out of hand or anything, because I think that's an interesting game for both, because for Michigan, if you beat SC and do it with Alex Orji at quarterback, now you're thinking, hey, we might not be a national championship team, but we can definitely salvage something out of this season. And Michigan's got the pieces on defense. Like Michigan, Jake Bayless just brought it up. Michigan kind of can be what I thought Michigan was going to be this year, was kind of a souped up version of Iowa. There were going to be a couple of games, Texas being one of them, where they wouldn't be able to match scores with an offense. And Ohio State, I think, is going to be another one of those games. But they had enough to kind of win ugly, and they could have won 8-9 games like that. Can they still do that? I think they can. But if they don't beat SC tomorrow, then I think you're looking at, okay, is the ceiling, instead of 9 wins, is their ceiling more like 7 wins if they don't beat SC tomorrow? And likewise, GJ just brings this up with that SC defense. If you go to Ann Arbor, I don't care how good Michigan is or isn't. It's almost like A&M going to Gainesville last week. Doesn't matter how good Florida is or isn't. If you go to the Swamp and win a conference game, you get credit for that. If you go to Ann Arbor and beat Michigan in the Big House, you get credit for that. So if SC goes up there and if they win a physical, ugly, kind of nasty, grinded out game, dude, those are the games Lincoln Riley straight up has struggled in. Like, you look at the Big 12 opponents that gave Lincoln Riley trouble when he was at Oklahoma. Like, Tom Herman didn't win his fair share against Lincoln Riley, but those were always tough matchups for OU because of the physicality Texas had. K-State was a tough matchup because of their physicality. Iowa State was a tough matchup because of their physicality. So this is the kind of game where a Lincoln Riley team, I would not pick them to win. So if they go beat Michigan tomorrow, then I'm not saying I'm believing SC's going to the playoff, but I start believing that, okay, maybe Lincoln Riley might have this thing figured out. Maybe D'Anton Lynn is worth every penny you're paying him and should probably be paid more.
Yeah, and Henderson, the D-line coach they got from the Rams when Aaron Donald retired. Thank you, Rex, very much. So kind of you. Thank you so
Appreciate
much.
That.
No, with USC, I mean, look, I don't think Michigan is – you can't even describe them as a shell of the last year's team. It's that big of a difference. But, man, if USC walks into Ann Arbor and walks out with the W, that might be one of Lincoln Riley's most impressive wins of his career, just because of the type of team Michigan is. He never wins those games. We talked about – my dad and I talked about the SC Michigan game a lot yesterday, and I was like, I don't think Michigan can score with them. And if USC plays well enough defense like they showed, they're going to win. And he made a great point. Like, how long had it been since Michigan lost at home before Texas beat them?
They had 23 in a row at home.
Yeah. Are they really going to lose not 2 games in a row, but 2 games at home this early in the season?
Yeah.
Maybe not, So I don't know. I think they're going to rise to the occasion. I think they're going to have a fire lit under their ass because Texas embarrassed them. And they obviously aren't going to want that to happen. Yes, USC is really dynamic. Zach Branch, Mekhi Lemon, Deuce Robinson, Miller Moss is pretty decent for what a lot of people originally expected from him. But I mean, they don't have the athletes Texas does. They're close, but they don't have the athletes Texas does. USC can win by multiple scores, but I'm not really expecting it. I'm just interested to see this game.
Yeah, Rex, I think the offense Michigan should run. I don't even think it's the 2004 Texas offense. I think it's more that 2003 Texas offense where Roy Williams just became a glorified tight end. They basically used the wide receivers as blockers, and Texas beat A&M that year. Oh gosh, what was the score in College Station? It was like 43-15. They just beat the piss out of A&M, and I think Vince Young threw like 5 passes. Like seriously, they ran for like 3-something against the Aggies, dude. They just ran A&M, and that was the A&M team that got beat 77-0 in Norman. So like that was not a very good A&M team, but that was one of those deals. I'm like, dude, I didn't think I'd see the day in 2023, or I mean in 2003 with those receivers Texas had, where they beat somebody by 30 freaking points, throwing the ball like 5 times.
Yeah, no. I mean, shit, imagine a Texas team doing that nowadays.
Hey, the last time I saw it, man, I think Gerard Hurd had 5 passes in that 2015 Texas OU game. And one of those was he technically had a touchdown pass that was the little flip, the jet flip to Marcus Johnson. Yeah, that counted as a touchdown pass, even though basically it was pretty much a handoff.
I remember Marcus Johnson hitting that in the end zone.
That's when I knew Texas had a chance, because like Marcus is running and churning to the end zone. It's like everybody in Oklahoma just stopped playing defense. I'm like, y'all gonna make an effort to like at least act like you want to tackle him, but they didn't. So. Yeah, Coach 420 on OU and Tennessee, we'll finally figure out kind of what OU is all about tomorrow. I just don't think if Tennessee gets clicking, and there's no reason to believe they won't, I don't see Oklahoma being able to match scores. I think that's going to be Oklahoma's Achilles heel, and I don't think it's necessarily an indictment of Jackson Arnold. It might be, I don't know, but we'll see. I mean, if you're Seth Luttrell, at some point, you got to trust Jackson Arnold to make some really good throws, like to go down the field and try to test somebody. The saving grace with him is he just hasn't been turning the ball over. That's only going to help you so much against Tennessee. You can look, if anybody knows how to defend the veer and shoot, it should be Brent Venables. And Josh Heupel has kind of put his spin on it. So maybe you can make that limit possessions, kind of. Shorten the game, which sounds really weird because Oklahoma's winning games in 2024, how they were having to win games in 2001, with just a good defense and special teams and field position and not turning the ball over. But that's how Oklahoma's going to have to win that game tomorrow. If they get in a shootout with Tennessee, they're not going to be able to match scores with Tennessee, I don't think.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the OU defense versus Tennessee offense will be pretty good, pretty competitive.
Yeah, I think so too.
I do think it's Nico Iamaleva's first like real test, especially on the road.
Yeah.
I'm really excited to see that. What I will say, OU is going to be without 2, if not 3 offensive line starters this game. No one's really talking about that.
Yeah.
Tennessee has probably the number 1 D lineman off the board in April, James Pierce.
Mm-hmm.
They also have several other guys who are going to be drafted in April.
And that's not this was not projected to be a great OU offensive line anyway.
Yeah, and they're potentially going to be missing 2, if not 3 starters, and one of them would be a backup center, and their center's probably the best player on that line, Hickman. But anyways, I think this might be reminiscent of the 2021 state championship game for Jackson Arnold when Ethan Burke and Colton Vosick and the Westlake defense sacked him a state championship game record 11 times. Now, I don't know about them, sacking him 11 times. But they're going to get back there. They need to get the ball out quick. I pull for Jackson Arnold. He's a great kid. I like covering him. So I'm hoping he figures it out a little bit more. But I mean, I struggle to not think he's going to make another play like he did versus Tulane last week, where he threw that stupid interception and the guy was right there. He basically just gave it to the linebacker. He's going to do something like that again this week, I think. And it's just because James Pierce and the Tennessee D-line are going to be in his lap every other play. So I think Tennessee's just going to blitz the shit out of him, pressure him. OU, they're starting to get their receivers back, so I'm interested, how that'll work. But it's not looking great. I would definitely put money on Tennessee, and I don't know what the line is, but I think Tennessee might honestly cover that.
This morning I saw it was at 7 this morning.
Yeah, Tennessee
is going to. I can tell you here in a sec because I was checking Texas this morning too. It's Texas ULM is still at 44.5. So
yeah, I'm not touching that, but I might put money on Tennessee.
Man, even though I feel better about Texas covering right now that they're actually not playing up and down to the level of their competition, when
it's that wide though, it's like I'm not even gonna be watching the whole game seriously. Like I'm not putting money on this.
You're like a Trey Owens bot shotgun snap away from being in a world of hurt in the last.
Yeah. Like I'm not putting this thing on Daniel Cruz, the third string center. Hell no.
Connor Robertson forced the backdoor cover, and you got F right there. Sportsline consensus. Shout out to the CBS Paramount family. Sportsline consensus has it -6.5 Tennessee right now. You get it at some books at 6.5.
I like that. I do want to say I saw this one question, and then we only got about 5 minutes left. But y'all have any questions, type them up. We'll get to them. But I saw this one from Antoine, and I
we'll
want to hear
your talking Texas ULM. So.
Yeah, I wanted to hear your opinion on this first. What do you think? For those on audio only, Antoine said, did you guys see the defensive tackle snaps playing out like this? Vernon Broughton, Alfred Collins, Jermaine Lole, Bill Norton, Alex January, Tia Sabea, Sadir Mitchell, Jeray Bledsoe,
and Aaron Bryant.
I'm like, why can't I think of his first name?
The only one that it doesn't surprise me, but it disappoints me. That I figured Savea and Lole would be flipped and Bledsoe would be higher.
Yeah. I don't think expect is the right word. I think hope is a better word. I hoped Bledsoe would be higher.
Yeah.
I honestly thought Norton would be higher. I thought Norton would be the third guy. And based off how Jermaine Lole has played at times, and always gotten kind of pushed out of the play at times this season, I'm kind of surprised he is up there that high on the snap count list. I mean, it's interesting. I didn't think Alex January would be there either, to be honest. I knew he'd get snaps, but not more than, Tia Savea. I definitely think that's
let's look at this in context, though. Context might be key here. So the snap numbers, Broughton is at 90, Collins at 79. Then you got Lole at 57, Norton at 36, January at 30, Savea at 28, Sadir Mitchell 20, Bledsoe 12, and Bryant 10.
Yeah, the Dre Bledsoe stuff is definitely a little disappointing.
Yeah,
but always next year.
I guess. Yeah, I mean,
tell you what, based off how many bodies they got and how much they need D linemen, he will not be a guy that gets pushed out. So
the good news is, though, like Vernon Broughton has elevated his game, and Alfred Collins is starting to. I'm noticing fewer noticeably bad plays from Alfred Collins, which is a step in the right direction, right?
Yeah.
So you got those two, and then pretty much after you get to those two, I think it just becomes a deal where it's going to be opponent based most of the year. Like if you're facing a run heavy team like Bill Norton, I think his highest snap count game was against Michigan, which makes sense, right? You want Bill Norton for that type of game. Tomorrow you're facing a team that runs the football, that wants to run the football. It's probably going to be more Bill Norton, Alex January, and guess what? You'll probably see a little more Sadir Mitchell against ULM than you did last week against UTSA. So, but when next week when you face Mississippi State, you'll probably see a little more Jermaine Lole, maybe a little more Tia Savea than you will Norton, January, and Mitchell. So I think after Collins and Broughton, I think it's going to become opponent based. I tell you what, though, I want to track Alex January snaps by the time we get to that bye week, so after the next 2 games, see where he's trending. And I want to keep track of that because I think his snap counts, Jordan, I think it's going to go up for Alex January. I just think that as the year goes on, he's just going to merit more playing time. It's not like Colin Simmons where we already see like Colin Simmons, okay, like play a little more against Michigan, he play a little more against UTSA, and it's like, okay, you're clearly our best pass rusher. Like we got to get you on the field more. I don't think it's that for January because they're just different type players, but I think you'll see as the year goes on, they start giving Alex January a little bit more, giving him a little bit bigger piece of the pie as we go forward.
Yeah. Great point. I saw Rex St. Charles ask if Arch didn't exist, would Sark prioritize Jackson Arnold? Honestly, I don't think we'll ever know. From day one of that 2023 cycle, Texas was full on Arch or bust. They were either getting Arch Manning or they weren't taking a quarterback. Especially, he kind of extended his recruiting timeline longer than most QBs take to commit. So once they got into that spring of 2022, it was like, okay, if he screws us and goes elsewhere, we're actually effed because everyone's already committed besides him.
Yeah.
So they needed to get him, and they did.
If Arch would have committed somewhere else, either Dylan Raiola or Julian Sand would be at Texas right now.
Yeah, I firmly believe that. Correct. So CV said, where is Charles Wright? I do not know. I saw App State was playing last night, and I went to check out the box score and didn't see him in it. So I looked up their season stats on ESPN, and I got this like crazy glitch where it was pulling up like Aaron Rodgers and like Chad Henne as their QBs. So I didn't even get to see, but I don't even know if he's played this year. I'm not sure.
Jordan, is there anything you're looking for tomorrow other than we'll see how this thing looks with Arch running it from the jump?
I want to see no injuries, of course, no injuries. I really just want to see the freshman guys play a bunch. I think they will. Excited to see my guy, Anthony Smith, and just the rest of those freshmen. Anytime they can play, it's entertaining. People love it, and
I think tomorrow,
Trey Owens too.
Tomorrow, I think, is going to be a big Anthony Smith, Leonga Lafau game because if I'm PK, I want based on how if you're Sark and PK, you want this game to go. I let Ant Hill get his work in and get him out, and then and get David Benda out too. David Benda is old. You got to preserve those joints. But
yeah,
no, I think it's going to be a big Anthony Smith, Leonga Lafau game in the second half tomorrow. At least it should be. Jose asked an interesting question for me. He says, what offense suits Arch Manning more since he's a running threat? Does it differ a lot from Quinn? Actually, what offense would have best suited Arch Manning? It would have been the offense that Greg Davis was running at Texas in 2008, 2009 with Colt, where you had quarterback run wasn't your dominant form of running the football, but you had enough zone read stuff in and a kind of a tempo, precision, kind of West Coast style passing game where the ball's out quick, and you got to have a quarterback that can anticipate, and clearly we've seen that Arch can do that. I think, man, of all the qualities, I said this before, of all the qualities Colt had, and by the way, don't forget Colt's coming on in a little over an hour at 1:10 with Chip and Zay. Of all of Colt's great qualities, I think his ability to anticipate, to throw open receivers, to anticipate where the window was going to be open, that was his best quality. I mean, I haven't seen, Jordan, another Texas quarterback that could deal like that, where, that goes to the work he put in with Jordan Shipley and Quan Cosby. But it's almost like, hey, if Quan Cosby's running a square in, like he almost could run the route with his eyes closed and know exactly where the ball was going to hit him. Like it's it's one of those things, very, very precision like because of his ability to anticipate. That's just, man, anticipation is one of those things you can get better at it, but it's almost like, recruiting size or recruiting length. Like it's God.
Yeah, you can't coach it. Yeah. Colin Page Hive stand up. Man, do you think we'll see Colin Page play tomorrow versus the Warhawks?
I mean, we saw him last week for a bit. He got to spin a little bit.
Yeah. Hey, CB said Chucky Left is no longer on the App State website. Per a source, it is my father watching the show. He left App State after a few days. He was at an Austin High game last week with Arch and his parents. My dad has a buddy who has some kids at Austin High that play football there, so I'm assuming that's where he got that from. But he said he thinks he's back at UT as a regular student. He would have one more year before he's been in college, or this would be his 4th year of college. So I don't know. Maybe he's graduating and just finishing up at UT. Who knows? I'll try to find out. I'm seeing Austin High tonight, so I might run into him. Who knows?
Charles already had his degree, so maybe if you run into him tonight, I mean, he might be in grad school at this point.
Yeah, I mean, he was my class. He was class of 2021, except he early enrolled. So, yeah, he might have graduated in January.
And man, with dual credit, like my wife's a high school principal with dual credit. Like she's got kids that are getting to college with like 30, 40 something hours already when they leave high school. Like that's insane. But yeah, that's neither here nor there. But I think Charles might be close to getting that degree. I'll say this too about the offense with Arch. Here, the good thing is Joel Klatt mentioned this, and I hit on this a little bit yesterday. Joel just did a better job being a little more eloquent than I am with it. When Arch is in, you don't have to change your offense. You don't really have to insulate him. Like, he knows what to do, and he's so talented. The only thing you really have to change from the normal offense is you'd put in a little more quarterback run.
Yeah,
you have very little quarterback run with Quinn. You just have a little more zone read stuff mixed in with Arch. But other than that, the offense is going to be the same. So it's not going to be what we saw last year, where they insulated Malik Murphy a lot last year. I mean, Sark was very smart with how they game plan for Malik, because what was Malik's strength? Throwing the ball down the field, right? You insulate him, hammer Jonathan Brooks, run. And then when you take a shot, you're taking a shot. And when you got A.D. Mitchell and Xavier Worthy, like, you just got to throw it up in the vicinity and let him go get it. So I thought Sark was really smart with the way he game planned with Malik Murphy quarterback. To me, I don't think he's got to be that different game planning, whether it's Quinn or Arch. I think it's pretty much the same for Sark. Yeah. Yes, Steven Texas has played ULM before. This is the third meeting. Played them to open the 09 season, won 59-20. Played them to open the 2022 season. That was Quinn's first start, won 52-10.
Yeah. One thing I noticed as the game went on with Arch Manning in the game and not Quinn, I don't know what the percentage is, but the amount of motions was reduced so much with Arch in the game and not Quinn. Like, it had to have been close to a quarter of the amount of motions they're using with Quinn. It was significantly less. And I'm very curious how that's going to look this week. I think I said it on the show this week already, but they could probably tell ULM what the play is before they run it and still probably figure out a way to win.
Yeah.
So I don't know if they'll even need motions this week. But if there's a lot more, I'm just curious how that's going to look, considering they've only had a week of practice. But I mean, yeah. But hey, you know who Arch is squaring off against tomorrow?
Who?
The General Booty.
Oh, yeah.
Sark, that's ULM's QB, General Booty.
Sark coached, I guess it'd be his older brother, I think. John David Booty at USC. Yeah. He was one of Sark's guys. I think John David Booty was I think in between Matt Leinart and Mark Sanchez.
Yeah, David Keith Williams. I was listening to RJ Young earlier, and he made a point that I don't think many people actually realize. But Arch Manning is the first QB to start a game for a number one ranked Texas team since Colt McCoy.
It's kind of okay. Is his uncle? Thank you, Jake. I forget that Booty family tree, what it looks like.
It's like a butt.
It kind of. Eric wrote this in his 4 downs. Are the guys there, by the way?
Yeah, let's bring them in.
Okay, this is a good segue to bring him in, because Eric wrote this earlier this week about Quinn just kind of deserves better from the national media. And, for me, I think go ahead, just get it out of the way, Jordan.
It's been a long last 24 hours. I can't believe. Yeah, all right, y'all got to stop. I'm just gonna mute myself. Go ahead, Jeff.
But anyway, Eric wrote this: Quinn deserves better, and it sucks that like Quinn got you to this point where you're number one in the country, and it's almost like you don't really get to enjoy the fruits of your labor, because Arch gets to start this game when you're the number one ranked team. But I do like Eric. You were on the call yesterday. Sark was, and I had to listen to it after the fact, but I like that Sark was just very blunt and out front, like, look, Arch is going to start the game tomorrow. This is still Quinn's team. Quinn got us here. Wherever we get, he's going to take us there. I like that Sark was out front, standing up and defending Quinn.
Yeah, Jeff, I'd expect that out of a veteran coach. I mean, Steve's been coaching 25 years now. He knows the landscape, especially in today's kind of deal. The national media, we've already seen Arch for Heisman. We've seen Arch's Heisman odds, go from 150 to 1 to 15 to 1. I saw some, idiot with, and I have no problem calling this guy an idiot, with 900 followers on Twitter or on Instagram in his podcast talking about how, can Quinn get his job back, and the fact that, apparently speaking for the team, saying that people wouldn't want Quinn back if Arch has, and I'm like, to your point, Jeff and Jordan, it's against ULM, and I don't, no disrespect to, BV and E Hill and those guys, but I mean, what are we talking about here, right? I mean, we have to give Quinn Ewers credit. And you guys are better equipped to speak to this than I, but we're talking about the natural maturation of a quarterback who went from being a 19-year-old kid, new guy on the team, to taking his team into Alabama, getting a win, take his team into Michigan and win. Like I said, I think you guys be better equipped to speak to this than I, but this is what you kind of had as far as quarterbacks back in the day. They earned the respect of the team, earned the respect of the locker room, and they showed it out there on the field on Saturdays by putting together a resume that says, yeah, this is our guy. I mean, am I off base there?
No. I think it just shows you kind of where we are with the quarterback position in 2024. Like, I thought one of Sark's best lines of the offseason is when he said, I forget, it might have been on the Pivot podcast, or I forget, but I think it's actually when he was doing the show with Josh Pate, but he said, everybody's like congratulating Arch for staying, like it's a big accomplishment. It's like, what are we doing? Like, yeah, okay, so he's staying. Like, why is everybody just shocked and surprised that somebody actually wants to stick it out? But yeah, I mean, I don't know. People need to get their clicks in, but there's a way that you can, if you're a media company, there's a way you can cover Arch appropriately and not look like a dummy at the end of the day, and not pander and not, be click thirsty. So,
yep. Well, hey, I'm excited to see him and be at that game tomorrow with my pops, but I'm gonna run over to Covert right now. So
go ahead, Jordan. I'll
see y'all there. Looking forward to seeing all three of y'all there.
Yes, sir.
But yeah, Jeff, Eric, might run into y'all tomorrow. Anyways, y'all have a good one. Happy Friday.
Real quick, so General Booty, his family, he is the nephew of John David Booty and Josh Booty, which for old heads like me, the Booty family is that's football royalty in the state of Louisiana. So right there, they're not as high up as the Mannings, but people forget, man, Josh Booty was a big time, like back in the back in the 90s, Josh Booty was a big time baseball and football prospect out of Shreveport Evangel back in the day.
Florida Marlin, Josh Booty. Jeff, if my memory serves me correct, right?
Yep. Hey, real quick, you guys, because you guys know I'm a card collector. I actually have a Josh Booty story. So back in the day, the Press Pass brand, which I love buying Press Pass because I love college football. People are like, well, it's not NFL logo rookie cards. I'm like, I love college football. I don't care. Like, this is what I like. They had, I think it was a signature edition, which had like, I think 2 or 3 autograph cards per box, and they were on card autographs, so people went crazy over them. And I pulled one. I was at a card shop in Killeen, and I pulled one, and it was a Josh Booty autograph. And I was like, I don't really want it. And the card shop owner was like, oh man, it's an on-card autograph of a rookie quarterback. He's like, I'll take it from you. I'm like, what do you want to trade? He's like, I don't know, trade value is this. I'm like, well, give me a couple packs of Sage, which Sage was also another college football product that they were actually much nicer cards than they were back then. And the dude got pissed off because in one of the packs of Sage, those were 1 autographs per pack, and you could get some really high numbered or some really low numbered. It actually got it graded last summer finally and got it slabbed. I pulled I think it was to 400, LaDainian Tomlinson rookie auto. The dude was pissed. So, yeah, I straight up ended up trading a Josh Booty on-card autograph for LaDainian Tomlinson auto when I was a junior in high school, and I still have that card.
Hey,
that's pretty
Jeff,
sick.
Before you get out of here, just super random questions. We're talking about, QB prospects from, many years ago. This doesn't have to be in order, right? Like, I'm not holding you to this being like, the top QB prospect that never kind of materialized. Just The one that comes to mind.
Can I stop you before you go any further?
Yeah.
Are you about to ask me a Brock Berlin question?
Brock Berlin would have been a good one, but I am not going to ask you a Brock Berlin question. I'm just going to ask both of you guys, Keenan and Jeff, who's the QB prospect? Just a guy that you would have bet a significant amount of money that means something to you. Like, this guy is going to be a stud, and just for whatever reason or another, never materialized. Doesn't have to be like the best, just someone that sticks out to you.
I saw him. He was the third quarterback on the West team at what was then the U.S. Army All-American Bowl. Now it's just the All-American Bowl. Dane Christ.
Okay.
Dane Christ when he went to Notre Dame. Because I was most impressed by him. You know who the other two quarterbacks on the West team were that year?
Who's that?
Blaine Gabbert and Andrew Luck. Yeah. Two of those guys were first rounders. One went and one overall. Dane Christ was not a first rounder.
Keenan,
yeah, I would go another guy who ended up at Notre Dame. He ended up transferring around a lot, but Gunnar Kiel I thought was going to be awesome. He had a career, but he wasn't ever like a superstar. And then what's his name? Tate Martell, man. I mean, that's another guy that transferred around a lot. And I mean, he had some success, I guess, in certain instances, but I don't know. He kind of got in his own way, I feel like.
Eric, I think I shared this story with you. Steve Clarkson did a camp in Bastrop for whatever reason. I don't know why he was in Bastrop, but it was like a youth camp, but he had three quarterbacks there working out. Tate Martell was his guy, and he brought down Sean Robinson from DeSoto, and the other guy that was there was Sam. And Clarkson was just raving about the other two, didn't have a whole lot to say about Sam. And I started watching the three of them work out, and I'm like, yeah, the guy nobody's really talking about, the local kid, he's clearly better than these other two. And like, it's not even close. Like mechanically, just everything with Sam was better than the other two. So that was one I could see. The Tate Martell thing, Keenan is as hyped as he was. I've said this about Tate Martell. I saw that coming from a mile away too.
Yeah.
It almost felt like when he committed to Ohio State, it's almost like Ohio State really didn't want him, but they're like, I guess we have to take him.
We got to take him. He's 5-star or whatever.
Yeah. So they were just kind of stuck with him at that point.
Jeff, I'm with you on that one. I'm not trying to, sound like Nostradamus or anything like that. But the Tate thing, you kind of, you felt like you saw that coming. The one for me, and I'll get you out of here on this one, of course, being a Florida guy and, growing up, my dad, a Florida State fan, Xavier Lee was the one that you just thought like total pass. I mean, Xavier Lee was Cam Newton before Cam Newton in terms of physical traits. Go ahead, Jeff.
Seabreeze?
Daytona Seabreeze. Yep.
Yeah.
Daytona Seabreeze.
The only reason I remember Xavier Lee, Texas recruited Xavier Lee.
Okay. Yeah.
As a matter of fact, the quarterback, I'm pretty sure Texas offered Xavier Lee Andrew Weatherford in that class.
That is remarkable.
I know they offered Xavier Lee and recruited Xavier Lee. I'm pretty sure they offered because Texas at that time, man, they tried in vain to get a quarterback between Vince Young and the 05 class, and it was like a couple guys that played at Miami. Kyle Wright was a Texas offer. Kirby Freeman was a guy that was a Texas offer, played at Miami and then transferred to Baylor. They just Xavier Lee, they just could not. Chris Leak was a guy Texas wanted. They just once they got Vince Young, they just nobody else. They could not get any of the top quarterback prospects to come in because everybody knew what Vincent Paul Young Jr. brought to the table. And they're like, yeah, we don't want any of that. We don't want to sit for 4 years.
Yeah.
Drew Weatherford ended my sophomore year football season in spectacular fashion out there at Land O'Lakes. What a hell of a quarterback, high school quarterback he was, no doubt about that. All right.
Well, on that note, I'll get out of here. Thank you for reminding me, Eric. Give me a reason to think about Brock Berlin, who I haven't thought about. There's that line of evangel quarterbacks, man, with Josh Booty. Brock Berlin was in there. Brent Rawls, who went to Oklahoma, was a part of that group. So, yeah, there's a really long line of evangel quarterbacks. So, and CB mentions Ryan Paraloo, another kid from Louisiana. So, at any rate, right now, you can still get out to Covert Bee Cave, go hang out with the guys, and Quan Cosby's going to be out there till 1 o'clock. Don't forget tomorrow, the official Texas Sports Unfiltered pregame show live at Schultz Garden. And coming up here in less than an hour at 1:10, Colt McCoy will be on live with Chip and Zay. So Eric, Keenan, you guys have a great show on a football Friday. Jordan and I will be back to do it on Monday. Everybody be safe this weekend. Enjoy your football weekend.
Appreciate it, Jeff. That was It's Only an Hour. Jeff Howe, Jordan Scruggs taking you up to around noon. We are false start. I am Eric Henry. He is Keenan Womack. It's Friday. Avoid the bookings beloved. I will come back to that in a second. I always misspeak. I don't know how I always do this. Joe Weatherford, what was the Weatherford I competed against. I always mix up Drew and Joe because being a Florida State fan, Joe was in college when I was in high school, but Joe was the one. Always could mix that up. Nevertheless, Keenan Womack, how are you doing, my guy?
I'm great, dude. I'm going to the game tomorrow. Very excited. My first game of the season. Got off work for it, so exciting
first
stuff.
Game of the year at DKR. Take me through that for you. Like, what is a Keenan Womack Saturday night game? Like, what's the day gonna look like for you tomorrow?
Well, I have to work some of the day, but I get off at like 4-ish, so I'm going to go straight to the stadium from work, meet up with my buddies who gave me a free ticket. Shouts out my buddy Colin Fitz. He's the man. Threw me a free ticket. So I'm going with him. And yes, Jake, you're welcome for the follow back, brother. I didn't realize that was you, but you're now followed by me. So big deal. I'm going to go to a couple of tailgates. Just going to hop around. If I can, I don't know when the pregame show ends, but if I'm around there, I'll try to hop in. But I'll probably go to Schultz's and say hi to some people. And I make the rounds. That's what I do. I don't have one tailgate I go to multiple because I'm a man in demand, Eric.
Keenan, before we get into the show, because I'm actually really glad we started there. I think I may have talked about this with you on the show. I've heard so much about Texas tailgates and pregame. In the sense that, and again, any of our listeners, viewers want to correct me, this is just what I've heard. So I'm genuinely asking to be corrected if I am off base. What I've heard is it's kind of a cliquish kind of tailgate situation. Like you got some invite only tailgates. Like you can't just, at UCF, for example, again, if I said this, I apologize, but I'll make it quick. You got it's a wide open area that's around the area of the stadium. And you have this giant area called Memory Mall, where basically, like, if you got some alcohol or you got something, like, you can just walk up on anyone's tailgate. It's like, yo, I'm here. Like, y'all, like, we kicking it? Cool. But from what I've heard, it's a little bit cliquish. And I just found out about Schultz. Like, this
Schultz's rocks, yeah.
So, Keenan, let me know the vibes.
It depends, dude, because, like, you have your frat tailgates, which are obviously going to be clicky, but, like, typically, if you roll up on a tailgate and you have some beer, like, they will probably be cool with you. It might be a little clicky, but, like, beer is the universal language of friendship, I guess, at tailgates. So, or food or whatever you want to roll up with. So, you would be fine anywhere because everybody knows you. You could walk up to any tailgate. It'd be popping off. It'd be like, oh, E. Henry's here, dude. It's time to go. But no, I guess that's true to an extent. It's a little more formal, I guess, as far as like you have to establish your tailgate spot. I think you have to like rent a spot for the year or something. So, I guess in that sense, it's a bit clicky. But I mean, I love it. I go to a few. I got a few friends in different little groups that I'll go see. But really excited, man. I haven't been to a game this year, so looking forward to it.
Yeah, really quick, I want to jump to this comment here. Guy Travis Johnson says tailgate is also dying. Majority of tailgating is now buildings or parking. That's what I noticed, Keenan. So we park in media parks in, I think that's Brazos Garage. That's off of MLK. Yeah. So we park in Brazos, and usually I'm there. I am a 3 hours before the game guy. I like to be in my press box seat 3 hours ahead of the game.
Dang.
So when I come into Brazos, I always see a group of people, just they're kind of in the parking garages or around the garages. So I've seen that for sure, just in the building. CB says, has Bevo Boulevard changed tailgating? Keenan, do you want to take this? Obviously, I only know Bevo Boulevard, so you take that.
Yeah, I mean, it probably has, but I mean, I like what they've done with all of it. It's really created like a really rowdy atmosphere, especially with the show that they do on the lawn, on the LBJ lawn, and there's tailgates around there. So like if you don't have a tailgate, there's still a lot of stuff to do. I think that was the point of creating that. So maybe to avoid some of that clickiness that you were sort of talking about, it's like there's a tailgate for everybody, and it's Bevo Boulevard and the show on the LBJ lawn. So I love what they've done with it. I think it's gotten a lot better over the last 10 years, especially like when I was a student, we'd do our frat tailgate, and that was about it because people were still showing up somewhat to the games, but they were so bad when I was a student that like people were pretty jaded about it. So you're drinking the heat all day to watch them get blown out by Brigham Young at home. It's like, all right, dude, I don't know about this.
I'll run through a couple more. But CB, from my perspective, Bevo Boulevard looks dope. Like it looks like an area. If I actually could tailgate, I would hang out there. So it looks dope. I actually have an old buddy of mine used to cover Middle Tennessee State who was getting he's having his bachelor weekend in Austin. Nice. And he's got an Airbnb on 6th Street. And I just told him Bevo Boulevard because that's what I always see. Keenan, probably the least funny. The least shocking. Sorry, not least funny. Coach 420. Least shocking is that Coach 420
funny cigarettes.
It's rolling up with some funny cigarettes and edibles. That's probably the least shocking.
Not surprising, Mr. 420.
Right. Our guy Ike says UT tailgaters bring a little cash. Get after it. So yeah,
Jake's gonna bring the 4 Loco, so that's good. We'll have people blacking out before the game starts.
You know what? I should throw that one up there, Keenan. Do you have any good 4 Loco stories?
Oh,
and we'll eventually get to Texas, but it's Friday, so I'm having fun with it.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I drank a couple of those one time. I've only drank 4. I drank them in high school once when they were like the original, like the crazy, like full of all the caffeine and the taurine and stuff. Yeah. And like, I was 16 or whatever, and so that was a bleep show. I drank 1 or 2. I think I drank 2 before a mixer one time, a sorority mixer, and that didn't go that well. I think I had to leave early because I was not feeling well. I'll tell you some stories off the air maybe about my 4 Loco.
Does the great Caroline Womack not know these stories?
Oh, she's probably aware of them at this point, but maybe we don't need to rehash them on the air. But yeah, I have a few.
I got to acknowledge this one really quick before we get some UT. Jake, you are a man's man if you're talking about Everclear, baby, because I am way past. I mean, loaded. I could barely handle Everclear at 22, let alone 33. So,
I can't imagine.
So that's no joke. As DJ Dog says, Everclear causes amnesia. You will not remember what is going on with Everclear. Nevertheless,
I remember Mad Dog 2020s, Coach 420. I remember those bad boys.
You remember those?
Oh yeah, dude.
What are they?
It's like bum wine. It's just like a sweet. It's like a wine. I guess it's on a wine cooler. I don't really know what that is, but basically it's like this big glass jug of sweet alcohol, and we drank them before a music festival one time. Like, hey, this would be fun to do, and like, I'm hungover mid music festival. I'm hungover for like 3 hours before. I was like, oh my god! It was during Young Thug, and I only stayed to see Young Thug, and then I left.
Dude, you are bringing back memories. I remember like the worst is, I remember. Okay, I will tell this, and we'll get some Texas. 2013, UCF gets off to, I want to say 3-0 start, either 2-0 or 3-0, beating Penn State. South Carolina is coming to town. So this is the 2013 year that Blake Bortles and company, my junior year, go and win the Fiesta Bowl over Baylor, right? And Keenan, South Carolina's coming to town. Comes to UCF. This is Steve Spurrier, South Carolina. Jadeveon Clowney, South Carolina.
Oh yeah, Marcus Lattimore. Those were good teams.
Y'all remember what J.D. Clowney was in college? A beast. So it was an 11 a.m. kickoff, Eastern. So we decide that we're just gonna ride it out through the night, baby. Like we're gonna party all night. We're gonna get blitzed. And then we're showing up to the game. Brother, let me tell you right now. September in Florida. 11 a.m., about 93 degrees, all the humidity in the world. There's a picture, and maybe I'll find a way to post it to like Twitter or something, of me and my boy. We're like tossing one of our roommates, a girl, up in the air every time UCF scores a touchdown. We made it about a quarter and a half. The worst hangover I've ever had. and it's the middle of the freaking day.
Yep.
It is like halftime, and I'm just done, bro. I'm done.
We did the same exact thing, dude. That's so funny that you say that. We pulled an all-nighter before Iowa State my sophomore year, or I think it was Iowa State sophomore or junior year, and we were just like, it was like 2 a.m. It was 11 a.m. kick, and we're like, let's just go all night, like and just like it literally at halftime, I just turned to my girlfriend at the time, and I was like, I have to go home. Like I cannot do this anymore.
Keenan, the only time I'd ever left a UCF game early as a student was that game. I left in the third quarter. I was like, listen, we got to find some water. UCF, then Bright House Network Stadium was just deprived of water. Like, we got to get some water. We just went to Buffalo Wild Wings, found a table, chugged a bunch of water, and watched the rest of the game there. So
there you go.
Yeah. Oh,
good times, brother. Good times.
Oh, man. All right. We'll get to this one, then get some text. Keenan, you have at it.
Oh, man. We had the blue kind. We drank the blue kind. I don't know what the flavor's called, but good Lord, that had me rolling. I had a couple of those bad boys, and I was feeling it.
All right, K-Wo, we will jump into some Texas football.
Yeah.
Don't believe I've had a chance to talk with you since the decision was made official yesterday and Steve Sarkeesian's Zoom availability that Arch Manning will get the start. Just want to grab your thoughts.
I mean, yeah, again, there's no quarterback controversy. We know this is Ewers' team, but it is good to see that at least with Ewers, I mean, at least they have a guy like Arch Manning in the wings that can come in and replace Ewers in a pinch. You know, he's talented enough to obviously win this game. This is, you know, of all the teams they've played, they haven't really played a good team yet, Texas. I mean, Michigan is the best team that they played, and I don't know how good they even are. It's still a good win. I'm not taking away from that, but this is the lowest level competition they're going to face all season. So it doesn't really matter. I mean, like, they could win this game probably with Trey Owens at quarterback, like not being a jerk. I think they probably could do that if they really wanted. I feel like they'll be up something like 35-0 at the half just because this is such a mismatch. And hopefully, you know, because you're dealing with the Ewers injury, I'm just praying they don't run Arch too much in the second half if it's like a complete blowout. Like, just maybe play Trey Owens for a quarter and a half at the end of the game. Like, let's get him some reps because you never know. And yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate because, it is the first time they've been ranked number 1 and Ewers doesn't get to start, which just kind of sucks for him because, you know, they could flip back to 2 next week or something. I don't know. But, I mean, then Georgia plays Alabama, so who knows? But, yeah, I mean, it's cool for Arch. I'm happy for Arch, but I'm kind of sad for Ewers, you know?
No, I think that's a fair emotion, a fair feeling. I first off, you know, and again, I talked about it yesterday with BK, but I have, you know, all the faith in the world that Arch. What I'm really curious is to see what the game plan looks like with a week of him in prep, right? As opposed to him coming in cold. I want to see the differences in the offense. It's something I think Jordan mentioned it in It's Only an Hour, but I did notice the lack of pre-snap motion with Arch Manning there. And that's a staple of a Steve Sarkeesian offense, right? Which you know, if I can veer off for a second, just goes to Steve is such an imaginative, creative, like offensive mind. The fact that something that we perceive as a staple of his offense, he could essentially reduce to like 20% with a new quarterback is just insane to me. And I guess, you know, there probably are smarter football minds than me that will tell me that that's not important. But Keenan, I guess I cover enough G5 football to see when, you know, the most vanilla bad offenses in the world. So to see a coach just kind of change something that's a staple of his offense on the fly, which is very impressive. But that aside, really curious to see what the offense looks like with the week of game prep. Curious to see what the running back situation looks like. Jaden Blue, Trey Wisner were said to be game time decisions by Steve Sarkeesian Thursday. So does that get Jarrett Gibson? Obviously, you know, he would be the next guy in line, some more reps. What does that do for Velton Gardner, Colin Page, right? I mean, again, Texas is going to win this ball game. Like, this ain't going to be App State versus Michigan. I hate to break it to anyone. There is not an Armonte Edwards on ULM, right? Like,
there's a booty.
There's a booty, but there is no Armonte Edwards. It's funny. I had someone, I did radio in Ruston. Shout out to my guy Sean Fox 97.7 down there in Ruston, Louisiana, and he kind of mentioned, oh well, one of his co-hosts, I should say, it wasn't him, kind of mentioned, oh, what if the unthinkable happens? I'm like, yeah, for that type of upset to have to happen, you have to have like a really good player on your team. And I'm not disrespecting ULM. They just don't have that kind of force that, you don't have that kind of force, and it's not week one, right? Yeah. Week one, when you can kind of look ahead, or you're like, it's not going to happen. So there's that. The other thing, as far as the quarterback situation I want to talk to you about before I get to some of the comments, is what did you make of Steve Sarkeesian essentially? And Jeff, we talked about it in the crosstalk, saying Quinn's our quarterback. Like, just in my mind, you can't stop all of the noise, but I was pleasantly surprised that Steve is trying to get out ahead of it right now.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I mean, I think he understands the dynamic better than anybody, that like you can't, like, how he understands how damaging a quarterback controversy is. Not, again, there isn't one, but it probably sucks for Ewers to just see all this hype about Arch. And like, again, Arch isn't inviting this stuff. Like, this is his last name and the fact that he's really good. He doesn't want a quarterback controversy either. He knows he's the second guy. He knows that. He's aware of that. He signed up for that. He knew he wasn't going to start this year. He's getting a start because of an injury. And Ewers is the leader of this team. He's more efficient. He understands the offense to a higher degree than Arch does. He's more efficient. He's less as good as Arch is. I feel like a better defense might pick him off a couple of times, maybe not twice, but at least get to him more easily. Like, UTSA is not a great team this year. Neither is ULM. So when you're playing the Georgias of the world, you have to have experience at quarterback. And, Ewers is the experienced guy. He's the guy that's been in this offense for his third year now. Yes, he's missed a couple games here and there, but like, he's still the guy. And I'm glad that Steve is out front with it, like he said.
We could go to some of the comments here. CB says, it sucks it's on ESPN Plus. Yeah, we did a lot of talk on that yesterday, Keenan. I will give you an opportunity to opine on that. Just
clown show.
On it. I've already got the ESPN Plus bundle, and the fact that all NHL is not a broadcast. Rob, I do like this. I do think that connection with Arch and Ryan Wingo. I think Wingo could have a big-time game, and how explosive he looks overall. He could get 2 touchdowns, and one of them might be, as a running play, right? Like we saw him break a 55-yard run. So it could be that you never know there. Before I, shout out some of the fine sponsors who make this whole thing go, Keenan, we've talked a lot about what do you want to see out of ULM and whatnot. Just generally speaking, through 3 games and non-conference play soon to be over. Offense, defense, maybe special teams, however you want to take it. What has impressed you the most about this team? Maybe one on each side of the ball.
Maybe not the most, but something I am interested by and am impressed with has been the freshmen that have played. I think Ryan Wingo is, Isaiah Bond is wide receiver 1 on this team. I think that's established at this point. But Wingo is as good as any receiver this team has. He is so explosive. He's huge. He's fast. He's like an NFL prototype for a wide receiver. And, coming out of high school, he was considered, I think, the second best receiver in the country, according to 24/7, because number 1 was that Ohio State dude, Jeremiah Smith, who has also been awesome. But I've also been really impressed with Colin Simmons. I think Simmons is really pushing those starting edges. Barrett Sorrell's been awesome too, by the way. But Colin Simmons is starting to push those guys, man. He's really getting pressure. He's generating a lot of pressure considering he's a first-year guy. I feel like he's going to get a lot of reps this week against ULM, and I've just been really impressed with the young guys stepping up already and being part of the winning team, like as first-year guys. I've been really impressed with that. So I think that bodes well for the future as well.
And what about on defense, before I go?
The way that they just swarm to the ball, man, they're just so fast on the defensive side. Like, I talk a lot about Drew Makuba just because I've been super impressed with him this year at safety. There's one play that always comes to mind for me against Michigan, and it was a screen where he's like 15 yards off the line. They threw a screen, and he caught the guy for a tackle for loss.
Yeah.
The speed on this defense is real. And, you know, I was listening to Colin Cowherd, love him or hate him. I kind of like him sometimes. And he was talking about Texas from the eye test. They look like a number one team.
Yeah.
They're fast. They're strong. They're big. They're physical. And I think that speed on defense is like the main difference between even like, I think they're a lot faster than last year's team too on defense. Just saying something because of how good last year's defense was. Like, this team's got speed everywhere.
On offense for me, and I saw some OU fan on Twitter, and I don't get into, you know, debates with opposing teams fans. It's not my thing. You know, call me high and mighty journalist. Like I'm not doing that.
Not worth your
But
time.
I saw some OU fan taking shots at Texas's run game. I'm like, are you freaking kidding me? Let's put this in perspective. This team lost its starting running back and a 4-star true freshman. They have a talented backup, RB2 now RB1, that's a bit nicked up. And you still are getting valuable production as a whole. Maybe it's not 20 carries for $160, right? And as I mentioned on the show earlier this week, I would love to see Texas have a 100-yard rusher. I can't remember if I mentioned this here or if it was on the flagship with Chip. I would love to see Texas have 100-yard rusher just to see that they can do it, right? They have a guy they can give the rock 15 north of 15 carries and get 100 yards. And we all believe Jaden Blue's that guy. Just want to see it with him being the established number one, right? But taking shots at Texas running game, like, get out of here. That's what's impressed me the most, because I thought if anything else, while we've seen the ball more in Quinn Ewers' hands, and now we'll have to see how it looks with Arch Manning's hands, the fact that the running game's been timely, it's been efficient. They've found yards when they've needed to, especially up in Michigan.
Yeah,
been wholly impressed by that. You probably heard me talk about Gunnar Helm 8 million times, so I won't re-emphasize that. But he looks like an NFL tight end.
Yeah, he does.
He looks like, you kind of wonder, all right, you lose JT Sanders. That's a guy who's an all-conference type. Does that tight end spot take a step back? No, it hasn't. It looks different, but it hasn't taken a step back.
Yeah.
Defensively, Vern Broughton. We talk a lot about AC, and I know some people saying they want a little more out of AC. I've been pleased. I just want to see a little more on the pass rush. But Vern Broughton playing really good football right now. And Jeff and I talked about this a lot over the offseason, kind of the money ball approach to the defensive tackle spot, right? It's working. Bill Norton, Jermaine Lole, Tia Savea, it is not a weakness. And that was my fear, was that you knew there'd be a measure of drop-off, but it is not a weakness at all.
Yeah.
So that has impressed me. And like you said, team speed very much impressed me as well. So that's where I'm going to go on that. But in the meantime, got to give a shout out to the fine folks who make Texas Sports Unfiltered a thing. And let's give a shout out to our friends at Audiovisual Consultations. We'll let them tell you all about it.
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audiovisual Consultations.
And Camilla McKay.
Kid, what time is it?
Old man, it's back to sports time. The hockey and football seasons are upon us.
And baseball is winding down to the best part.
And what about basketball season?
I'm 5'2". Who the hell cares about basketball?
Yeah, we're talking about watching, not playing. And in that case, you've got everyone covered, right?
That's right. Audiovisual Consultations has been providing awesome systems and service throughout Texas for over 30 years.
Installing home entertainment systems and livening up restaurants with incredible audio and video systems.
We're talking multi-screen video walls.
And home entertainment that puts you in the best seat in the stadium.
Just give us a call at 512-255-8678.
Hey, aren't you forgetting something?
Oh, yeah, I almost forgot. Hug your kids until they beg you to stop. Watch a game with your friends.
And make love to whoever the hell you want.
Just give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit us at avconsultations.com. Go Stars!
Go Bruins!
Kid.
Yeah, DJ Dog, Broughton anchoring down on double teams blocks. Yes, sir. Keenan, I know there's a story we talked about in the pre-show prep, which for those who may not know, our pre-show prep typically consists of like 4 texts. So, Keenan, let me know what you got.
Yeah, so there's a story run by ESPN about Tennessee's head coach Josh Heupel, who played for OU. Won them a national title in 2000, their last national title 25 years ago. So tough stuff over there. No, So he was the OC for Oklahoma in like the mid to late 10s. And then he was let go after they got just destroyed by Clemson in a bowl game. I can't remember what year that was. Maybe it was like 2012 or something. And Heupel
was Oklahoma's offensive coordinator from 2011 to 2014.
2014. Sorry, not mid 2000s. I meant early 10s to mid 10s. And he was passed over basically for Lincoln Riley. Lincoln Riley ended up, it was Cale Gundy and then it was Lincoln Riley, but basically Heupel lost his job. And he won't really talk about it, but it's clear from surrounding people that he has a bone to pick with OU. And I have a feeling that he wants blood in this game. So Tennessee goes into OU this weekend, a 6:30 kick. I believe it's on ESPN. I'm not sure. But basically, Tennessee looks like they're a much better team than Oklahoma does this year. Tennessee looks like a machine. Now, they haven't played anybody that great. You know, they played NC State, who doesn't look very good, and they destroyed them. But they've scored over 50 points in every game they've played. They've given up, I think, like 10 points or something this season. Like nobody's challenged them at all. And as good as OU's defense is, I think that it's going to be really, really tough for OU to pull this game off. I think there's a big problem with OU's offensive line compared to this defensive front for Tennessee, which is super talented. As I've said before, they had 13 tackles for loss against NC State. Their front seven did. And OU really struggles to run the ball. They struggle with Jackson Arnold. And Jackson Arnold's their leading rusher right now. So that's not a great sign for – I'm not saying Jackson Arnold isn't a good runner because he is pretty good and he's mobile and all that, but he can't be your leading rusher for your team. I think Javonte Barnes is second on the team in rush yards, and he has like 120 or something like that. So I think Tennessee wants to get after it with OU. I think they want to make a statement, and I think Josh Heupel's kind of spurning at the hands of OU is going to play into that pretty heavily. I just don't think OU stands a great chance in this game. And I'm not saying that as like a Texas homer. I just am looking at this objectively, and I've watched both teams play all three of their games. Tennessee looks like a much better team than OU does this year. A lot of teams look better than OU, and I think OU might struggle down the stretch, especially they've been injured too, and like you never want that for anybody. Even your hated rival, don't root for injuries. That's messed up. So they've had injuries to receivers and offensive linemen, and I just think this is a recipe for disaster for the Sooners, and I think their fan base is pretty nervous about it.
I will pick up where you left off there, being on this side of the Red River rivalry. Of course, the game Red River Shootout. I'm just calling it the rivalry for the purposes of Texas OU. It feels like this is going to be a struggle for Oklahoma this year. And, I made my feelings known. I am not a fan. This bothers me like to no end, Keenan. If you have a quarterback and you're going to run that quarterback out of town, the person you have damn sure better be the answer. And I'm probably speaking out of my own feelings from the Waffle House guy over in Orlando who ran out a couple quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Now seemingly is found an answer in KJ Jefferson, but I digress. I'll save that for another show. Dylan Gabriel's a damn good quarterback, right? With Dylan Gabriel, you're going to get north of 3,000 passing yards. You're going to get someone who can gash with his legs. Just ask Texas from last year.
Yeah.
And you're going to get someone who can run the offense. And dare I say, Keenan, you're going to get someone who I'm not saying listen, Dylan Gabriel's not a better quarterback than Quinn Ewers, right? Like he's not that guy. But how some quarterbacks just manage to raise the level of play from people around them? I think Dylan Gabriel is one of these guys. I don't think it's a coincidence that he's been a winner for whichever way he's gone, right? So I understand you have the 5-star prospect in Jackson Arnold, but what happened to you got to beat someone out? It's we talked about in the crosstalk. It's similar with Quinn and Arch, but of course Arch is, very comfortable where he's at and not looking to leave anything like that. But I don't know, man. It's just, and I've talked about it on this show about you can't portal an O-line, and that's certainly what what Oklahoma is struggling with right now, and Deion Burks is kind of struggling and whatnot. But yeah, man. Now, granted, Oklahoma did not get a great hand as far as SEC schedule, right?
No.
A tough SEC schedule, a tough non-conference schedule. But yeah, man, that's just where my thought goes is if Jackson Arnold is the guy, okay, then he beats out Dylan Gabriel and he's the guy. And if he chooses to leave, and again, I understand, 5-star quarterbacks don't just grow on trees, but you're Oklahoma. You should be able to recruit another one, at least recruit another quarterback you feel confident. Look at Michigan, right? And that's the thing that I've said when people have tried to say, oh, Michigan isn't that good. Look at their quarterback situation in terms of Texas beating them. I'm like, that's a Sharon Moore issue. That's a Michigan problem that they didn't recruit a better quarterback. That's not Texas's issue that they didn't have quarterback on their roster. You're Michigan. You should always have a stable of quarterbacks, at least one that's capable or competent. So my thought there, DJ Dog says that Arnold is a good athlete, but will he make it out of this gauntlet schedule? Healthy running around. That's another good point.
That's a good question.
Being Oklahoma's leading rusher, can he make it out? Because the last thing Oklahoma needs, I'm sure Texas fans, won't cry any tears, but the last thing Oklahoma needs is to not have Jackson Arnold behind center when this game takes place in a couple of weeks up there at the Cotton Bowl, Keenan.
Yeah, I'll be there for that as well, by the way. I got work off for that, so excited for that. We'll do the show out there and stuff.
You gonna work or you gonna go to the game? Which one?
No, I'm going to the fair. I'll be in Dallas for that. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. I know if you're gonna come up to the press box or you can be out in the stands or.
I don't know which we'll see. We'll figure it out. I always figure it out on text to you.
I'm just busting your balls. Go ahead.
I know you are. That's a really good point, DJ Dog. Like, you can't be running around against. I don't think they played. Who do they play this year? I forget. But they play guys they play teams like Tennessee, for example. Like, Tennessee has dudes all over the field on defense in the front seven. The defensive backfield has been questioned for Tennessee, but I don't think that's going to matter that much in this game because I don't think Jackson Arnold's going to have a clean pocket for much of this game. I think they are going to show blitzes. I think they're going to dial up the pressure heavy on him. I think they're going to make his life hell in that game. And if they can't run the ball, they're cooked, man. They are cooked. Like their defensive line has so many guys that get pressure that are good run stoppers. They're just a talented team. And OU's offensive line has not showed that they're capable of blocking anybody, really. They have not looked good on offense. They beat Temple. Temple's a lower level G5 team. I mean, God bless Stan Drayton out there, but that's not a team that is going to push anybody in the SEC. Even Vanderbilt would probably blow them out. And Vanderbilt, I don't know, Vanderbilt's not the worst team in the SEC. I guess it's Mississippi State, but you know what I mean? They haven't been challenged, and this is a hell of a team to start off your conference play with. This is a challenge and a half for Oklahoma, man. To your point about Dylan Gabriel, Dylan Gabriel is a guy that you know what you're going to get at least. I'm not saying, and I think OU's team last year was a lot better than this year's OU team, and I think that's pretty unfortunate for them going into this season. Tough times out in Norman right now.
No pushback there. Completely agree with you. Before we close up the show, we're going to talk a little bit of NFL, last night's game, and some of the hijinks, quote unquote, after the game. We'll go to our resident comedian in Keenan Womack. Let's give a shout out to our friends at Covert BK. If you're in the market for a new vehicle, look no further than our friends at Covert Bee Cave. Let them hook you up. We're going to let them tell you all about it.
It's really a family experience. I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How are you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Keenan, first off, did you watch the NFL game last night by any chance?
Unfortunately, I subjected myself to the entire game. I don't know why. I don't know why I didn't turn it off and go play 2K. I watched the whole game. I don't know why.
I'll say this, and I try not to watch like Jets Patriots because it's just so.
It's AFC. I don't care.
Well, I mean, there's that aspect, but it's a niche rivalry to me.
Yeah.
It's that Northeast Knicks, Celtics, Knicks, whatever, like, you know, New York, Boston, like that shit never appeals to me.
Yeah.
I feel like that's one of those rivalries that, again, because you have such big markets there, people care. And of course, you know, they've been playing the AFC East for many years. But Jets, and listen, shout out to my good friend, my guy, Josh Newman, Lone Star Live. He's come on the show a couple times. We'll have him on next week. He is a diehard Jets fan. He's from Long Island. I also don't get Jets fans. Like, and I'm not talking about Josh. I'm just saying as a whole, I don't get Jets fans. I think Patriots fans are spoiled. So, yeah. But that aside, I did watch it. It's almost kind of unbearable now with the Aaron Rodgers being in New York and whatnot.
It's so much, dude.
What I sent you in the pre-show is Nikki Glazer, comedian, and you're kind of shaking your head. So it seems like you have some thoughts. Like I'm gonna turn you loose. I'm gonna turn you loose in a second. No. I actually am a fan of Nikki Glazer. I do find her funny, and if the audience wants to give me crap, I'll take this. I actually find Nikki Glazer attractive. I think Nikki Glazer is pretty hot. Nevertheless, they had her do kind of a pseudo roast in the post-game show, right? Where she said Richard Sherman looks like Busta Rhymes on Ozempic. And she said that Tony Gonzalez looks like a woman that like most 70-year-old women like fantasize over in the bathtub, which I'll say that was funny. Because Tony Gonzalez was like these turtlenecks and whatnot. That was pretty funny. And she said like a 2-minute warning is something that, you know, guys give to women during sex, right? Like she had, in my mind, a couple of funny barbs there, but she's getting kind of crushed. I've seen it split. I've seen 50-50 as far as people who liked, people who hated it. And here's where I'm kind of going with this. And again, Keenan, I don't know if you saw it. I'd like your thoughts. But my thing is pregame shows, postgame shows, like, do we even really care anymore? You know, like I don't get a ton out of them. And I'm probably feel that way because, you know, working in sports now, you're getting back in the day, like I felt like I was learning something about the game or about these teams. Now it feels like a bunch of features and just kind of hot takes and, you know, like Rex Ryan on a pregame show is Rex Ryan on any show to me is ridiculous, but nevertheless, all I hear is that guy blame everyone, blame every quarterback that he ever had. Like he had no responsibility in coaching those guys, but I digress. A, did you see the Nikki Glazer thing? And B, kind of what's your take on pregame and postgame shows? Do you care for them? Do you feel like you get anything from them? Like, what's your thoughts?
I mean, like with NFL, it seems especially hot takey, like even more so than college football to me. But yeah, I mean, it was fine. It was whatever. I mean, she's a roast comedian. It's hard to do roasts when you're held to a PG-13 standard, to be perfectly honest. That's like difficult ask to be real. I mean, it was fine. I'm not a Nikki Glazer hater either. I think she's fine. But like, the problem is I was listening to Cat Williams right before her, and I was like, there's just levels to this, man. There's levels to comedy. Like, get Cat Williams on there. Like, what are we doing? What are we messing around with it? Like, come on, let's just bring on the GOAT. As far as post-game shows in general, like, yeah, they're kind of corny, and they're not made for, like, diehard football guys. They're made for the casual viewer who tunes in when they're at the bar or whatever. You know what I mean? They're not really for guys like you who are X's and O's heads. You know what I mean? So we're not really the target audience, I don't think, for a lot of those shows. They're trying to go with the greatest common denominator and just kind of appeal to everybody. So I think that's probably why we don't find them super interesting or entertaining. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I will say this, you know, Rob's comment that, yeah, Nikki Glazer did crush on the Brady roast, but
she was good at that. Yeah, that was great.
That was not PG-13. That's actually a good call out on your part, Keenan. Like, if you're going to bring a comedian on, you can't bring, and yes, it's Amazon Prime, right? But you can't bring a comedian on and like handcuff them with one hand tied behind their back and be like, yeah, be funny and roast people, but they're lines, right? That's actually a good call out on your part, because that's what makes it kind of awkward, is that some of the jokes you tell didn't land at all.
Yeah.
And I will say this. I'll give her credit, Keenan. You can appreciate this as someone who's done stand-up. I got to give her credit for being, and I don't know if she had a teleprompter or what, being able to deliver her lines with like 8,000 Jet fans in the background just screaming.
Booing and screaming, and yeah.
It was pretty entertaining. But yeah, man, that's my thing. I actually find MLB pregame and postgame shows, the MLB on Fox, before they turned it over to just Jeter and whatnot, when they had like Frank Thomas and guys on, Jimmy Rollins, I thought that was really informative.
Yeah.
We've talked about it. ESPN's pre and post is just horrendous. It's horrendous, right? Like inside the NBA, RIP soon enough, continues to be the gold standard.
Yeah.
Pre and post game shows. But yeah, man, like I don't care. I mean, I like even in the college realm, and I guess I'm asking you here because I'm never around to watch. I don't get to watch college games because I'm usually either traveling, working, or like trying to get rest before the game. So I don't get to watch game day anymore. And I don't get to watch any college football post-game shows because I'm work and trying to do our own post-game show with Chip Brown at Horns 24/7. So like, do you is there any of them inside the NBA that you feel you get anything from?
I mean, college game day is fun, but that's more of a nostalgia factor, I think, plays a lot into that. It reminds me of being a kid and getting up and watching that. I mean, it's nice. I like the human interest stories they do on there. I mean, Pat McAfee's like whatever. I'm not a Pat McAfee hater, but I get people that don't like him. I think he's fine on that show. I mean, in general, like college football is just less hot takey unless you're talking about Archie Manning. But like in general, you have, again, it's like more of a common denominator thing with your guys who are NFL fans. Like most people are NFL fans, not as many are college football fans. So you can appeal more to the college football fan in particular with pregame and postgame stuff versus an NFL audience, which is a lot bigger.
Rob, I'm going to hit this really quick. You say, wait, TSU and Horns 24/7 have competing post-game shows. I feel like it should be combined. I wouldn't be mad at that. I'm sure BK wouldn't be mad at that. I think the folks over at 24/7 Sports and CBS might take a little umbrage. Nevertheless, no, they are not competing. So BK, Bucky and company go like pretty much soon after
right after
final whistle. Ours is not taped until probably 90 minutes after the game. Of course, we go to Sark's presser, and then we go up and tape it. So you get to watch them both. You get your TSU post game, BK Bucky. Highly recommend that right after the game, and then just check on YouTube. Check either my Twitter account or Chip's Twitter account, and you will see that as well. And also, ours is recorded. We don't do it live, so there's that aspect. All right, K. Well, before we get out of here,
predictions.
Game day is upon us. Give us a prediction.
It's going to look similar to UTSA. I'm going to go 56-0.
I don't think BK mentioned this, but I will mention it. I won the 24/7, the TSU pot there as far as getting the pregame score right last week. I said 57-7. The score was 56-7. So nice. I don't think anyone came closer than that unless they got it right. No. I am going 60-3.
Okay.
I think it's going to be 60-3. I don't see any way that, especially with the way this defense is playing, the standard they're looking to hold themselves to, don't see any way that ULM musters a touchdown because, quite frankly, they're not as good as UTSA, right? And so there's that aspect for sure. All right, K-Wo, I know you got to get back to work, so I'm going to bring Zay on. My guy, as always, great week. I will see you again on Tuesday. Let the folks know, if they want to come find you, because listen.
Yeah, I'll tweet it out where I'm at. I'll come by your tailgate or something if you want. I'll tweet out when I'm coming to the stadium, and maybe I'll pop by and see you guys.
Eric Henry is not the commodity on pregame. Keenan Womack is. Brother, I will see you on Tuesday. Have a good weekend, my guy. We'll get him out of here. We'll go ahead and bring on the man himself, Zay Collier, and the man with the man, Mr. Chip Brown. Fellas, what's going on?
What up, E. Henry?
What kind of introduction was that?
I said the man, Zay Collier, and the man with the man? Like, okay,
Man,
I apologize. Zay, I
got to be the man with the man.
I apologize. We got the man himself, the legend.
Just be the man?
Chip Brown, and his sidekick in the sidecar is Collier. Like, is that what you like?
Damn, sidekick?
Well, I'm like, what do you want?
You said the man with the man. How about just the man?
Okay, fair enough. Okay, for the audience at home, I'm still battling this cold. I went from questionable to probable for tomorrow. Okay, and Chip is taking umbrage with my.
I'm sorry, man. I didn't realize you were like out of your right mind. You know what I'm saying?
I am not, man. I'm toughing it out. I am toughing it out for the team. I'm toughing it out for Texas Sports Unfiltered. I'm toughing it out for us, for the brand. And Chip Brown takes an issue. Zay, how are you, brother? Brother, you good, brother?
I'm great.
Brother, you good?
I'm great. I thought the introduction was fine, E. Henry. You know what I'm saying? I thought it was great. So, get well, dog. Get better. So you can be at that game tomorrow.
I know where I stand. I'm third.
You are
third.
You are a legend in these streets. It's funny. I will leave on this because I am gonna get some rest. Make sure I am ready to go for what will be at least a 2 a.m. Night for us there at the stadium. You want to know what makes Chip Brown a legend? I said this. His lovely wife Elle, she hung out with some of Chip's old friends for the Michigan game, and as they came over to greet us, I let them know there is no half-stepping on Chip Brown. I learned, Zay, in my first year in Austin. But like, yeah, I work with Chip Brown. Like, oh, Chip, I love him. Or it's Chip. Bleep that guy. There is no half-stepping on Chip Brown. And that was what makes Chip Brown the legendary figure that he is, sir.
Thanks.
Y'all have a great show.
Henry.
Appreciate you, Eric.
That's right. People either love or hate the Chipster, but I'm lovable. I like to say I'm lovable.
Who would hate you? Come on.
Yeah, who hates me?
Who hates you?
Why would
anybody do that?
Kidding me? Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. We're happy you're spending some time with us. Hopefully, in about 5 minutes, Colt McCoy, who is a legend, but he's going into the Hall of Honor tomorrow night. They're celebrating him on the field, Zay. You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, well,
I'm just with all the typing. I thought you were still going. Yeah, awesome. I'm excited.
Awesome.
Yeah,
cool. Well, I am personally excited to talk to Colt because he is one of the great stories in college football in the last 20 years, and one of the best stories in Texas football ever, because he was never supposed to be the man. I want to ask him about that. I want to ask him, when he hears you were never supposed to play at Texas, does he agree with that? Probably not in his mind. But Mac Brown kept bringing in quarterbacks to compete with him, and Colt kept sending them home, kept sending them on their way. Jevin Sneed, G.J. Kinney, now the head coach of your Texas State Bobcats. Did your pops, he coached there, but did he graduate from there?
Yeah, both him and my mom.
See?
Mm-hmm.
So
eat them up, cats.
Yeah,
I'm excited.
Texas State Bobcats.
Yeah, I'm excited to talk to Colt, man. The things that he's done throughout his career. You're right. He wasn't supposed to be here. Coming in a scrawny, maybe 6 foot, probably $150 and some change out to Scola, Texas. And yeah, one of the best quarterbacks, not only in Texas football history, but college football history.
That's right.
Man,
he was the all-time wins leader.
Yeah. He deserves to be honored, man.
Till Kellen Moore came rolling through. That's the other thing, too, is what took so long. Now, I know a lot of times they want to pick a weekend where you can be there. And obviously, Colt's been in the NFL for forever. Since he since he left and after the 2009 season. And now he's retired from the NFL. He's got his broadcast career going. It was funny because I reached out to him and he was, he's like, hey, why don't we try to do something when I come in for the Hall of Honor? So I touched base with him yesterday. He's like, I'm elk hunting in Utah. I don't have a very good connection. I was like, well, how about tomorrow? And he's like, yeah, that should work. So he's flying into Austin. I know he was flying into Austin earlier today, and hopefully he hasn't told me otherwise, but look at that.
Man of his word. Yeah, I'm pretty
My
sure
flight has been delayed.
Oh, nah. It's tough.
All right. So he said maybe we can do next week. Okay.
All right.
We'll get his thoughts on the weekend. On the weekend that was. But just to finish the thought on Colt, look at all the adversity that he had to face. I mean, this guy is a warrior. He's a warrior too, because remember the comeback wins that he had. I think of the Oklahoma State game where he and Jamal Charles went wild. They were down 21. Mac Brown was losing his mind in the huddle. And Colt and Jamal Charles led him back. Ryan Bailey hit the 40-yard field goal in Stillwater to win the game. And you were like, how did they pull that off? Because nothing was going right. And that was 07. 08 was the year. And that I really want to talk to him about that because 08, Texas should have played for the national championship. That was the tiebreaker year. One of Colt's gutsiest performances against Texas Tech. They take a 1-point lead with 1:29 left. We know how it ended. And OU wins the tiebreaker, and Sam Bradford wins the Heisman. If Texas beats Texas Tech, Colt wins the Heisman, and Texas plays for the national championship. I will believe that till I die. And it's unfortunate that it ended the way it did in Lubbock, but I've never seen a guy so devastated as Colt McCoy that night, like almost more than the 2009 national championship game, because it just happened so quick at the end. Like, I don't think Colt could believe it. So, but hopefully we will get a chance to talk with him at the first, maybe Monday, hopefully Monday, because it's a great weekend for Colt McCoy, for all the Hall of Honor inductees, and Alex Okafor, who's been on the show, who's got his media career going now, the Behind the Face Mask podcast, the Third and Longhorns podcast, KBVO. He's a mogul.
Yeah. Both of those guys, they deserve it. I mean, when you get honored, that means you did some really good things during your time at the 40 acres, and you deserve to be remembered the way that they're going to be remembered tomorrow night. So, yeah, get Colt on next week. That'll be fun, but guess we got to break down this beat down that we get to see tomorrow night. Arch Manning getting that first start. Definitely
Arch
Colt
Madness.
Yeah, the Arch Madness, what he thinks about it.
Texas fans were like, oh, I'll sell my tickets to that one. And now they're like, oh, man, I got to go to that game. I got to see Arch Manning's first start. Someone like tweeted out, I think the SEC network tweeted out Arch Manning's rookie card or something. I mean, like, the Arch hysteria, the Arch madness is full throttle. And I'm just excited to see the guy, how he prepares, how it looks, because I've said this all week. how do you follow up what he did? Accounting for 5 touchdowns in 2 quarters, and they were all explosive play touchdown passes, 12, 51, 75, 19-yard passes, and then the 67-yard touchdown run. And how do you follow that up? And obviously Ernest Hill, he's got his cavalry. He's got his dudes. Some of them have beaten Arch in high school at Isidore Newman. Not sure I would have shared. Not sure.
Big Earn, your life could change tomorrow, Big Earn. Your life could change tomorrow. You go out, maybe allow 3 touchdowns. That's it. Make it a close game. Make people wonder about Texas. I'm not saying go out and complete the upset, but Ernest, you see his chest out. Very confident that Ernest Hill, defensive coordinator for Louisiana Monroe, said his boys are confident. They don't fear nobody. They play hard. They don't fear him. Who is this?
We done beat him when he was playing private high school ball, small class private ball in Louisiana.
Yeah, man.
Might want to consider the new teammates he has.
Nah.
Got some ball players.
We all scholarship players around here. That's what Ernest is saying.
Isaiah Bond.
We all Matt scholarship players.
Baby Rhino.
Oh, baby
Come on,
Rhino.
Zay.
Yo, Baby
That's
Rhino.
That's the best nickname going right now.
Well, Rhinos don't fumble. I know that. Baby Rhino. Shoot, Baby Mike Allstock, Baby Barry Sanders. Call him whatever the hell you want. Don't fumble that ball. He gets it. Keep giving them carries, though. Keep giving them. Jared Gibson's next up. You just got to protect that ball with your life. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to bring it back to mama later on. And she said, this ball don't come back, you catching the beat down. You know? You don't want to disappoint mama. You don't want to disappoint Steve Sarkeesian, Tashard Choice, your teammates. Because Jared Gibson, Jaden Blue's the guy. But Trey Wisner doesn't keep coming on. Jared Gibson's going to slither his way into that number 2 spot. I'm just saying, Trey Wisner still doing a really good job, but Jared Gibson, he's taking his game to another level. Besides the fumble, that dude, he's serious. So Jaden Blue, we'll see if he's available tomorrow. But if not, Baby Rhino, let him do his thing. Trey Wisner, if he's hurt, keep him out too. Like, both of those guys, too valuable down the line to be messing around with Louisiana Monroe and stuff. Like, no, you're good. Plus, you need to give yourself some adversity. You know, like, it's the Michigan game had its adversity. You're going to the big house, you know, one of the biggest venues in all of college football. It gets rowdy there, but we know that Michigan team, they just had a quarterback change for a reason. So if I'm Sark, I'm challenging them in different ways. You know, if that means we're going to hold some guys out because they're just being cautious, but also we want to see what this guy will do in a different situation. Who knows? Quinn could have played this week. If this was December and you were talking about championships on the line, Quinn's playing with this oblique injury, but it's ULM. He ain't playing. That makes sense. You can do that with Jaden Blue. You know, you keep doing that with certain guys just because, just to give them some adversity and throw some guys in the mix to see what they're made of.
They got to get this running game figured out eventually. Like, it's, you know, against Michigan in the second half, and I wrote about this in the Insider over at Horns 24/7, did a little quarterly report. Who has, you know, met, exceeded, or fallen short of expectations? The Texas running game, they only averaged, the running backs, if you take out the 55-yard run by Ryan Wingo, they only averaged 1.5 yards per carry in the second half against Michigan. 12 carries, 18 yards. It was Jaden Blue, 4 carries, 1 yard. Quintravion, 2 carries, 3 yards. Baby Rhino, 6 carries, 14 yards. Total 12 carries, 18 yards. So that first half was a masterpiece. And of course, Michigan's down 24-3 in their own house. They're going to come out fired up. They're going to be extra motivated. Defense played really well, except for that reverse, because that reverse set up the only Texas touchdown of the second half. And then Texas's defense allowed Michigan to hold the ball for half the fourth quarter to start. They had a 7.5-minute drive. And then Texas just kind of ran out the clock. But you got some run defenses coming up. You got OU, you got Georgia. And I cannot wait to watch this Tennessee-Oklahoma game, and I'm going to have to freaking record it because I want to see who's the real deal here. Their defense is – Tennessee's given up 1.8 yards per carry so far this season. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, North Carolina State, that's the only team they really played, and I don't think they pushed the needle for nobody. So, yeah, this game in Norman tomorrow, it's going to show a lot, especially to the nation, what these two teams are made of. And I think Tennessee, if they go on to win this game, they might start rolling. They might start really rolling. And lots on Nico, him turning the ball over in that NC State game. That was interesting. He still has a lot of experience to catch up to, but he has all the talent in the world. 6'6", great arm, different angles, athleticism, even though he wants to be a pocket quarterback. What's he going to look like against Billy Bowman, Danny Stutzman, and Brent Venables' crew? What's Brent Venables going to come up with to possibly slow him down? And they're going to have to rely on, Oklahoma faithful for being loud and being crazy. But Jackson Arnold's out there running for his life. He's taking hits. He's not able to get the ball out of his hands at a comfortable rate due to the pressure in his face, then it's going to be a long day for the Sooners. But if they could buy some time for them, like their run game, it's not the worst. They got a couple of guys.
OU?
It's not the worst.
It's pretty bad.
It's not the worst, though. I saw those backs against Tulane. They trust me, those types of guys that – it's bad now. Fast forward to Red River, and they throw you $175 on the ground. Like it's just they got to figure some things out as a whole, especially if they continue to get healthy down the line. So, Oklahoma, I don't think they're going to get ran. I think they're going to lose tomorrow. But this 3-touchdown game stuff, I think they got more pride than that at home.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Look, OU's defense is going to have to keep them in it, and they can. They can. But, no one's talking about, Dylan Sampson, the running back at Tennessee. That dude's averaging almost 8 yards a carry, 7 yards a carry and change, and he should be in the Heisman conversation. He's running it so well. So we're gonna see what this OU run defense is all about, because OU's given up 2.2 yards per carry. Tennessee's giving up 1.76 yards per carry. Now, you've played a couple of Twinkies. Now you're going head to head. It's SEC play. It's the Josh Heupel Bowl. I am all in on this game. The other game I'm all in on in the SEC is Arkansas and Auburn, because Arkansas absolutely, Arkansas should have beaten Oklahoma State. They imploded. And They can run the ball. Arkansas is averaging 6.6 yards per carry, and Arkansas's defense is holding people down. Arkansas's defense is 11th against the run. I mean, I'm kind of surprised. I think Arkansas wins that game.
Do you now?
There, I said it. Might be in my
Going
picks,
against your
Zay.
nephew. What you doing? You're going against old Hank, your nephew, Hank Brown.
Hank Brown. Yeah, Arkansas's defense, they're giving up 61 yards per game on the ground and 2.2 a carry. And they're running it. It's all about which Talon Green you get. Talon Green, the transfer from Boise. When he's on, oh, baby. You know who he reminds me of, Zay? Donovan Smith.
Oh.
But with wheels. And we know when Donovan Smith heats up, watch out. Donovan Smith, that's who Talon Green reminds me of.
Yeah, Talon Green. A little bit more Jets than Donovan Smith, but
for sure. No, wheels. He's got wheels.
I see it. Arkansas' schedule's brutal, man. Like, they didn't do Sam Pittman any favors going into this season. You already played Oklahoma State in Stillwater. UAB
should have won.
Fight. Should have won, yeah, but they didn't. UAB was an absolute dog fight. Got Auburn this week. You go to College Station next week. You got Tennessee coming into town on the 5th of October. You got LSU coming into town after a bye on the 19th of October. And then you still got Texas and Missouri to finish out the season. Oh, yeah, Sammy. Damn, Sammy.
That's rugged.
That's tough.
Hey,
that's
how about a little love for Major Applewhite? South Alabama. They put it on App State in Boone, North Carolina last night, 48-14. You know what? Ollie Pop for Major Applewhite.
Wow.
In South Alabama. Did you not watch the game?
Hell no. South Alabama? No, I'm not watching that. I was watching the league. NFL.
You don't
not watching South Alabama and on a Thursday night. No.
Damn.
See, that's the type of stuff. That's the type of stuff that gets you divorced. Watching games like that.
Major Applewhite?
Yes. Hell, that South Alabama Thursday night? No. If I told my wife, yo, man, I gotta watch this South Alabama game, she'd be like, look, we gotta set some boundaries here. NFL game, Thursday night prime, Kurt Herbstreit and them, I get that. If you're out here watching group of 5 games, you gotta look yourself in the mirror. Thursday night, nonetheless, we gotta look ourselves in the mirror now. Now, shout out to Major. Good for Major. He's my favorite.
Yeah, you missed out.
He's my favorite woman stealer of all time.
What your rationale was, you missed Fluff Bothwell.
Oh, wow.
Fluff Bothwell had 14 carries for 116 yards and 2 touchdowns. You kidding me? A running back named Fluff?
Yo.
Oh, look, yeah, you got to tune into that.
Major Applewhite is my favorite woman stealer ever. Love him.
Why?
Absolutely love him.
Why?
Why what? What do you mean?
Why?
What you mean?
There are certain people you just go back to the worst common denominator. Major Applewhite is one of them. If his name comes up, you go back to Ricky had 6 girlfriends at the time.
Don't put that on my husband. Don't put that on my husband. He was a great man. He loved that girl. Here comes the quarterback. Oh, look at me. I'm the quarterback. I'm already the man.
No one believes you.
I'm already the man. Ricky was just trying to smoke his chronic and be happy. That's it.
And by the way, Ricky's been through about 50 women since, and Major's still married to the woman that he stole.
Yeah.
Anyway, you missed out. Fluff Bothwell, South Alabama, drilled App State, baby. Come on, Major Applewhite.
Come on, man.
So
what? South Alabama.
How was that Jets New England game? That do it for you?
I mean, if I want to see a master at the quarterback position, yes. It definitely got my rocks off because some of the things that Aaron Rodgers was doing last night, boy, elite.
Zay's rocks got off last night, everybody. Did you hear that?
No, it was all dink and dunk. I'm good with it. Yo, Mel Kiper Jr., have you heard all this stuff? Mel Kiper Jr., let's get rid of the too high safety defense. We need to ban it. Yo, man, what happened to the game I love? No. Be more creative, offensive coordinators. Quarterbacks, get in the lab more. Watch more film. Get a better arm to where you can manipulate it. I don't need to see all these deep-ass shots in the game. I'm fine with that. If the defense is going to give me the dink and dunk stuff, I better be good enough to get my team up the field on 11-something plays. Aaron Rodgers did that to a T last night. I loved it. And Aaron Rodgers, like the G he is, he might be bat stuff crazy, but he went after Mel Kiper. He was like, yeah, they've been on Garrett Long. Sorry, Mel Kiper Jr., they were playing that too high safety. Didn't matter. 24-3 for that ass. Got my guy Garrett Wilson.
No one cares.
A lot of people care.
No, they don't. They don't care about Jets Patriots here in Austin. They care about Major Applewhite.
Oh, hell no. Nobody caring about Major no more. No, but nobody care about Major no more. He ain't got no steakhouse downtown. Stop it.
Major
Stop
Applewhite
it. Stop it.
Screwed at Houston. Screwed. He had 2 winning seasons, got fired. So that Tillman Fertitta could go hire Dana Holgerson.
What, 7-5? Is that what we're talking about? That's what
8-4 and 7-5.
8-4. Oh, 7-5. If that's good enough, sure.
Yeah, but then Dana came in and went 4-8. Now he did get it to 12-2. I think, didn't he?
I felt like Dana had a good year before.
Dana had one good year in there.
Yeah, one good year.
He had one good year, and then he was supposed to follow it up and be like the darling before they moved into the Big 12.
Where is Dana?
He's chilling.
He's chilling, waiting for that next gig?
Yeah, he's chilling.
Okay.
So Dana went 4-8, 3-5, 12-2.
That's it, right there.
4-8. Major went 7-5 and 8-5.
Yeah, you gotta fire him. You're gone. It's not good enough, Major. I'm sorry.
That's
not good enough. It's not good enough. Come on. Look at Dana's hair. You see that hair that he's holding on to?
It's madman hair.
It's nuts, man hair.
It's madman hair. I love Dana.
I do too. What a great guy.
That dude is, you want to have a beer with that guy because he's got great stories. He's coached with Leach, he's coached with Cliff, he's coached with Gundy. I mean, we need to get Dana on the show.
Yeah, get him on. He ain't doing nothing, as you said. He chilling.
Let me make a post-it note on that because Dana, hell, we might have to pay him to be a guest every week. He's got so many damn stories.
Yeah,
of course, I shouldn't have said that out loud.
Yeah, what are you doing?
Yeah, what am I doing?
Let's get Dana for the low. He ain't doing nothing right now, so we get him for the low. But
yeah,
I'm glad Major got his dub yesterday. Congrats. I need to see Major at the Power 4 level. Come up on the Power 4 level. Come talk to me, Major.
Okay, well, talk to me about this Texas Lou Monroe game. What are you looking to see? What, if you were preparing to broadcast the game, what notes would you touch on during the broadcast? Were you like how I did that?
Yeah, I enjoyed that. Well done. Well, definitely trying to establish some type of running game, especially with Arch in there. You know, I'm not running Arch. We all love the 20 miles per hour run and stuff. That was cute. I'm not running him. He's too valuable at this point because, again, love Quinn Ewers, think he's destined for greatness, but we got to be realistic about Quinn Ewers. You've had 3 injuries in all 3 seasons during your Texas tenure where you've had to miss games. So that one hit, that one shot, who knows when Arch is going to have another opportunity to go in the game. Knock on wood, hope it doesn't happen, but just trying to keep it real for you folks out here. So I got to keep Arch upright all the time. And Arch has to know, like I joked yesterday on, when you talking to the family, everybody congratulating you on your first star, let them know slide. Sark, AJ Millie, let him know slide. We don't need to lower our heads. We don't need to think that we could juke everybody like we juked homeboy from UTSA. That's not going to happen. So let's try to establish a run game, whether that's Jaden Blue, Trey Wisner, Jared Gibson. Let's see how we do there. And then let's see these 6 receivers get busy again. I mean, it's fun to watch these guys. You never know who's going to be it. Right now, you have a feeling Matthew Golden and Isaiah Bond are definitely separating themselves from the rest of the bunch, but Ryan Wingo's coming. DeAndre Moore, very reliable. Jonte Cook went crazy last week with his 2 touchdowns, and I still have a lot of faith in Silas Bolden. So now just seeing another week of them being more comfortable, Chris Jackson and Sark being more comfortable calling plays for those guys. And, yeah, this is still a 40-a-game team. Easy. So ULM
46 right now.
46 right now. Let's up that. Because SEC, it might get real. Let's put it on ULM. Let Ernest know this ain't high school, Ernest. Sorry, we prep to whoop y'all's ass just like we prep to whoop everybody's ass. That ain't going to change. Y'all are just in the way this week. So I'm expecting the thrashing, but like we talked about, I would like to see the run game get going a little bit more.
Yeah, I like to see that run game. And it's going to be a big day for the baby Rhino because I think they're going to go tender on Jaden Blue and Quintravion and load up on.
Why are you calling him by his government name? Is that just?
That's what he said he preferred.
That's what he said he prefers?
I asked him.
Quintravion?
Yeah.
Damn.
I said, do you prefer Trey or Quintravion? And he said, Quintravion.
Wow.
So I said, okay. Mama calls him Quintravion. I'm calling him Quintravion.
All right. Got to respect mama.
You know what I'm saying?
No, I'm saying.
Yeah. I mean, this is.
Oh, he's such a Dallas dude, man. Quintravion Wisner. He is so Dallas. I love it.
What does that mean?
Have you seen the boy's head? Have you seen it? He has the hair. He has the Dallas fade. It's called the booty cut. It's very popular.
You got a picture? You got a picture of the booty cut?
Oh yeah, I can find that. You find
that? Yeah, I think, and you mentioned the receivers. Here's the thing, Zay. The quarterbacks for Texas, and I think Arch will get to throw it all over the place. And as well as Texas's quarterbacks throw it, and as good as this offensive line is as a pass blocking line, this line is a much better pass blocking line than it is a run blocking line right now. Like, it's not even close. These guys are doing a good job of protecting Quinn Ewers, Arch Manning, and quarterbacks are delivering the ball on time and on target, and they're explosive. And that's the thing. If you're explosive and Sark and Kyle Flood want to be the most explosive offense in college football, and you got Ryan Wingo, every game he does something explosive. And the thing is, Ryan Wingo is, you know, I know how much you love the Pro Football Focused grades. Ryan Wingo right now is your best perimeter blocker. Like Ryan Wingo's doing it all. And, I'm just keeping tab of the snaps.
You being real messy with them.
Just keeping an eye on the snaps.
On the snaps.
Ryan Wingo's got 63 snaps compared to my man Isaiah Bond, Matt Golden. They're both over 120. My man Ryan Wingo's about half. That's all right. It's all right.
That's all right.
You don't need to be showing everybody everything. You can save a little something. A little something for OU, a little something for Georgia. But my man Ryan Wingo.
Yeah, he's special. His time's coming. All right, here you go, Chip.
Oh, no.
South Dallas Shag. Yeah, appreciate it, Coach 420. Yeah, I've heard it called the booty. Heard it called the Dallas Shag. You see how it's lined up at Chris in the front, and in the back, it has that little fro thing going on. Yeah, I don't know if Trey Weiser's cut it. I
think he's cut it.
Oh, he's cut it? But you remember him having this, don't you?
I trust you. I don't. You're the one who pays attention to everybody's social media.
Yeah,
which I greatly appreciate. You are per se Hilton. But I think he has cut the booty cut, but that is a terrible look. So maybe I'm
a terrible look. It's stop. You were young one day. Did you want a certain cut?
Oh yeah, I had a mullet. It was terrible.
There you go.
At the time, I thought it was greatness.
See?
Yeah.
Was it like Quinn Ewers or a little shorter?
Oh, way shorter.
Yeah.
Like Ewers was all in.
Yo.
And Ewers said this fall that he kept it a year too long.
Yeah, maybe. It got rough.
He kept it a year too long.
Seeing what he has now, what he had then.
Now he's Deputy Ewers, baby. Deputy Ewers.
Yeah, which I've been seeing some things on social media because they're trying to give Deputy Ewers the Dr. Pepper commercial, the Madden treatment, the bad luck Madden treatment, because Bryce Young, I want to say he was a deputy or whatever, or had his part in Fanville, DJ. Caleb.
Was Caleb part of it too?
I think he was. Now Quinn, so.
That's just haters.
That's just hating.
That's just haters.
Yeah. But Caleb Williams better be better this week, young man. You being all upset, getting mad at CJ Stroud. That ain't his fault. He trying to help you out. Which my love for CJ Stroud just grows every day with something new that I see. Texans put out him mic'd up. It's about a 6-minute clip mic'd up with the pass game against the Bears. Dude, do you not understand that these edge rushers and these defensive linemen are trying to kill you, bro? How are you so calm? It's nuts to me, Chip. It's nuts, some of these guys, and just how they're able to get in that Zen mode when they're on the field. Everything's happening so fast. Everything is so vicious and so violent. And this dude's out here chopping it up with the refs, joking with his teammates, joking with the other team. Like laughing, like, oh, yeah, I saw y'all do this on film. Ha, ha, ha. Like, bro, you acting like you're 30-something years old. This is year 2 for you. It's not normal. Things like that just not normal. It's nuts to me, man.
Yeah,
like,
there's nothing normal that happened last year. Him coming in, leading the Texans, who were moribund, like corpse, and leading them to the division title and a playoff win. Him, Tank Dell for part of the season, Nico Collins. Like, no one had heard of these guys before last year. Now everybody's getting paid, that they're winning. Like, I'm into the Texans.
I am too.
I'm into it.
Yeah.
I like
you talked about the leaders that Dallas doesn't have. You can't say that with CJ Stroud. I'm sure Dak does his thing. I need to see Dak mic'd up. I'd mic up Dak as much as possible just to try, because I got to see something. Because this 22, 23-year-old out of Rancho Cucamonga, California, he's got it. He's figured it out already. Nico Collins does some stupid stuff. I think he punched somebody, got unnecessary roughness or unsportsmanlike thing. He went up to Nico Collins like a shrink, as calm as he could be, like, yo, bro, be smart. Be smart. We don't need that.
D'Amico Ryans?
To Nico Collins.
Oh.
CJ Stroud did. He's like, yo.
Oh, yeah.
Yo, we good. Relax. We don't need that. Yeah. Like, yeah, we got John coming on.
Yeah, 2:00.
Bet. Yeah, because I couldn't be more impressed, man. Like, he's easily one of my favorite players in this league. And I think he also takes pride with the narrative that Ohio State quarterbacks are trash when they get to the next level. I think he looks at that and be like, no, not this one. It ain't going to happen over here. All them guys that came before me, I can't control that at all. Things going to be different. So, yeah, I got to thank Quinn Ewers. Maybe it was Quinn Ewers that did that because he said that. I've seen him in the interview, Chip. CJ Stroud has said, yo, when they brought Quinn Ewers to Columbus, I'm looking around like, what? The disrespect. This guy, look at him. Look at the way he looks. Look at this mullet. This guy supposed to be next, supposed to beat me out. Cool. All right, I'm going to show y'all. It's on. It's on for the rest of my career.
It's on.
The
Texans, who they got? They're going to Minnesota to take on the Vikings.
2-0 versus 2-0.
Sam Darnold.
Shout out to Sam Darnold, man. Keep trucking. Those guys that get drafted high, we've talked about it with Bryce Young, just needing the new atmosphere. And no, our Travis Johnson, we didn't talk to Colt today. We got him next week.
Yeah, Colt, his flight was delayed. He flew in after elk hunting in Utah. He flew in today. He texted me and said his flight's been badly delayed, and he said let's do it Monday.
Yeah.
So we will wrap up the weekend of Colt McCoy being inducted into the Hall of Honor with Colt. So unless he gets somewhere where he can check in with us at 2:30, but I'm not gonna plan on that.
Yeah. You gonna ask Colt how he feels about Eric Mangini next week?
I do. I want to ask him that.
Hell yeah, that's my dog.
I do want to ask him that.
Yeah,
because we're watching it with Bryce Young. Everybody's like, "Oh, Bryce Young, what a terrible pick." No, Bryce Young is legit. He has gotten thrown into the blender. That is the Carolina Panthers organization, and they'd screw up a winning lottery ticket. I mean, they are such a mess right now. They are.
Okay, well, here's me being messy again. I didn't do this. I didn't make this up, but there might be another reason why Bryce Young could be struggling. You know what I always say, Chip? You have a good woman by your side, it's easier to go out there and do your job. If you got a woman that's a little messy, out here running the streets, embarrassing you and stuff, makes life a little bit more difficult on the court or on the field. Word on the street, Bryce Young lost his girl. Not only lost her, but lost her to NBA All-Star Tyrese Maxey. Philadelphia 76er, Tyrese Maxey. Tough. That's tough. That's tough. Now look.
What are you going to say about Tyrese Maxey now?
I I said nothing about Tyrese.
You're going to say woman stealer?
I mean,
like you do with Major?
They're not teammates. They weren't teammates, so it's not that bad. Well, if we're teammates, if you're literally handing me the ball off, there should be a bro code, teammate code there, Major Applewhite. Tyrese Maxey, he in a completely different league.
And Major and Ricky still won. That tells you how little Ricky was thinking about it. Ricky's like, just give me the rock, OP.
OP. Yeah, they won, but they could have won more. Ooh. I'm just saying that we don't have no tension in the locker room. Maybe we win.
Chris Sims came in. Mac Brown brought Chris Sims in.
That was messy. That was messy. But hey,
oh my God. One of my favorite, quick sidebar. One of my favorite Major Applewhite moments when Texas goes to the Holiday Bowl. Remember when they played Oregon and Roy Williams was dropping passes in the end zone, BJ's dropping passes, and Joey the Piano Man Harrington beat Chris Sims and the Ducks. Mac was like, well, Major's knee isn't right. And then we finally got to talk to Major because those bowl games, you get to talk to the whole team. And we're like, so Major, how's your knee? And he's like, my knee is fine. Major was like, quit. Like, come on, Mac, take my name out your mouth. Quit talking about this knee injury that is not a factor. You know, Mac had to try to let everybody down nice and easy.
Should have been more cold. Should have been more cold, Mac. But again, Sally needed Mac to be chill. You know what I'm saying? Old Mac, the Mac that was cussing out Troy Aikman, that Mac maybe would have handled things a little different. But again, it's Mac. We love Mac. How's North Carolina doing, by the way?
They got a big game this week.
Against?
I don't know. Someone said they're on upset alert. Let me see who they're playing.
Upset alert. They lost their quarterback. They should be the ones upsetting.
Definitely on upset alert. Oh, sorry. The Any Coast Conference. The Any Coast Conference. Oh, James Madison. So James Madison is rolling into Chapel Hill at 11 a.m. tomorrow.
Oh.
You'll be able to watch that one. James Madison is apparently sneaky good.
Like college football playoff G5 spot good?
I don't know about all that.
Okay.
But I heard, I think it was my man, it was either Rick Neuheisel or Chris Childers was talking about, because North Carolina, let's see, James Madison is 2-0. They haven't played anybody. North Carolina is 3-0. But they haven't played anybody. Well, they beat Minnesota. They beat Minnesota.
Yeah.
They beat Minnesota.
In Minnesota too.
Yes. So that was the game that Mac grabbed PJ Fleck by the back of the head and looked like,
yo, that was so aggressive.
That was a right call, I believe.
Yeah, I think that was definitely a right call.
Because that was a little messy. That was a little messy by Mac.
Oh, Mac, that was so aggressive, bro.
Mac like palmed PJ's bald head and like pulled him in and was like, I'm not done talking to you yet. Let me give you some wisdom. PJ's like, my team just gave you that win. Get away from me.
Yo, if I'm PJ, me and Mac, somebody might have to separate us. Come on. I don't give a damn how old you are. If you're able to coach, you ain't going to sun me out here. You're not going to pull my neck. That's what Sam did to Kyler Murray.
I know. You can't be touching people. You can't be touching people.
Sam, you were wilding there. I love it. I'm about it. For that rivalry, you could get anyone up on anyone. Go ahead. Embarrass Kyler like that. But Kyler had every right to strike back. every right. Sam was all over it. So you don't want them problems. Collier might be the better quarterback, but you talk about Collier and Sam Ehlinger in the ring, putting them dukes up, putting them gloves on. Collier don't want that smoke. Bam, bam, Sam. Collier don't want that smoke.
Bam, bam, Sam.
Bam, bam, Sam. Hopefully Sam Ehlinger was probably really smart with his money. He did come from a nice little neighborhood. I get that, Westlake and stuff. But hopefully Sam doesn't have to fight nobody when his career is over, kind of like Lamar Odom or something like that. But if something were to happen like that, yo, we calling out Collier, Sam. Whoever your agent is, we calling out Collier, because that was a classic moment right there.
All right, what are you watching for on defense tomorrow night?
Man, good question. I mean, they love to run the ball. ULM, both of the games that they've won against Jackson State and UAB, they've rushed over 200 yards. So, I know General Booty coming from Oklahoma, you would think that he could sling it, but it's not what Brian Vincent wants to do. He wants to pound that ball inside and try to wear you down all game, keep the offense off the field. So I'm trying to see that run game just get a little bit better from what we saw last week. I mean, we know Vernon Broughton might have, made a little mishap, and David Benda got called up for that long run in the UTSA game. But, yeah, just trying to get better overall. I mean, the defense, they're so motivated right now. They got so many guys that are locked in. I love that. Leoga Lafau is coming along. I love what we saw from Ty Anthony Smith last week. It seems like the interior guys, Jermaine Lole, Bill Norton, Tia Savea, all of those guys, they're doing a really good job in the rotation that they're in right now on Pete Kwiatkowski's defense, along with Alfred Collins and Vernon Broughton. So, yeah, let's just see if we can get that sack number up. Some guys haven't got sacks yet. See if we could get to the quarterback and make some things happen just to, have some good film for whenever those guys enter the draft and stuff. Guys can go back and see, oh, okay, this is when they got a sack. This is when they do some really good things. This is the pat your stats game. Pat your stats.
Well, real quick on ULM, they run that outside zone like that. They don't make any bones about the fact they run that wide zone, and it takes a little bit of an adjustment. Now with Texas's personnel, they should be able to penetrate and destroy that wide zone, but it'll test you. And if they run it really well, which they have so far, I mean, you got Ahmad Hardy averaging 4.9 a carry, and James Jones averaging 5.5 a carry, and Taven Curry averaging 5.2 a carry. Those are your three running backs. They do what they do really well, put it that way. And let's see if Texas can, this is an Ethan Burke game. I'm sorry. You need a guy who's just going to penetrate, disrupt, kill the edges of that outside zone. I'll be shocked if 91 is not, and Colton Vasek too. This is a Baron Sorrell, Colton Vasek, and I mean, look, you got to have Colin Simmons in on the passing downs. You know what I'm saying? And Colin Simmons is your second highest rated run defender on the edge behind Burke.
Ethan Burke.
So, this is a Burke Simmons game.
Is
and
it
Sorrell.
Do you really need those guys? Again, this whole Ethan Burke thing, once Oklahoma and Georgia come around, give him all the reps. But he was hurt a lot last year. I really think.
No, he had arthroscopic surgery in the middle of the season. He was fine. He's in great shape now.
But you still got to watch that. It's guys that have had history against ULM. You want to play him the full game against ULM?
Football players want to play.
I get they want to play, but we got a bigger fish to fry.
He's not hurt.
You want them Long John Silverfish sticks? Nah, man, we got bigger fish to fry out here.
No, that's not how it works. You don't get to say, oh, you had arthroscopic surgery last year. We got to protect you.
For the SEC?
Well,
I think
that's why he's played half the snaps of Trey Moore.
Yeah, like if we're
saving him.
They're saving them. I really think they're saving them.
Even against Michigan.
Okay. Against Michigan, I don't know. But the game plan was clearly good enough to make it out of there more than alive. Ethan Burke is going to be so valuable towards the later part of the season. I really think so. I think his reps are going to go up. But I do think they're being a little bit cautious with him, because then it wouldn't make any damn sense if they weren't, because he's clearly better than what Trey Moore has given you thus far. And I still think Trey Moore is due for a game. Like he's got to get that confidence up. Hopefully his mental, confidence and psyche is still at a really good place. But yeah, Ethan Burke, the way they can move him around inside, outside, how versatile he is, how big he is, that's SEC written all over it. So once Georgia comes into town, once you go to the Cotton Bowl to face those Sooners, yeah, you go see Big 91. He gonna be ready. He gonna be ready. You antsy with Ethan Burke. I get it though. He's nice. He's a very good player. I want to see him play a lot too, but I'd rather see him in the SEC play than ULM. If Ethan got 20 reps this week, so be it. So be it. He gonna come in fresh. So be it. Because that guy could be a future first-round pick.
I agree with you. He is Diet Max Crosby. I just want to see. I want to see him become a full-fledged, non-diet Max Crosby.
Oh man, he gotta get more tattoos, man. Well, I don't know if he has any tattoos like Max Crosby.
I said before the year, I thought Ethan Burke might have a decision to make at the end of the year. He ain't got no decision to make with his piddly ass snaps. But
what does that mean?
He's not getting any run. He's not even playing on third down.
Y'all think I got nothing against Ethan Burke? I'm saying that's the whole thing. You're gonna need him later on. SEC play. That's when he gets all his reps. But the scouts know. The scouts know. Come on, they ain't dumb. They know. Yeah, start Colin Page. Why not?
Hey, that kid's doing fine. Like,
he had a solid run against UTSA.
Yeah, Colin Page ain't scared. And that dude, he had some good scrimmages during fall camp. I like me some Colin Page. He's the Chiefs bring in a white running back every once in a while.
I'm just checking to see if you're paying attention. You gonna start calling Colin Page the diet Christian McCaffrey?
No. Who's the guy for the Chiefs? Who's the white guy running back for the Chiefs?
Thor looking dude?
Yeah, the Thor guy.
I don't know that dude's name.
You're Mr. NFL. You don't watch college. You're only watching NFL.
I'm not watching South Alabama. That's a difference.
You don't like Major.
I do like Major. I told you he's my favorite woman stealer of all time.
That's terrible.
That's not terrible. He is happy. Hey, he's in love. He's still married. That's not terrible at all.
This guy, Justin, no. The hell's this guy's name?
Yeah, 42. What is his name?
Carson Steele. Carson Steele. Colin Page is a young Carson Steele. Colin Page is averaging 5.3 yards per carry, by the way. Trojan man. Austin Anderson, baby. Trojan man, Colin Page.
Representing.
Averaging 5.3 a carry. That, my friends, outside of Ryan Wingo's 55 yards per carry average and Isaiah Bond's 25 yards per carry average, Colin Page is second on the team to Jarek, the baby Rhino Gibson, who's averaging 5.4 per carry. Don't sleep on Colin Page. Great call, Jack.
You know, I'm interested to see if Ryan Niblett gets in the mix a little bit more.
Yeah, that looks like it's a project that's still under construction. It's got some orange construction cones around it.
That's all right.
I'm okay with Colin Page getting a couple carries. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, you're bugging. Before Ryan Niblett?
Yeah. I'd like Ryan Niblett to stay at receiver.
No, absolutely not. Not right.
All right, let's bring in the man who covers the hottest team in the NFL. Kidding me? The one and only John McClain, Pro Football Hall of Fame voter. He's in the Hall of Fame for his coverage of the NFL. He is, you can read him at HoustonTexans.com. He's the man. I mean, he's the voice of reason. John, how you doing?
Well, I'd be doing a lot better if I could make my laptop work. I can't for whatever reason, so I'm doing it on my cell phone. So excuse me if my hand starts shaking. I'm intimidated being on by you guys. By the way, how stupid was it for that Louisiana Monroe coach to say that he had guys that beat Arch Manning when he was at Newman High School?
Yeah.
I don't think it was that dumb, John. Really?
You're just providing incentive for Arch to go out there and show him who's boss. It's not going to matter. They're going to beat him by 50 anyway.
Yeah, I was like, wow, okay. Like, because this could have been a sleepwalk game for Texas, and you kind of
slaughter.
Yeah.
Sleepwalk to slaughter.
John, we were talking about, I should probably just let Zay talk about, go ahead, Zay, about CJ Stroud.
Yeah, John, Texans put out his mic'd up game this past weekend against Chicago, and it's just, he impresses me more and more every time I see him because, again, he's a 2-year guy and he acts like he's 30-something years old. Acts like he's been in the league for over a decade. The way that he talked to Caleb Williams, which, say what you want about Caleb Williams, I get it. He was disgruntled after the game, but just things like that, like his leadership is so well beyond his years.
And he got ripped nationally for doing that. And I'll tell you, it's the nitwits that ripped him. And I have not seen one of them point out that Caleb Williams is 0-2, just like Stroud was last year. If anybody could give Caleb Williams a little advice on what it's like to be a rookie starter and be 0-2, he was trying to help him out. And even though Williams acted like he didn't want it, and Stroud gave it to him anyway, because Stroud said last year quarterbacks came up to him after games. They would offer words of encouragement and advice. And what does it matter how old they are? But I thought it was asinine to rip Stroud because he did that, because no lame brain online or on the radio or TV or writing has a clue what it's like to be 0-2 and a rookie quarterback in a situation where one's the first overall pick and the other was the second overall pick.
John, what stood out to you about that Texans-Bears game?
That the Texans should have won it more decisively, just as they should have beaten Indianapolis more decisively. And, of course, D'Amico Ryans thinks we're crazy to be critical of a 2-0 record. And we're not. We're just pointing out the facts. With 6:25, I believe it was, left in the game. They got first and goal on the Bears' 4-yard line. They're up 19-10. So it ought to be 19-7, 26-10, 16 points. Spread was 6.5. I don't bet, but I know so many people that took the Texans into 6.5. So what happens? Cam Akers, third-team running back, has to play because of injuries. He had played well, but he loses a fumble. And at the 3-yard line, then the Bears come back, kick a field goal, so it's 19-13. All those people took the 6.5, lost so much money because of Cam Akers' fumble. The defense looked great. Pass rush had 36 pressures, according to Next Gen Stats, 17 combined by ends, Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson Jr. They had 7 sacks, gave up 204 yards. Now they'll face a more severe test at Minnesota, also 2-0, with a revitalized Sam Darnold at quarterback. The Texans have never defeated the Vikings. They're 0-5, and 2 of those losses were historic for this franchise. The first one, 2012, Texans are 12-2. Minnesota comes here. Beat Minnesota, you secure home field advantage throughout the playoffs. Instead, they got waylaid. Then they got waylaid in Indy. They end up 12-4, still the best record in franchise history, but that game sent them to New England in the second round, and they lost. So the other one, 2020, they're 0-3. Minnesota comes to town. They're 0-4. Bill O'Brien gets fired. And a lot of people would say, well, that was a good loss to Minnesota. Bottom line is Texans need to beat the Vikings. This would be the ideal time to do it, because if they do leave U.S. Bank Stadium with a victory, they'll be 3-0 with back-to-back home games against Jacksonville and Buffalo for the Stephon Diggs game.
Yeah, I look at the Texans defense, John, those 7 sacks, the constant pressure. I mean, the Texans defense was one of the great turnaround stories of last year. And then, they had some guys leave, and presto changeo, they're even more, successful getting after the quarterback.
Yeah, but let's be honest here. The Bears' offensive line's terrible. And I saw Bill Belichick, I can't remember where, he's on so many outlets now, critical of Ryan Poles, Chicago general manager, about how he's built his team with skill position players. And the fact is, he hasn't given the attention to the offensive line. Well, the offensive line is going to get attention in the draft and free agency next year. If you got a commodity like the first overall pick, you better make sure he's protected. Caleb Williams is getting hit a lot. He's bailing too soon. And he tries hard. He plays hard. But right now, he's off to a terrible start. And a big part of it is the offensive line, because they can't establish the running game either. Their defense is great. Matt Eberflus, the head coach, is a terrific defensive coordinator. And unlike the Colts, they shut down the Texans' running game, and they did a really good job in the second half against C.J. Stroud. And the Texans know they can't have another half like that if they're going to leave Minnesota with a victory.
What stands out about the Vikings, John?
Their defense, Brian Flores, who was interviewed for a head coaching job here, sued the Texans because he said he didn't get it because of race, which is ridiculous because they hired a black coach. And Brian Flores, his defenses play great. One of the things about it is he keeps you guessing. He may come with an all-out blitz a few plays in a row. Then he shows the all-out blitz. Quarterback makes the call, and boom, they get out of it. And they come with a no blitz. So it's like a chess match. A lot of people are billing this as Bobby Slowick versus Brian Flores, the offensive coordinator, versus the defensive coordinator. And I think it's going to be fascinating to watch. I don't believe Joe Mixon will play. I think we'll have Cam Akers again as the starting running back. But can't overlook Sam Darnold, his comeback. He's hoping to do what Baker Mayfield did last year in Tampa. 1 year make it contract and play well, have your team win, and then you get showered with millions of dollars in your multi-year contract.
So they've just given up on Damian Pierce.
Well, he's injured, so that's why he's not playing. He actually averaged 5.3 yards in the first game on carries because they wised up, because instead of making him run the zone scheme, which requires patience, planning, looking for the hole, they just gave it to him on straight gap plays, and he looked like he did 2 years ago. And I'm assuming if next time he's able to play, they'll do that again, because he just cannot play the zone scheme.
Interesting.
John, you're a fellow Baylor Bear, Jalen Petrie. It looked like he's gotten off to a really good start this year, and he looks comfortable in the position that he's in. I know there's been some issues of him maybe playing out of position for the style of play that he has, but what has D'Amico Ryans found in Jalen Petrie to make him productive and in the mix, and how he likes to play like we saw this past Sunday night?
Well, first of all, Zay, it took 2 coaching staffs, including D'Amico Ryans last year, to figure out how to best take advantage of Petrie's skill set. You know, at Baylor, he got real good the last 2 years under Dave Aranda as Big 12 Defensive Player of the Year when he was moved up around the line of scrimmage and star position, they call it at Baylor. Here, they had him playing deep safety. He took a lot of bad angles when he was chasing players. He played really well as a rookie, though. Last year, not so much. People were down on him. This year, they moved him to his old position. He's looked great. He had 2 monster hits in that Chicago game. Bears tight end Colt McCoy said this week that he got hit harder by Petrie than any time he'd been hit in his football career.
I love Jalen Petrie when he was at Baylor. He and Dylan Doyle, those guys were wreaking havoc for Matt Rule, who's now leading the Cornhuskers.
Matt's got a game tonight with the top-rated quarterback in the country, Dominic Raiola. I'm going to watch him because I'm a big Matt Rule fan.
Yeah, Zay has pointed out that Dylan Raiola guy is such a mimic of Patrick Mahomes. It is uncomfortable. I mean,
is that his name, Dylan Raiola?
Yeah, Dylan Raiola.
Dylan. No telling how many millions they had to pay him to get him, because if you're the top quarterback in the country, I'm thinking you're going to go, oh, yeah, I'd love to go to Lincoln, Nebraska.
I was kind of making fun of Zay for making fun of Dylan Raiola, and then I saw all this stuff. It's like he's going to get a facelift next to look like Patrick Mahomes. But it is wild. So how's the player leadership, John? I know it's early, but this is my contention. The Cowboys have no player leadership, because if you get hit in the mouth like you did by the Packers in the playoffs and you don't respond, then you show up at home, you know, Dak gets $60 million and they get hit in the mouth by the Saints and no one responds. Like, I'm starting to think there's no player leadership, because you and I both know the old Cowboys, Troy Aikman, the offensive lineman, Eric Williams, Charles Haley, they were going to beat someone up if they, you know, played pathetically like that in the past.
Well, that's because Jimmy Johnson thought that was important off the field, the culture. And it starts with the head coach, like Jimmy Johnson, like D'Amico Ryans. I'm not saying D'Amico's going to be Jimmy. I'm just saying the players love D'Amico. He's a physical coach. He preaches physicality constantly. He's big on culture. He's got his player council. The players will run through the walls at NRG Stadium if he tells them to. They are seeing the fruits of his labor. You know, when you're a new coach and you're telling players what to do, they have to see that it works, because a lot of new coaches come in, it doesn't work. You know, we had 2 of them here in a row. That's why they were fired after 1 year, but they see what D'Amico's preaching. They see it's working, and then they buy in. And you have to buy in off the field for it to show up on the field. Sometimes you can have a message that goes in one ear and out the other because the players don't respect you or they're tired of hearing it. I'm not saying that's what's happening with the Cowboys, but if they lose to Baltimore, to me, the biggest disappointment in the league, because I picked them to win the Super Bowl, that'd be 3 consecutive losses at home, starting with Green Bay in the playoffs after they went undefeated at home last year. That's why I'm picking the Cowboys this game to bounce back. I just can't see them starting with back-to-back losses at AT&T Stadium. And but if you don't have that culture, you can still win, and you might win the division. You might win 12 games. But, boy, when the going gets tough, you've got to have the leadership, starting with the head coach and trickling down to the players who'll step up in that capacity. And that's why coaches want certain guys. D'Amico Ryans brought Jimmy Ward, safety, with him. Jimmy's about to he's 33, and he is the leader of the defense. And then he brought in Aziz Al-Shire. Shire spent time with him in 49ers, and then he spent last year with Tennessee, led him in snaps and tackles on a one-year contract. Tennessee tried to keep him, but he was ready to be reunited with D'Amico Ryans, and I like a lot what he is doing off the field as well. So they target these guys who are leaders, and of course Stroud is on offense in a big-time manner.
How good are the New Orleans Saints, John? I mean, put it on the Cowboys. Derek Carr looks like he's rejuvenated. He's out here doing the Michael Jackson, grabbing his Johnson and stuff. They're playing with a swagger right now like they've been here before, even though they haven't. Now they're 2-0 going into playing the Eagles this week. Are the Saints for real?
I got two words for you, Zay: Clint and Kubiak. Clint Kubiak's the new offensive coordinator. Dennis Allen, a defensive specialist, got rid of a long time Sean Payton protege Pete Carmichael, brought him in, and that offense has been fantastic. Now, the first week is against Carolina. I think we all thought, okay, Cowboys going to bring them back to reality. And then they came in and just stomped the Cowboys, rubbed their face in the turf. And now they're playing another tough game. They're averaging 45.5 points a game. Obviously, they can't keep it up. One of the things they're doing a lot of, he is running two tight ends more than any team in the league. They're not running three wide receivers. And they want to run the ball a lot. He moves Taysom Hill around just like Sean Payton did. And their offensive line was supposed to be the big question. Has a rookie left tackle, a right tackle, Penny, who people were talking about replacing or moving to guard, and they have been blocking great. Clint Kubiak's going to continue to get publicity, and in the offseason, we're going to see him be a big-time head coaching candidate, and he, of course, is Gary Kubiak's oldest son.
That is a great story. That is a great story because I love me some Gary Kubiak. So does Dan Neal. We had Dan Neal on the show this week, and of course, they won Super Bowls together. So there's a love affair there. But yeah,
can I tell you a Dan Neal story?
Oh yeah, love that.
When I was covering the NFL, Oilers left after the '96 season. So from 1997 till I started covering the Texans in 2005, 8 years, I could go anywhere I wanted to go and write as much as I wanted, spend as much as I wanted. I had a dream job. I didn't go to any bad cities. If there was a team in a city I didn't like that got hot, I'd find a reason to go somewhere else. Well, that's when the Broncos were really good. And I spent a lot of time in Denver doing features on them, doing stories on Kubiak. And so at the time, Alex Gibbs was offensive line coach of the Broncos. And he had a deal with his players. If any of them were quoted in the media, they got fined. None of them could talk to the media. And they made a kangaroo court about it. Now they'd have to because the NFL would fine them a whole lot more money. So I had introduced myself to Dan, being from Houston and the Chronicle, told him I'd like to talk to him. And so one time he agreed to talk to me. And he said, well, you're writing for the Chronicle. Nobody here is going to see those quotes. And that was before the internet. So he did an interview. I wrote it. Somehow they found out about it. And yes, Dan Neal got fined by his offensive line teammates, led by center Tom Nalen, because of Alex Gibbs. And I felt terrible that he had to put some money in, which probably went to a beer party for the linemen.
Yeah, Alex Gibbs. Dan has some stories about Alex Gibbs, the little general.
Didn't want anybody weighing 300 pounds because you had to make that initial hit in the zone scheme, the outside zone, and then get out on that second level. And Alex, who came here with Gary Kubiak, Kyle Shanahan, and Matt LaFleur and Robert Saleh, and they ran the same scheme, and but they made sure Kubiak did as the head coach no more of the offensive linemen being fined if they talk to the media.
Yeah, that is hilarious.
So tell Dan I'm sorry that he got fined.
Yeah, I'm gonna text him, find out how much that fine was, because I remember when he told the story about how he got fined for a leg whip, and it was a substantial fine. And Dan got fined kind of a lot, but the last fine he got was something like $25,000, and his wife just bought some new furniture. He's like, take all that furniture back.
Hey, they should have come to Mattress Mac.
Yeah.
He would have cut him a deal.
Yeah. Oh, man. All right. So are we still in discovery? John, do we know who's real? We don't know who's real and who's not yet, right?
No, because every year a couple teams will start hot. Everybody will be all over them, kind of like University of Colorado last week. And then reality will bite them in the butt, and they'll be, mediocre. And then there'll be a couple of teams that'll start slow, like the Texans last year, 0-2. Bengals start 0-2, it seems like every year, and they'll bounce back. If I had to look at, there's 4 teams that are 2-0 that didn't make the playoffs last year. And if I had to pick one to make it, I would say the Saints, because the Saints were 9-8 last year. They were tied with the Buccaneers. They lost on the tiebreaker, and Tampa Bay went to the playoffs. They also were plus 65 in point differential, by far the most in their division. And now they bring in Clint Kubiak. And I think he'll be the best thing that ever happened to Derek Carr. And so I would pick, of those 4 teams, I would go with the Saints having the best chance of the 2-0 teams that didn't make the playoffs.
A team I'm looking at is the Raiders. I love Max Crosby. I love the way he plays. He's so relentless. And the way they came back and beat the Ravens, and they had to open with 2 road games. I don't know why they let go of Josh Jacobs, but I mean, Gardner Minshew, if he can move the football, that defense is going to get better.
I do a weekly show in Las Vegas, and I told them Gardner Minshew will be just good enough to win enough games to keep you from getting a high pick to get another quarterback. And that's what he'll do. He did it with Indy last year. I've seen him do it with Jacksonville. He was a backup in Philadelphia, but he's going to do it for the Raiders now because he's a good, not great quarterback, but he's and they paid him a lot of money to get him, just like the Vikings paid Sam Darnold 1 year and $10 million to get him to come in there to mentor J.J. McCarthy. Now McCarthy's out for the year. But I think the Raiders right now, they're destined for 3rd place because Chargers are off 2-0. They're pounding the ball, old-time offensive philosophy. Do you guys know, and I got to mention Kaimi Fairbairn, the kicker here, because I have a column on him today on HoustonTexans.com. First kicker in history to have 5 50-plus field goals in consecutive games, and he's got 6. The most he's ever attempted of 50-plus is 6. So he's going to shatter that maybe in his game at Minnesota. And the special teams coordinator, Frank Ross, thinks the new kickoff rule has something to do that because if you get the ball at the 30, you get 2.5 first downs. If you got a kicker who can kick it a long way, and just about everybody does, you don't have to take chances. You can settle for 3. And I asked D'Amico Ryans, okay, you've 3 times now. You would have gone for this last year, 4th and 1, 4th and 1, and 4th and 2. Instead of going for it, you've had Fairbairn kick long field goals. Will that change what coaches do now? We won't see them going for it as much on 4th and short because of the kicking game. And a lot of people think too many field goals will ruin the game, and I agree with that. But right now, it's amazing. They're the pace of made field goals, 92%. All-time record in 2013 was 86%. And if they keep this up, I'll guarantee you in March, the NFL will come up with something to legislate against all these field goals.
Wow.
That's nuts, John.
And there's fewer 300-yard passing games already than there has been in years, and more 100-yard rushing games. I don't think that's a byproduct of change in philosophy. I think it shows how many young quarterbacks, not just rookies, but guy like Bryce Young, that are playing poorly, and the teams have to run the ball more.
Yeah. John, how for real are the Jets? They looked good last night against division rival, the Patriots. Aaron Rodgers was in his bag. They got receivers now. If Mike Williams stays healthy, we all know, especially down in these parks, how good Garrett Wilson is, being the Lake Travis alum. But they looked good last night. How good are the Jets?
Rodgers looked real good, and he threw on the run a lot. And that was the most important thing. Threw some incredible passes, great accuracy. And so they're going to be a force. They're going to compete with Buffalo. I don't think Miami's going to compete now unless Skylar Thompson's something that none of us think he is. And New England's not very good. Their offense is terrible. Let's see what the Jets do when they actually play a good team. Tennessee was not very good. Mr. Mayo handed them a victory like he did in the first game against the Bears. So I want to see him play some team that's good and see what they do.
John, the AFC South, it's the Texans at 2-0 and everyone else at 0-2. Is there a threat in the division, or is it the Texans and the tomato cans?
It's the first time that's happened since 2007, when the Patriots were 2-0 and everybody else was 0-2. It's too early to say that. Anthony Richardson's coming off a terrible game. He looks like a guy that hadn't had many starts in his football career. The hard one to figure is Trevor Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence is not playing well. The Jaguars are not playing well. And Lawrence is just – all those quarterbacks that got their contracts redone, that got the, monster contracts, I think I saw a stat, they're 3-7.
Yeah. Don't get me started about Dak. But, everyone's down on Bryce Young, but the Panthers are a tire fire. I mean,
terrible.
It's like Mac Jones. He played well with New England when he had like normal coaches until Belichick moved a defensive coordinator over to call the offense. I mean, Bryce Young, I'm like, that guy's still got life. Just like I think some of these other quarterbacks that get given up on. Here's Sam Darnold. Geno Smith's resurrected. Your thoughts?
Some teams are being done a disservice because of their owner. David Tepper's worst in professional sports. And I don't care what they say about it doing Dave Canales' decision. A new coach doesn't bench a quarterback after 2 games. And it's got to be Tepper. And they may be one of the worst teams in history. They may be like those 16 Lions. At least they got their top pick this year. They don't have their 2, which belongs to Chicago, which could be the first pick in the second round. Maybe the Bears will draft 2 linemen with their first 2 picks to help protect Caleb Williams. But I feel bad for Bryce Young. I think we'll see him again. I don't think it's the end of his career. Let Andy Dalton take the beating, and because that franchise is pathetic.
John, Nick Sirianni and the Eagles, they blew one the other night, Monday Night Football. I mean, could have ran it with Saquon, iced out the game. You're 2-0, but instead drops the ball. Kirk Cousins, terrific drive next play. Falcons get their first dub. What'd you think about the Eagles in that game?
Say Sirianni's getting all the blame. How about Barkley catching that pass? That's why they traded for him. That's why he's making the big bucks. How about that defense stopping Kirk Cousins from going a distance in like 2 seconds? Everybody's so quick to condemn Sirianni for not running the ball when they would have eaten up some clock, but Kirk Cousins would have still gotten back. There was a lot of blame to go around, starting with Barkley, and then that defense, their pass rush. You got linemen. Maybe they made a mistake with Hassan Reddick. Maybe they should try to get him back, because that pass rush is not what it's been.
All right, here's a question. I know we got to let you go, but Jack wants to know, John, do you think it's right that Eli Manning gets in the Hall of Fame but not Jim Plunkett?
Well, Eli's not in the Hall of Fame. Eli's just one of 167 candidates, and he's not a lock. I don't think he's first ballot. You know, he had a 500 record. He was never an MVP. Plunkett won 2 Super Bowls, but he'll never get in the Hall of Fame. And so it's going to be a big battle with Eli. There'll be a lot of people from New York pushing him like crazy on our committee, but I'd be shocked if he makes the first ballot, because to me, first ballots can be no-brainers. And I don't think even a staunch Giants fan would agree that he needs to be. He's a no-brainer first ballot Hall of Famer.
John, great stuff, man. Always
Thank you,
look forward
guys.
to it.
Sorry about the Lions, and I hope the Longhorns can eke out a victory.
What are they doing throwing it 55 times, John?
Yeah, and I'm sure. Well, I don't want to see him hand it off. That was one of the greatest debuts I've ever seen. I looked up and tweeted this. When Peyton was a rookie, he had negative yards rushing. When Eli was a rookie, he had like 26. And I'm not talking about one game. I'm talking about the season. And Arch, of course, had 67-yard run. And I looked up Archie's first season, and I think he ran for like 300-something yards and 5 touchdowns. And I'm talking about when they were in their first year in college as starters. So it's like he said, he didn't get it from Cooper. He got it from Mama. But they put out there this week that he ran when he was going full speed as fast as Tyreek Hill ran on his last touchdown. That is unbelievable.
Yeah, that is crazy. John, great stuff. Let's do it again next week.
By the way, if Ewers never plays again, he's still a first-round pick. Ewers has got to understand NFL scouts don't care what you do in college. They don't say that. They want to know what you do in shorts and a T-shirt. They want to know what you do in the Senior Bowl practices, then the combine, pro days, and private workouts. He will be a number 1 pick, even if he doesn't throw another pass.
Interesting. Thanks, John.
Thank you, guys. See you next week.
All right. There he is, John McClain, the general. They call him, Mad Dog McClain. He's got nicknames. We love him. He doesn't hold back, which
don't.
You never know where Mad Dog McClain is going. But all right, let's get a couple mentions in here. Okay, you just heard some of John's wisdom. How about going to busr.ag, baby? Use the promo code TSU welcome. They're going to spot you $2,500 for your betting delight. I don't know how you can ignore that. I don't think you can. busr.ag. Use the promo code TSU welcome, and they're going to spot you $2,500 to get going. Cover 3. I mean, you got a game tonight. We got to watch Dylan Raiola impersonate Patrick Mahomes. I mean, it's going to be a battle. Nebraska and Illinois. But cover 3, this is your spot. I mean, this is your football headquarters, whether it's tonight, whether it's tomorrow for the college games, Sunday for the pro games. Just, go in early for brunch and then stay for all the games. It's a beautiful thing. The brunch is amazing at cover 3. Like, you want to know where the great brunches are. Cover 3 has a great brunch and the do-it-yourself Bloody Mary bar. You can get bacon in there. You put shrimp in your Bloody Mary. It is the perfect place to set up for all the games, hanging out with your friends. Go in right now. Get a Sean Adams prime rib sandwich. It is to die for. You got the $7 social hour menu, the bacon deviled eggs, the firecracker shrimp, $7. You kidding me? Yeah, you know what to do. Hey, when you're ready for that big screen of your dreams, audiovisual consultations, Tom McKay, Tom and his crew bring everything to you. All you got to do is call 255-8678. Tom and his crew are going to bring you best price on big screen, surround sound, surveillance, electronic shades, new lighting. They do it all, and they're the best. So don't waste your time lugging stuff around town, punching holes in your drywall. avconsultations.com, 255-8678, and passes.com. Passes.com. coolest way to interact with your favorite celebrities, including 40 Texas student athletes, Ryan Wingo, Anthony Hill, Quinn Ewers, you name it. You got Texas One Fund has an account on passes.com. You want to maybe help out with NIL, but get some in return, like access to a VIP tailgate, some signed memorabilia. Go to passes.com and don't forget to check out the Texas Sports Unfiltered account. Me and BK breaking it down for you. You know what I'm saying? And Circa Millions, baby. We got to pick it up. We got to pick it up. We got to go 5-0. Me, Bucky, and BK. Circa Millions. Get out to Circa Casino and Resort. Go to that stadium swim. Tell them, Zay. Tell them how great the stadium swim is, and then jump in on the Circa Millions.
Beautiful. 6 pools, terrific screens, football season going on. It's popping on the weekends, Saturday, Sunday, college football, NFL action, Circa Millions, Circa Casino, holding it down.
Yeah, that's a beautiful thing. And Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. If you've got any kind of seafood, like, do you love seafood? Because this is the seafood restaurant of Jack Gilmore, who also gives you Jack Allen's Kitchen, his crispy salmon, his scallops, his snapper, and then the happy hour specials, the New Orleans barbecue shrimp, and the oyster specials, raw oysters. You like raw oysters? This is your place. Salt Traders Coastal Cooking right there at Zilker, Rolling Wood in Mopac, and up north in Round Rock at Old Settlers. All right, Zay, we gotta get after it. We got picks to make. We got predictions. All right,
before we get in the chip shot, we got a $50 gift card.
Oh yeah.
313. In honor of Quinn Ewers, the third person to hit us up on the Coda text line, 512-222-9328. You get a $50 gift card via 313. Third person says your name, that you want the gift card, and contact info so we can get that to you. That's 512-222-9328. Via 313, baby.
Yeah, everybody get after it. Now Colt's saying he could call in right now. Should we do that, or should we try to push him to Monday?
Yo, bring him on.
All right.
Bring him on. Our picks to win.
Go. All right. I'm going to take, what did I predict Texas would win? I think I said 52-6.
Okay.
You got a prediction?
I'm gonna go 49-10.
Okay.
9-10.
Not gonna go crazy.
No, nothing crazy. I think it's gonna be a little rusty, Arch first start, but then he'll get in the groove, and the talent, the athleticism, that's just gonna show its angry head to where ULM, doesn't matter what they try to do, Texas is gonna put it on them.
Okay. You got your, all right. I've said all week, I'm going with Tennessee at OU. I'm going to go Arkansas +3 at Auburn. And what was my other pick?
Oklahoma State, right? Kansas State?
No.
No.
All right. I'll let you pick 2 while I figure out my third.
All right. I know what it is. USC, isn't it? Because I got USC going into the big house, -4.5, according to busr.ag, taking the Trojans. And then I will be taking who else looks good on the slate. You know what? Just because he's getting on my nerves. Illinois going into Lincoln tonight, +9. Taking the Fighting Illini. Let's go, Terrence Brooks. Let's go, man. Dylan Raiola, stop all that Patrick Mahomes stuff.
Oh, my Lord. That's funny.
Stop all that Patrick Mahomes
That's
crap.
funny. That's funny. All right. So give me yours again.
USC +4.5 or -4.5. And then tonight's game, Illinois +9.
Okay.
And then what's? Oh, it was Oklahoma State versus Utah.
Yeah.
That's right. I can't find that game. What's the line in that game? That's the one I want to throw some Skrilla down on.
Yeah, USC -4.5. You've got.
That was horrible last week, college. Oh, it was bad. It was tough.
That was bad.
Yeah. We trying to bounce back.
Oh, man. I am truly pathetic.
Why?
Because I can't remember the third game I had. Truly, truly pathetic.
Yeah, I got you. Oklahoma State -2.5. Yeah. I don't know what Cam Rice's deal is, but we'll see. Oh, shout out to Rob. Rob, you're the winner of the VIA 313 gift
Hey.
card. Only on our Coda text line, y'all. So y'all hitting us up on YouTube. Y'all clearly weren't paying attention. So Rob, make sure BK or whoever gets in contact with you. Congratulations. Enjoy yourself. VIA 313 at the spot.
Rob, make sure you're supposed to tell BK that
I know
Rob.
I am.
Oh,
I'm getting that for him. Yeah, Rob just said hell yeah.
Got you.
Yeah, Rob's ready to go. We got you, Rob.
We got you, Rob.
We got you, bruh. We got you.
You know what? I'm gonna take Illinois as well to cover the 8.5. Oh, it's 9? You got it 9? I like that.
I got 9. BUSR. It's got
+9. All right.
Yeah.
And then, sorry, you're taking Oak State?
Yeah, -2.5.
-2.5.
Yeah.
Okay. Any NFL games you want to throw in there?
Hell yeah. You know we got to get the league going. Yo, man, I'm rolling with the Saints. -2.5 against Philly coming in the New Orleans. Let's go. Who that?
Who that?
Who that, baby? Who that? And Lamar Jackson rolling into Jerry World, -1. I like that. Ravens pissed off. They pissed off. Cowboys, if Ezekiel Elliott's your starting running back, it's hard for me to have faith. It's a little difficult for me to have faith in you, you know? But, hey, we'll see what happens. And then the last one, let's go. Let's take Texans -2, Vikings in Minnesota. Yeah.
Texans -2. What were your other ones?
Oh,
let's
it don't matter.
Let's grab the man himself. Colt McCoy joining us. He has made it from elk hunting in Utah back to the great city of Austin. Colt, how you doing?
I'm doing good, guys. Thanks for being flexible with me today.
Hey, man, we're
you, Colt. Come on now.
Yeah, man. So obviously, congratulations on the Hall of Honor. When you hear that you were never supposed to play at Texas because Ryan Perilou was committed in that class, Of course, he never made it. When you hear that, Colt, do you agree with it, or what do you say about that?
I mean, listen, I think that, I came into a pretty fortunate situation that I'm very thankful for. I was going to come regardless of if Ryan decided to come or not. That didn't bother me. But I also was, a guy from West Texas that went to a really small school and nobody had ever heard from or about. And, there wasn't a whole lot of expectations for me coming onto campus. I redshirted for a year and then ended up winning the job, and kind of the rest is history. And so I just worked really hard and had a lot of people pour into me along the way that deserve a lot of thanks and credit. It was a really special time, and to be able to play 4 years at the flagship school of our state and be as well coached and been on as many good teams as I was, I just totally count my blessings.
Yeah. Well, we'll talk about just the change that you had coming in as an incoming freshman to Scola, Texas, to Austin. Big difference. And, just exactly. Adapting to that. Talk about just not only football-wise, but just as a college student at Texas. Now, you're a small fish in the big pond. How was that process?
Yeah. The Jester Hall had its own zip code, and there was more people in Jester Hall than was in my hometown. So that was a big change, but it was great. I tell people all the time, I've probably said it, many times that, I wasn't ready to play when I first walked on campus. I played all the sports in high school. I never had an off season. I needed to put on some weight. I needed to learn and grow. And, I grew a couple inches, I hit a growth spurt. There was just a lot of things that, just were in my, that worked for me and were in my favor. And I got to sit, a year and redshirt and really learn the playbook and learn the system and watch how it's supposed to be done and credit, that year to really helping me kind of walk into the situation that I did. And, I totally had to go out there and earn it. Right. And earn it every year, really. Texas
Matt kept bringing in guys to compete with you. Jevin,
there's always
G.J. Kinney.
There's always going to be the competition and the 5-star guys, and but that never really bothered me, and I trusted what we were trying to do and build, and getting a taste of that undefeated season my redshirt year just kind of fueled me all 4 years.
Colt, I'm absolutely convinced that you would have won the Heisman Trophy in 2008, and you all would have played for the national championship if y'all could have held on in Lubbock. And I thought your 2008 season is one of the best seasons of college football from a quarterback ever. Mm-hmm. I mean, you were the leading rusher. You converted 3rd and 7 or longer, I think 56% of the time. It was insane. Mm-hmm. You were more accurate outside the pocket than you were in it, so that helps because the offensive line, you had to do a lot of things. Do you agree with that assessment?
Yeah, no, I think that people really don't, this may be a hot take, but I think that we were probably better in 2008 than we were in 2009.
I agree.
I think if those two teams played against each other, I think the 2008 team just had there was just more veteran presence, a little bit more skill. In 2009, we played with a bunch of young receivers who all became really good players, but we took we learned a bunch on the way. We weren't blowing out people like we were in 2008. And there was a lot of coaching and mentoring and no, I want you to run the route like this, not like this. I need it this way. And, we won close games because we knew what our makeup was and we were able to finish and close out. But 2008 was a season that, it was just, there was an attitude and a makeup about us that nothing was going to be close. And we went through that 4-game stretch where we played, all these top 10 teams, and Texas Tech ended up getting us on the last play. And, that really, at the time, you look at the state of college football now, at the time we were we left that up to like voters of the BCS, and we're like 0.0 whatever points away from going, right? And we had to watch the two teams that we had already beat play in the Big 12 championship, which was a hard pill to swallow. And so but that's just how college football was back then. Now it's like, I'm so fired up for this 12-team playoff. Like, this is going to be incredible, right? The best team will truly win, and they'll come out on top, and whoever can get hot late. And, for us and for that team, like, we were hot all year. Like, we didn't fear anybody. And, had we had the opportunity to move on, I think we liked our matchups. And, ultimately, you won the Fiesta Bowl, and it was great. And, but there was a time in there where it just didn't feel right that we didn't get to go all the way based on, that one slip up on the road in Lubbock.
Well, and you've been tested a lot. We know about 2009, but I want to ask you about the Browns, because we're watching Bryce Young get flushed, and we've seen quarterbacks. Sometimes you go into a really bad situation, and I thought you had one of the worst situations with Eric Mangini in Cleveland. Like, I heard at one point he had you try to run a play that didn't exist, which I don't even understand what could go through the mind of a head coach for that. But, like, do you understand sometimes it's not the quarterback, it's the situation?
Yeah, I mean, look, like, that's kind of, that's football, right? There's good situations, and there's really not advantageous situations. And I think Bryce Young is a good quarterback. I still think he has a lot of football to learn and to play. And look, that situation is not great there. And you see a lot of guys that go into a situation and are really good players, and it just doesn't work out. And circling back to me, Cleveland was fine, right? Ultimately it comes down to how well you play and how well you perform. And I didn't play good enough. It wasn't for lack of effort or try or time. Like, I can hold my head high and say I gave the Cleveland Browns every ounce of me, right? But we weren't better than the teams in our division, and went through a lot of coaches and a lot of changes. And for that to go on early in your career, it's hard to climb the ladder back up and have a chance. And, I think for me, I battled injuries all through the NFL. I had my chances to start, and most of the teams that I was on, I couldn't stay healthy for a long stretch. And, but I would say, like, leaving the Browns, was hard, but at the same time, it's ultimately why I played 14 years and I became a better football player, and I learned from that situation and those experiences that I was in, and tried to process them over the years. And, it helped me be better later in my career. But you're right. I mean, I think there's good situations and there's bad situations. And, there's a lot of guys you can throw in there, right? There's a lot of guys that, if I'm being very honest, I think, were probably better football players than me, and just couldn't handle the situation and the environment and what was being thrown at them, and they didn't last that long. And so, the NFL is tough, man. It's a hard game, and you certainly need the support of a good defense, a good coach, a good scheme on offense, guys who can catch the ball, guys who can block. Football is the ultimate team sport, and a lot of times it goes on the shoulders of the quarterback, which that's just how it's set up, and that can be some tricky situations.
Yeah. How do you feel about this year's Texas team? Number one in the nation. Quinn's looked good so far. Unfortunate that he went down, but here comes Arch Manning getting his first go as a starting quarterback tomorrow. How you feel about the 2024 Horns?
Yeah, I mean, look, they're going to be hard to beat, especially what we mentioned earlier. Like, it's the team that's going to get hot at the end who's going to win it all. And I certainly think that Texas has the makeup to do that. Like, I've watched them play. I think the difference between this team and teams over the last 10 years or so is just their fronts, their offensive line, defensive line. Those guys just wear on people, and they wear you down, and they're strong, and they play good every week, and they win their matchups. And, like, when you can do that, like, Texas is always going to have skill. And I think that's what you're seeing. And I think Quinn's playing really good. I think Arch is really good. I think we probably have one of the best QB situations in the country. and that's a good thing. I think, Quinn being able, or Arch being able to get in here and play a game and start, that's good for everybody, right? You never know when you got to step in and play and go win a game. Like that's the role that he's in right now. And so I think he's going to play great tomorrow, and hopefully Quinn can heal up. And but I think the makeup of our team and how Sark calls plays on offense, how good our defense is playing, like we certainly are right there. There's no doubt.
How about this? Double D. Colt, you remember going on KRBC with your wide receiver at Tuscola talking about committing to Texas? I was the studio cameraman for that. Feels like forever ago. I'm also Jess's old boss's husband.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, my receiver in high school was a guy named Cam Holson. He was a great receiver. He ended up playing basketball at Abilene Christian, and I think that's what he's talking about. We went on and, like, look, man, like, going to Jim Ned High School and being able to be recruited and go to UT, I mean, it was a big deal, but at the same time, nobody really knew, like, what that meant. Like, I got a scholarship to go to UT. It's like, I'm not sure that anybody in my hometown like thought I was going to go to UT and play, maybe, but that playbook had never been written before, and it hasn't since, right? You're in a small town. Friday Night Lights is a beautiful place to grow up, and I wouldn't change a thing. And but to go back and put my shoes in that interview, like, holy cow, there's no telling what I said in that interview.
Well, so you should have been in the Hall of Honor a long time ago. Is this just because of the schedule? Like, they want you there, and you've been in the NFL for 14 years, and
yeah, I think that's right. I think maybe you have to retire before that happens. I'm not exactly sure, but when I hung it up, I tore my elbow up about a year and a half ago, and I had a big surgery, and it just, when I came back and was going to be the starter in Arizona last year, I couldn't do it anymore. The ball, after I came out of surgery, the rehab, the throwing programs, and it just wouldn't hold up, and I couldn't throw it the way that I needed to play an NFL game. I mean, I can still throw the ball around, but not like you got to when you're playing, at the top of the top. And that was hard because I think every other part of me, my mind, my brain, the rest of my body was like, I probably had 3 or 4 more years in me, and to have it cut short by injury, like, listen, I'm not the first one that happened to. I won't be the last. Like, that's just part of the game, wear and tear of the elbow. And so I choose to be thankful and grateful. It was awesome. But I think the Hall of Honor thing was just something that, they wanted to do whenever I retired, and, now we're here.
Yeah. Well, you are one of the all-time against all odds, not in your mind, but in everyone else's mind at every turn. I mean,
well, look, it's a little bit different situation, right? You look at Quinn, or you look at Arch. I mean, these guys were or you look at Garrett Gilbert, or really any of these quarterbacks that come to UT, they're going to be the 5-star guys, the best of the best, right? And, I was in a little bit different situation where Coach Brown saw something in me from watching my tape at my 2A high school and said, I think this guy could do it. Maybe we'll go give him a shot. And I'll forever be grateful for that. But I also didn't come in with the expectations that these guys have. I mean, there's a lot. It's a lot there. And, I get to talk to these guys and share my experiences and kind of help them out. And they'll call me and ask me questions or how, a lot of times it's like, man, you have a lot more pressure than I did early. I certainly faced the pressures and the realities of being the quarterback at Texas. There's no doubt about it, right? That came quick, but coming in, I wasn't the top dog. I joke all the time. It was like I had Jamal Charles and Michael Finley, and I mean, everybody we had the smallest recruiting class ever at UT. We had 13 guys. And I tell people all the time, they were like the number 3 ranked recruiting class in the country. And then I signed, and then we were out of the top 10 because I wasn't even ranked. Right. So, I mean, I didn't have the expectations that these guys have, but they're all really good players. And but I certainly can relate to them on the pressures of being the quarterback at Texas and winning football games and what that means and how to do it and how to carry yourself. And I think these guys are doing an awesome job.
Yeah. Last one for me, Colt, before we let you go. your relationship with Mac now? Have you been down to Chapel Hill to see him? And is it weird seeing them in that Carolina blue?
No, man, I love Coach Brown. I actually have not been to North Carolina. He asked me to come down there all the time. I've been playing for so long, I hadn't been able to make it up there. But I love him, and I think just like looking back at my time at UT, being able to play for the same coaching staff my whole career that's a big deal. That doesn't happen a whole lot. And Greg Davis and Bobby Kennedy and McWhorter, all these guys that they were there the whole time with me, and I was able to really dive in and know the ins and outs of what we were trying to do, just like I was a coach for those 4 years, and that was pretty special. I look back on that now, realizing I benefited from that for sure.
How are you enjoying the broadcasting?
It's going good. I mean, it's an art. It's hard. I think sometimes I still feel like I'm in a quarterback room. That's what I've been in forever, and it needs to be a little bit less X's and O's and a little bit more analyst role of big picture and talking things, and so I'm getting used to it. I think I'm improving each week, but it's a tricky deal, and I've got a lot more games this year that'll be fun to call, and I think I'll get better and better. I remember the first time I played a football game, it wasn't that pretty. And so I got to always remember that, like there's things that I can learn and grow from and work on that'll help me moving forward.
Well, again, one of the greatest against all odds stories in the history of college football. The all-time wins leader at one point, the season completion percentage record setter. It is one of the great stories, Colt, and this honor is so deserving, just like your name and number up in the stadium. And congratulations, man. Did you get any elk?
I did, man. I was, again, I grew up in West Texas, man, on a farm. Hunting and fishing is, sort of what I've always loved to do, and kind of give those things up playing football, right? You're committed to that, and you're not able to do that very often, and so I got out there this week and had a blast. It was awesome. But yeah, I'm looking forward to the game. It's going to be a ton of fun. I'm very honored and humbled to be able to go into the Hall of Honor at UT. There's so many amazing men and women who have given so much to this school that are in there, and some a lot going in this week with me, and it's a big honor. And also it's the first time my kids have ever gone to a UT game, so I may be just as pumped for that. Like their mind's gonna be blown. It's gonna be crazy. So excited about all that.
Well, yeah, it's awesome. Congrats. Let's do it again. And
all right.
Have a great weekend. Enjoy.
Okay. Sounds good, guys. Thanks again for being flexible with me. Sorry, my they got me running around doing a bunch of stuff. So this was great, and I hope you guys enjoy the game this weekend.
Yeah, man.
Appreciate you. Congrats,
all right,
man.
guys.
There he is, Colt McCoy, the legend. We are eating into the
I just see one of them though. That's why I didn't care.
Let's bring in Dave. The great Dave.
I only saw one of them. I didn't give a crap.
Yeah, where they at?
No, Chris is literally hopping on in like 2 minutes. But shoot, I'd rather I think the audience, myself, would rather listen to Colt go a little longer than listen to myself just Han Solo over here.
Well, thanks for your patience, because we've been trying to get him on, and it was like a circus, because he's like, yeah, I can do one, and then his flight was delayed, and then he's like, I'll do Monday, and then he's like, I can do now. I'm like, oh, okay.
He ain't that flexible for everybody.
Dude, I still say it, dude. My Alabama, I'm the only guy, I'm the few, the proud, in the minority here of Alabama people that can admit if he doesn't get hurt in that game, I think Texas came out hot in that game.
Yeah.
And obviously that killed all the momentum from that perspective. I think Bama didn't play good offensively that whole night.
Right. Yeah, they were going to throw it 40 times. We're going to roll, waggle Colt all over the place, and it was going to be him to Shipley, just like that whole season.
Yeah.
But they couldn't, the irony is they didn't think they could run on Marcel Darius, and then they run Colt.
Yep.
Into Marcel Darius, which is just but they did. Texas got out.
You all that game?
Oh yeah, I was there.
He was.
Yeah, I was there too. That was my freshman year. No, I was there too. Yeah, it was a good environment. That's probably the best pregame environment I've ever been a part of. Like where you could feel like, damn, it's Alabama, Texas. You could feel it.
Yeah, two iconic programs. And that was the pendulum, Nick, that was his first national championship at Bama. Mac never really got over it.
You're right. Both programs kind of went in opposite directions after that.
Yeah,
you're 100% right.
Yeah.
Garrett Gilbert, the name. Where did Garrett Gilbert end up? SMU?
SMU. Yeah.
What's
and won a Super Bowl with the Patriots.
Yeah. What's he do now?
As a backup to Brady. I don't know. I don't
know if he's still in the league either. It's a good question.
Where was he from? What high school was he from in Texas?
Lake Travis.
He's a Lake Travis. So he's an Austin kid.
Kid. Yeah. He was good there. One state championships there.
I thought he played well in that second half of that game for a true freshman being thrown out there.
Well, they finally trusted him. Right. They got it to within 3.
Yeah, you're right. And then the Mark Ingram score kind of put it over late in the fourth.
Well, the Eric Anders strip sack
ended it. Yeah, deep in Texas's territory.
Yeah,
you're right. That kind of ended it. Then Alabama went up 10 or 11. That was kind of
UFC fighter Eric Anders.
Eric Anders, baby. You're right. He was a UFC fighter.
I think he was on a card.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, Eric Anders. How about that? Yeah, that was. So where all have you worked, Dave?
So started off as a student assistant in Alabama. My first job was at Miami in 13 as an ops assistant. That was Al Golden and them in 13. And then 14, 15, I was at Georgia. 16, I was at Auburn. 17, 18 in College Station at A&M. Then 19, I was at Kansas. And then UCF 2020, 2021.
Dang, Dave.
Dude, but you sound like my wife. My wife was like, we have moved 6 times in 9 years. I'm ready to do something else.
So where did you go after Georgia?
Auburn. Yeah, Auburn, and then A&M for 2 years. Shit, I got hired at A&M like in April, I think, of someone's last year. So we didn't even sign a class. Like I said, that UCLA game was the nail in the coffin of that season. I mean, it was already going to be not a great season anyways. And then Jimbo didn't have a recruiting staff at Florida State. So so he just kept us just because that's all he had. And we were new. Like Bill Poley, and the former GM, his son, Dennis, was like the GM, quote unquote, for Summit for those last 2 years. And he told Jimbo, he's like, dude, we just hired a big recruiting staff. So, like, none of these people have even been here. These aren't people they picked for the roster. And Jimbo's like, yeah, we'll keep them. Makes sense. You're already paying people their own contracts. So I got lucky there. And then Kansas, with Jeff Long and Les Miles got there, they just started paying support staff people where you're just like, I'll go to Kansas for that. Yeah. My wife was like, God, I hate this place. My wife's not a fan.
Lawrence is different.
Lawrence is different. I mean, I'm in Atlanta now. We're in Georgia. So there he is.
Can y'all hear me okay? See me okay?
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Good,
I'm shocked. I'm shocked because the internet is not good. So I could cut out at any moment.
Uh-oh.
So dude, I'm staying in backwoods, Georgia, man.
Chris, you just missed Colt McCoy with the guys.
Really?
Yeah.
Man.
If you follow Colt McCoy.
Yeah, if you missed it, go to YouTube and check it out. Check out the podcast. Colt's going into the Hall of Honor this weekend. All right, fellas, we will get out of your way. Have a great weekend.
Good to see you, boys. Have a good one. Appreciate you. Dave, what's up, man? Dude.
What up, brother? Are you in Auburn?
No, dude, I'm in Pine Mountain, Georgia. So I'm off 185, exit 34.
Oh, you're off 185, exit 34.
Yeah. So I'll give you an idea. I'm probably like 45 minutes from Auburn. Dude, I mean, I wanted to stay in Auburn, but bro, the Airbnbs in Auburn, oh my God. Dude, it's like $1,000 a night to stay in an Airbnb in Auburn. So
yeah, I mean, Auburn's such a small town, like you said.
Crazy, bro.
You aren't getting a hotel or anything like that there. I mean, you're better off going to a place like Austin, Knoxville. You can find a ton of places, like you said. Auburn's like the true college town where it's like, yeah, there's nothing here except the college, man.
That's right. That I'm actually an hour from Jordan here. So, Whatever. This will be one of the longer ones. It is what it is. So I'm just glad you can hear me, brother, because I'll be honest with you. I was testing the internet speed before this, and it was bad. So I'm stunned that you can hear me. I'm on my hotspot. So my hotspot is – well – anyways, y'all, appreciate you all tuning in. We are SEC Unfiltered. I am Chris Phillips. He is Dave Shoemate. We're here rocking and rolling for the next 50 minutes or so. Also, too, the fun thing, Dave, and the lady that – oh, you got me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I shouldn't have touched my computer. I get to the Airbnb, nice lady, but for whatever reason, I get to the Airbnb and the AC is just not on in the unit. So I had to cut the AC on. So the room I'm sitting in currently is probably about like 78 degrees in here. Pretty toasty. So
it's toasty in there?
It's a crapshoot with Airbnbs. You just never really know. You know what I mean? It's just some of them are great. You can tell I'm a little bit grumpy because I didn't get to eat all of my food that I got. So I'm a little bit hangry. I'm a little bit warm, a little bit tired from driving. It's okay, though. It's Friday, and we are a lot closer to Auburn than we were about 3 hours ago. So that's the positive.
Hey, we'll see each other tomorrow.
Yeah. What time are you going to get to Auburn?
I mean, I was going to talk to you about that. What time we wanted to get there?
I mean, dude, I'm going to probably get there and try to start the day, I don't know, man, by 10. I mean, shoot, the game's at 2:30, man. So I'm trying to.
Like you said, it'll creep up on you quick.
Oh, it won't creep up at all. It'll get there quick. Especially we got pregame on-field passes. We're probably getting in the stadium by 1:30?
Yeah. Easily.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm probably going to try to get to Auburn by 9. So, but here's what's really confusing, Dave. Here's what's really confusing. I don't know how far I am from the line where it goes from Eastern to Central Time, but I'd have to imagine I'm pretty close.
Yeah, you're right about there. You're right. Have you passed the Kia plant yet?
No.
All right. When you get to that time, they do, because in the state of Alabama, there's one county that is Eastern Time zone, because a lot of those people in that town work at the Kia plant.
Did Dave lose me?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Can anyone hear me?
I can hear you.
There he is. Okay, there he is.
You cut out for a minute.
Okay, sorry. Like I said, dude, my service is shoddy. I thought I was going to text you and be like, Dave, you're riding solo today. This is Dave Talks Ball Part 2. Part 3, actually.
Covers for the hour, brother.
No, so I have not passed the Kia.
No, so Kia, once you get into that's about where you'll get into the new time zone change, right in Alabama, or you'll be, just because right before you get into Lee County before Auburn, you'll get into it, because they have a part of an Eastern time zone in the state of Alabama for the people who work in that city in Georgia mainly.
Okay. So yeah, that's kind of confusing though, Dave. So it's I actually have an hour. I'm stealing an hour essentially when I drive to Auburn.
Correct.
Which is kind of nice. Which is actually kind of nice.
Yeah,
so
it is.
I'm a little bit more ahead of schedule than I'm giving myself credit for. I feel like I'm very behind schedule.
I was old Boone last night.
Dude, it was awesome. I love it up there. It's a great vibe. Obviously, App State got their brains beat in. For those that don't know, by the way, I went to Boone, North Carolina for App State, South Alabama. I've got a soft spot for App. Always have. We've always traveled up there and vacationed, and me and my grandfather would watch some of those games together and everything. And so I've always kind of had a soft spot. Always love going up there. Some of my favorite part of the country. I'll tell you this, Dave. You know what my biggest takeaway was?
What?
Anybody who thinks the group of 5 shouldn't have their own playoff is an idiot. A straight up moron, bro. Because I say this as somebody who really likes App. I'm a supporter of App. Bro, it is it's a different level of football. It's just not even close, dude. Anybody that goes to a G5 game and thinks that those teams should be playing against SEC teams is truly insane. They're just insane. It's nowhere even remotely close to what we watch.
No, and especially now with the portal, there's a bigger gap than ever.
Yeah. It's like literally being there watching high school football, and I say that respectfully. I had a blast, but App State is bad, by the way.
They got rocked last night.
Dude, they got destroyed, bro. That's apparently one of the worst home losses in program history. So
it is.
My guy texted me today. He's like, dude, you witnessed one of the worst home losses the App's ever had.
Jeez.
I mean, dude, they're a really good program.
No, yeah, they're a proud program.
Really proud program. I mean, they play elite football in Boone. So, yeah, that was it was tough to watch. But, no, it was a blast, man. Had a good time. You know, sometimes it's fun to just to do things just to do them. You know, not have to be going for a certain reason. That's kind of like what last night was for me. I was just like, you know what? You know, I would never call, as I remove my shoes here, I would never call what we do like a job or work necessarily, although it wouldn't be totally an unfair label. But, you know, we're always like so focused on analyzing the games, creating content around the games, et cetera, et cetera. It was really nice to just go to a game, Dave, and just chill. Just chill and just watch, not really give a damn who wins the game, not be on the phone during the game. And it was so chill compared to like an SEC environment. Like we love SEC environments, SEC energy, you know, the whole like everybody's on edge. It's life or death. You know what I mean? But it was so nice, Dave, to just go to a game and just relax. Just kick the feet up. No big deal. It's nice.
Yeah, I hear that. I've never been there. I hear I hear Boone's a pretty cool town.
Dude, awesome. Awesome town, awesome people. But it like, honestly, Dave, and I don't know to bring this to things we've discussed. I don't know if Lane Kiffin's wired this way. I don't know if coaches are wired this way. But like, I feel like once you've been in the eye of the storm, you might kind of relish like being in peace, you know? Like it just, I'm not saying there's not pressure at a place like App State or South Alabama. Like I think App State fans are probably ready to move on from their coach after last night. He's been there for a little bit. But like, that's why I'm just not sold Kiffin would jump at the Florida job. Like maybe he's kind of just comfortable. He's enjoying being comfortable. Are they not wired that way?
It's funny you said that. I talked to somebody today who actually talked to Chris Kiffin, who obviously is Lane's brother, who he just brought in on staff and is actually close with Chris, not Lane. But even Chris was like, yeah, at this point, I would be a little surprised if he leaves. He's like, I mean, I just think Ole Miss will match his money. And then he's like, I don't know. Anything he's hinted at me so far, he's like, I don't know if he would leave.
You're in such a, like, I don't know, man. Like, it gets to a point to where, like,
I think 5 years ago he does.
Yeah. You're in such a good spot, though. And, like, you know, there's something to be said, man, for, like, job security and comfortability and just, that's what I'm saying, man. Is like, don't get me wrong, Dave. I love SEC football. I love the energy of it. I mean, Jordan Hare is going to be a complete 180 from what I experienced last night, obviously. I mean, it's just completely different. But at the same time, I was like, there's really just beauty in this, like, you know, this football is still really important, but it's like, I don't think anybody's going to, like, sacrifice their firstborn because their team didn't win today. Like, it's just kind of chill, man. Like, it's nice. That's what I love about baseball, Dave. It's so much more laid back. Like, you know?
Baseball, realistic people usually watch baseball because, like, they know you're going to lose games.
Yeah, just whatever. Even basketball's that way, though, honestly. I mean, to a lesser degree because there's less games, but I don't know. I'm sounding like I don't love the passion and the energy of football. I do. It's just nice to, like, see both sides of it and get a balance. It's nice. It's nice. It's I'll put it this way, Dave. It's nice to watch stress-free football. It was nice to watch stress-free football. Because even, like, tomorrow, like, I don't have we don't have a dog in the fight necessarily, but at the same time, we kind of do because we pick the games and we talk about the games and we analyze the games and we react to the games. And it's fun. I mean, I love that. You love that. But it was, like, just so nice to kick the feet up and just be like, I'm just chilling, just taking it all in. I'm happy no matter what. I'm here. Like, bro, the outcome of the game did not affect my experience in the slightest. I enjoyed myself either way. Had a blast.
You're right.
So, anyways, it was fun though. But it was also cool to, like, see and be like, yeah, at the same time, everybody at this level is, like, striving to be at the next level, essentially. Like, everybody in this roster wants to transfer. Everybody in these coaching staffs, they want to get to the SEC level. But maybe some don't. Maybe some are comfortable and they just like it, you know? Like think about it, bro. Like, being the starting quarterback at App State,
There's pressures that come with that, but it's nothing like being the starting quarterback at Auburn. I mean, just not even remotely close.
Oh, no.
Just not even remotely close. So, anyways. Dave, how's your day going? I've been on the road all day long. I literally left. So we had, by the way, plug for you guys tomorrow. We got our game day show dropping in the morning. Had a great conversation with Cole Kublik of SEC Network. Very big convo. He's obviously a former Auburn Tiger, which is why I wanted to get him on. Made a lot of sense, obviously. But great combo with Cole. That'll drop tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Central. It'll air before college game day gets going.
CP, anything worth noting?
Yeah, I mean, the whole combo was he thinks offensive line play is down across the conference. Because I asked him, I was like,
say across the sport.
Yeah, I asked him. I said, okay, it's down. I was like, who are the offensive lines that have really, impressed you and stood out? He was like, none of them. None of them. So
no, they all assholes.
Yeah. So he thinks LSU's line's been a little bit better than people are, people are saying, but even still, them obviously haven't been dominant. He said that the tape he watched from Tennessee Tech was more alarming to him than anything for Georgia than Kentucky, because Kentucky's got dudes. Apparently, he said they didn't look good against Tennessee Tech, the offensive line. He's worried about Georgia's offensive line. He's even worried about Texas's offensive line. Just said they haven't looked, I guess, maybe the way he expected. I mean, I don't know. So why do you think that is? Why do you think that is, Dave, that offensive line play is
I think first there's so much the transfer portal, kids moving around a lot. Yeah. Coaches, I mean, Colt McCoy was on here before and he said he had the same OC and position coach all 4 years he was at Texas. Like it doesn't happen anymore. Like Greg Davis was their OC, he was there the whole time. Like and then when he said that, I was like, that's actually hearing that now was like baffling. But back then it was like, oh yeah, that's normal. Like if we lost a coach, it was a little surprising in the offseason. If we lost two, it was what's going on. Like, yeah, but I think that's it. You don't have the same position coach, and at a position like the offensive line, it's a developmental position. It's rare you get like a Will Campbell or a Jonah Williams who used to play at Alabama come in as a freshman and just play well right off the bat at the offensive line spot. It's such a developmental position, and that just takes 1, 2, some for 3 years for people. That's what I think it is. And I also think all these teams are in spread offenses in high school. So you don't see a lot of run blocking really. And just as well as I do, a lot of these big time prospects, like I'm just using Kelvin Banks for an example because we're on a Texas show. But Kelvin Banks didn't have to be solid in his technique every play and down in high school. I mean, he could just get in the way and just physically move people just off himself. So again, the offensive line, unless you have a rare kid that's pushing himself every play, which again, it's not a shot at anybody. It's just that's very rare. It's the 0.001% of kids, especially in high school for an 18-year-old. So I think it's that too. It's just the offenses in high school not getting consistently developed. They can kind of coast off size and strength, and I think the portal and lack of coaching stability within that individual program.
So he mentioned something similar, Dave. He thought transfer portal and lack of continuity was a big part of it. So he's like, you don't have offensive lines most of them. You don't have offensive lines that have been together 2, 3, 4 years.
Look at Oklahoma. They played 3 different centers.
Bro, they're going to be on their 4th different line combination tomorrow.
That's what I'm saying. It's impossible to get really good.
Yeah. Yeah, and we picked some games, and it's funny. He gave me like a 3-minute explanation on why Oklahoma, like why Oklahoma could give Tennessee, fits or whatever. And then he's like, but I'm picking Tennessee to win comfortably. I was like, dude, everybody is. I mean, he thinks they're going to win by, 14 to 17 points. He thinks it's going to be a pretty comfortable win. So,
that's gotten closer. I think it's going to be close.
Do what now?
We did our preview on Sunday night. Now, as the week goes on, I think it's going to be. I think it's going to be something like 27-21 is now.
How much of that, Dave, is because of just it's in Norman and the emotions of the game? And everything?
I also think it's Nico's first legitimate road start. And again, I'm not going to hold it against the kid if he comes out there. I mean, I'd be a little surprised if he doesn't have an interception in the first half.
I mean, you think Venable's going to have something dialed up?
That's what this will be the toughest game. This will be the toughest game Nico's ever played in. I think
that matchup between Venables and Heupel is going to be a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, And I think we all agree it's ultimately going to come down to how well Oklahoma can protect. Can they establish any kind of run game against a good Tennessee front seven? And can they protect enough can Oklahoma protect enough to maybe take some shots downfield and test the Tennessee secondary that we think's improved? And again, it's not their fault. They've only played the teams on their schedule, but we don't know how improved.
Yeah.
How much improved.
Yeah, the chess match is going to be a lot of fun. He went with Auburn just because I think they're the home team. I mean, that's just another one, man. Like you and I talked about it, obviously, and we're going to it, obviously. It's nearly impossible to predict, truly. Just who knows? I mean, Taylon Green's never started an SEC game. Hank Brown obviously hasn't. Injured in hair where weird things happen. So, I mean, who knows, man? And then the one that really surprised me, Dave, Cole is picking Mississippi State to beat Florida.
I mean, I could see. I mean, I'm sure I don't need to ask you why you say that.
They'll fire Napier on the tarmac.
I'm assuming he's assuming Florida's going to be just completely checked out. But
he thinks that with what they're going through emotionally, he doesn't feel like on the road they can rally the troops. Basically, he essentially thinks the situation's more dire at Florida than State, and I don't disagree. I mean,
immediate now for sure. I'm with you, Steve. I mean, that wouldn't be the most shocking thing you've ever seen, would it? I mean, no, I don't think anybody, if Mississippi State were to win around 2:30, 3:30 Eastern tomorrow, everybody's like, wow, Mississippi State beat Florida. That's unbelievable. I think everybody got to be like, yeah. I mean, I will say, I think if either one of those teams gets in a hole early by 14, 17 points, they'll quit.
Yeah.
Our guy, Jake Bayless, how much does a win for Arkansas actually do for Pittman's job?
I mean, it helps, obviously.
I just don't think Pittman's going to be there either by his own choice or
by his own choice. By his own choice.
I mean, I could see him retiring. It wouldn't shock me.
Dude, I saw today a clip from our good buddy, or at least my good buddy, Brandon Marcello of CBS Sports. Apparently he's blocked Cole, so I can't say our good buddy, my good buddy. He was saying that Scott Strickland's going to lead the head coaching search for Florida. That is,
I saw he tweeted that today. Which remember we talked about that on some show. Was it this one or was it Sunday Fun Day? We were saying I think people at Florida don't hold him accountable for the Napier one. I think they're like that was more of a group, more so than one guy making the decision.
I don't know. I don't know, man. As badly as Florida fans,
you usually don't get 3 AD high or 3 head.
As badly as fans want him gone, that's tough, man. That's tough if you're a Gator. But I mean, think about it. His three hires will be Mullen, Napier, then this next one.
Mullen, Napier, and this next one. So be.
I mean, is Mullen, dude? I guess the only thing I could counteract with Dave is was Mullen really a failure? I mean,
no. I'll be honest with you. I think Mullen should have got one more year.
Yeah. It fizzled out, but I don't think I'd call him a failure.
He won the East once, and then he went to 2 CFP bowl games. Just like you said, he wasn't awful by any. I mean, he had more success than he didn't.
Yeah. So I mean, you could argue. I could argue on the case.
You would have done the same damn thing. I would have done the same damn thing if we were both coming from Mississippi State. Yeah, I'm going to hire the guy that I hired at Mississippi State, or I think Greg Byrne actually did, but the guy that was with me at Mississippi State. Let's both go to Florida, man. Kind of like what Danny White did at Tennessee when they both left UCF to go to Tennessee, him and Josh Heupel. We both would have done that. So I'm with you. Sometimes he gets a lot of flack for the Mullen hire, but I'm like, dude, I mean, I think with the information presented at the time and the comfortability he had with Dan Mullen. I mean, Dan Mullen was there the last time they had real success with Urban Meyer. He was the OC.
I'm about to say the ties too. It wasn't just that he was coming from Mississippi State. He was at Florida before.
And he had, he's the best Mississippi State coach of all time. He had him number one in the country for 5 weeks.
I doubt there were any Florida fans that felt like that hire was not going to work beautifully.
It was the common sense hire at the time. Like you said, hindsight's 20/20, and he didn't recruit well. And you knew when you hired at Mississippi State that wasn't his forte. He wasn't like some great recruiter. But again, you kind of were like, is that a little bit because he's at Mississippi State and it's hard to recruit there, or is that Dan? And he was ended up being Dan. And again, I still say till this day, he should have got another year.
Yeah.
He won the East the year before he got fired.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean the expectations obviously are different at Florida, but I do think it's crazy too. He didn't get one more.
Napier was the one that was like, yeah, did you do all your homework? Not like, again, I think Billy's a fine coach. It's just kind of like, I don't know. I mean, let me go back. Who else was out there that time, CP? You remember off the top of your head after the 21 season?
Shane Beamer.
He came out of nowhere. Like, I think everybody was a little bit like Shane Beamer, the tight ends coach.
No, so Napier got hired, December of 2020? It was. That's right.
I was at UCF.
Because it was Beamer. Because it was Beamer that. Okay, it was Beamer that knocked out Mullen. Okay, so it was a year later. Okay, I'm just thinking because Napier was a hot name when South Carolina was looking for a coach.
Dude, my last game at UCF as an employee, we played Florida in the Gasparilla Bowl with an interim coach. They just had fired Dan, and Billy and his whole staff was there, like, evaluating their team. So we played them in that bowl game. That was my last game at UCF.
UCF won that game, right?
Yeah. We beat them pretty bad. But again, I mean, Anthony Richardson didn't even play. Like, Yeah, I'm with you, though, CP. You make a good point. I'd argue that with anybody too. Like, Mullen wasn't as bad as people make it out. Like, I have a buddy who's in Arkansas who was on that staff at Florida, and he always just shakes his head. He's like, people acting like we sucked. He's like, dude, we won the East one year, and we went to a Peach Bowl and a Cotton Bowl. Like, what I mean?
Well, I mean, in comparison, right? Like, I mean, Billy Napier can't even hold a candle to what they did.
What's that mean? You talk about all the time. I never thought in our lifetime we'd see Auburn and Florida have a legitimate case, both of them right now, especially if Auburn loses this weekend. They could be going on 4 straight years of a losing record for both those teams.
So, Dave, you've worked in Auburn. Are you familiar with Moe's Barbecue?
Oh, yeah. We had one in Oxford when I lived there. It's pretty good. Good spot.
Yeah, apparently that's where I'm meeting up with our buddy Ty Richardson and some of his Arkansas homies that are with him. They called me on the way down here. They're like, yeah, we're going to go to –
You a bushwhacker guy, CP? That's what they're known for.
A bushwhacker guy?
It's like what are they? The Frosties. They're alcoholic Frosties, essentially, like a Frosty you'd get from Wendy's.
Oh, okay. No, I've never heard of that.
It's like an alcoholic chocolate milkshake.
Okay. Well, I don't know that I'm one of those guys, but I can become one of those guys pretty quickly.
It's too sweet.
Well, I'm saying I can become one of those guys pretty quickly. I don't think I've ever had one.
Tonight I'll be one of those guys.
Yeah, I mean, I've had an alcoholic like slushy drink, if that's what you're insinuating. Yeah. But apparently, that's where we're going for dinner, Moe's Barbecue, and then we're going to go to apparently half times in Auburn. They start live music at 8:30 and karaoke at 10. So,
they got good baked wings, pretty good.
But yeah, since I've got a 45-minute drive from the Airbnb, I've got to be on my best behavior, obviously, because not trying to wander these Georgia back roads, feeling some type of way. Obviously,
I've been having a few.
Bro, I tell you this too. There are cops everywhere in Georgia. I see how all these Georgia football players be getting pulled over because they're everywhere.
Did you say you'd never been to Auburn before?
Never been to Auburn. Dude, the last time I even crossed through the state of Alabama, Dave, was 2015 when I went to Panama City.
And that was like South Alabama.
Right. I mean, I went to spring break and I passed through Alabama. So
yeah, you probably went through Mobile and that was
I didn't even remotely pay attention. Just kind of was like, oh yeah, there's Alabama and by Alabama. Not there for longer than 5 seconds. So yeah, this is first time for me. First time. But apparently Moe's Barbecue. He was telling me, he was like, yeah, that's the recommendation we got. So
yeah, it's good.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see, man. We'll see. So yeah, you and I are linking up tomorrow. That'll be a good time. I've heard a lot of, like I said, really, really good things. Appreciate your hard work, Dave. You hooking us up with some arrangements. So we're gonna have a good time. It's gonna be a blast. Really, truly, it's gonna be a blast. I'm excited.
It will be. I mean, we're right there in the Arkansas section row too.
Yeah. Have you been to Auburn a lot?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess you worked there. You worked there.
I worked there, and then before I worked there, I'd probably been to. We went there once when I worked at Georgia. I've probably been 4 or 5 times before that. As an opposing fan, between being a student in Alabama, I went to 2 Iron Bowls there.
Nice.
Yeah, 2 other times. So yeah, I mean, I'll say Auburn is when it's a big game. Again, I don't know what it'll be tomorrow. I think a little bit their fans will probably be a little on edge. Like, what do we expect?
Oh, I think both fan bases will be on edge.
Yeah. Well, you could lose the Auburn fans real fast. But if it's a big game and they know they're good and they're playing somebody else, they have a legitimate shot to win. I mean, it's a rocking place, especially at night. I mean, it's so sunken in where you can't see anything really outside it except I think like that library. It's just right above it that's caught on fire before.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember that story of the library. Spurrier's comments about the library.
Yeah, it was from the LSU game, I think. But you're right, Spurrier commented.
Yeah, I'm excited to see it, man. I mean, like I said, we're going to rock till 4 o'clock Central, and then I'm going to cut up some content and then hit the road. Try to be in Auburn by about 5:30. 5:30, let me think. Central at the latest. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, 5:30 Central. Yeah, so yeah, try to get there, and we'll take. I want to look at the stadium and look at the campus, and
Auburn's a pretty. It's a
I've heard it's beautiful. I've heard it's beautiful.
It's not that big. You can walk it. Like Alabama's was really big.
Where do you think you'll park tomorrow, Dave?
That's what I was wondering. I guess maybe the first closest public parking. Like I'll just pay $20, $30, $40.
Yeah. I was asking Taylor Korn of the Next Round Live, who we had on. She was a great combo. She just said there's going to be people around holding signs for $20 parking. It's exactly what you said. So
are they going to the? I'm sure the next round. Yeah, Alabama.
Next round will be there. Yes. And, apparently, EG is going to be in the box, and I think Taylor's going to be in the stands or on the field.
They didn't send Dunaway.
Oh, I have no idea. I don't know what he's doing. I have no clue. And then they'll all be in Tuscaloosa, obviously, next weekend. Actually, she'll be at Auburn. Apparently, she told me the Next Round Live is doing a live show from Tuscaloosa next Friday.
Next week. That makes sense. And then Auburn's got Oklahoma. You see Georgia opened up as a 2.5-point favorite.
They've already opened up the line.
Yeah.
Well, shit, I didn't see that.
Well, first time Bama's been a home dog since 2007. LSU.
Dude, I couldn't believe. I mean, just you think about it. I guess it makes sense. But Tyler McComas was telling me like, this is the biggest home underdog Oklahoma's been in blah 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 years. I'm like, bro, they're a touchdown underdog. They're a touchdown, but like it speaks to how good they've been. Like that's crazy. And it speaks to the schedule. Speaks to the schedule. They don't play Texas at home. They don't play Texas at home.
See, if you were an Oklahoma season ticket holder in the Big 12 and you didn't get Bedlam at home that year, you're probably like, great, Texas Tech or K-State better be good, or it's just a little underwhelming.
Yeah. No, yeah. I mean, that game is going to be so fascinating. I love the Oklahoma folks. I know that's kind of blasphemous to say here on TSU. I love the Oklahoma folks. I have to be really careful how I word this, Dave.
You're about to say, CP. You're about to.
I love the Oklahoma folks, man, but like, Oklahoma fans have been really respectful and great to us. They've been great to us, consume all our content. There's definitely this chip on the shoulder, and I think some of their fans, they got so tired of hearing the SEC chatter. It's just like, I don't want Oklahoma to get humbled, Dave. But at the same time, I don't want to like I was full of shit either. That like the SEC grind is a real thing. I don't want it to happen. I think, Dave, there could be a lot of Oklahoma people that really get a slap in the face of reality. Like I just, you know what I mean? Like, again, I'm not pulling for that. I want to make it very clear before somebody clips this and maybe some Oklahoma folk are watching. I'm not pulling for that. I'm just saying.
CP, what happens? What are your thoughts? What are the narratives heading into next week if Oklahoma wins?
Tennessee's a fraud. Pretty simple. I just think Tennessee's going to be looked at as a fraud. They can't win on the road. They picked on inferior competition. I mean, every negative you can think of, right? I mean, every single. I mean, you posted today. I mean, Dave, look at how triggered people were on social media today when you just simply posted stats.
Tennessee fans. Yeah, all right. Yeah, all right. I put sorry.
They've been bad on the road, bro.
Twice. I'll supplement that with the Missouri loss, who had a losing record that year. You're still 5-8.
I mean, they've played poorly on the road. And Tennessee has more often than not, especially over the last decade plus, they've puked on themselves in situations like this. So
Yeah, I saw somebody. Is this a bigger game for Brent Venables or Josh Heupel? I was like, I'd say definitely Heupel, and then this would be. I think if Venables and them go out and play well but still lose, I don't think Oklahoma fans are like, I don't know if this is our guy.
Yeah,
like,
right. Year four
Tennessee
of
loses this game. I mean, if you're a realistic Tennessee fan, again, you're not getting rid of Heupel, but that thought in your mind doesn't it have to come in like, geez, man, like, can we beat a decent team? I mean, that has to start coming into your mind at that point. Can we beat a decent team on the road at this point? Like, we really struggle, especially if it's like a low-scoring game where you lose.
Yeah, if that – well, I mean, and I'll tell you this too. Maybe I was unfair in my analysis because if Oklahoma wins, I think – I mean, what's the conversation around Oklahoma?
So they would go to Auburn the next week.
All of a sudden, they're a college football playoff contender. They're 4-0. Forget how ugly the first three were, maybe, but they're 4-0 with a win over Tennessee.
Oh, they'd be beating that chest, wouldn't they?
Oh, God, yeah. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, dude, the Oklahoma folks, again, love them. They literally told me straight up, there will not be a more obnoxious fan base in the country if Oklahoma is good this year. If Oklahoma, had a playoff year, there would not be a more obnoxious fan base.
Oh, if you had both Texas and Oklahoma make the playoffs the first year in the SEC, yeah. You hear about that all offseason from that fan base. I mean, deservingly so, but you would hear about it. I'd love Texas fans to comment. I totally forgot about this. I don't know how, but we were talking about Oklahoma season ticket holders being a little disappointed with the Big 12 slate, probably at times the home slate, because you get Texas in the Cotton Bowl. Hell, Texas was dealing with the same thing. You get Oklahoma in the Cotton Bowl every year. It's like they're probably like, man, TCU just be decent, so I get a decent home game to see.
Yeah, so I mean, it's I don't know, Dave. I don't see the path. I don't see the path for Oklahoma. I don't. It's
got to be a low-scoring game.
Tennessee has to play poorly. Tennessee has to play poorly. They have to I mean, I know that. Here's the funny thing, though. You can say well, Tennessee's played nobody, bro. Oklahoma's played nobody either. They've looked like shit.
Who do you think wins, Tulane or NC State? I'd probably say Tulane would beat NC State if you made me pick the game. But I'm with you.
Now,
the same point, though, to be fair to Tennessee, it's not like they've struggled with anybody either.
No. I mean, here's the thing. NC State with their freshman or whoever the hell quarterback they're starting now, I don't know. Probably Tulane would beat them. But, that's why the hypothetical game's so tough, Dave, because if it was Tulane playing NC State this weekend can I get Tulane prior to playing K-State in Oklahoma, or does it have to be after and then they're beat up?
A lot of people are loading up on Lafayette this week to beat Tulane because, I mean, if you are Lafayette, you're like, we are getting these guys at a great time. They probably invested a ton of emotion in these last two games.
They're beat up as hell, yeah.
Yeah. No, you're right. It's not a transitive property thing. Again, matchups make fights. So, they're different matchups. Teams have different advantages. So, you said the transitive property of A team beat B team equals C win for somebody. It doesn't happen. I mean, yeah, sometimes that works, but not all the time.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, again, I'll say this. Is there – the line is funky, though, Dave. The line makes me think, to your point, that it is going to be close because Vegas is just not –
Steve was on with your boy Colt McCoy you were just talking about today when I was listening to their show, and he made a point. He was telling Kubelik, he was like, that line stayed at 6.5 for so long, and so many people were taking Tennessee. He's like, if Vegas didn't think this game was going to be close, he's like, in my history and me doing research, Stanford Steve was saying, he's like, they would have moved that line up some more points. He's like, and it's just stayed at 6.5. Yeah. He's like, yeah. So he's taking Oklahoma. He said he was taking Oklahoma in the point. He was taking them in the points.
I took the under in the game. I like the under. I love the under.
Yeah, I agree.
It's at 50. I got it at 57.5. We love and don't know how the hell though he thinks it's going to be 37, 34 or something like that.
44, 42.
Where is Oklahoma's offense coming from? Where is Oklahoma's offense going to come from, bro? I mean, hey, Dave, here's a fun. Would Oklahoma beat NC State? I don't think that's a given, dude. I think that's a close game.
No, I mean, like you said, for Oklahoma, there's no given win against a decent team, quality team right now with the way they've been playing and the lack of continuity they have on the offensive line and the injuries they have at wide receiver right now. I'm not saying Oklahoma would lose NC State, but right now I would bank it's probably a fourth quarter game. If I had to guess.
Yeah. Yeah. Going back to what I said earlier, Dave, I just for some reason feel the need to bring this up. I want to echo it. Anybody out there that says the G5 shouldn't have their own playoff, you're a very silly person. You are very silly.
Should the winner of that playoff get the playoff bid, or you think it's way too many games?
No, I don't think dude. I think the G5 should be G5. They should have a G5 playoff, and you have a G5 national champion, and that's where it stops.
I agree. I mean,
why are we kidding ourselves? Why are we kidding ourselves?
It's reality. And also, too, it gives those kids at that level to have some kind of incentive. Like, we can actually go win something this year.
Bro,
you can go win the Sun Belt. You can go win Conference USA. You can go win it. But still, at the end of the day, you can't go win some ultimate goal. Like,
yeah. I mean, bro, I'm sitting there watching last night, and it's like, I mean, again, I remember when App State won 3 straight national titles, and then they moved up to the Sun Belt. Or moved up to FBS or no longer D1 AA. And I just remember thinking, like, what a shitty move that was. And I get why it was a good move because of money. But I was like, what App State did with Armani Edwards and 3 straight titles, that'll never happen again. App State will never win another national championship. That's what you give up. Is it worth it to win the Sun Belt? I mean, I don't know. Is it? Is it worth it to win the fucking Las Vegas Cure Bowl? I mean,
let's be honest here, CP. Perception-wise, could you tell me the last 5 Sun Belt champions? I could. I mean, maybe I could come close, maybe get 3 or 4 of them, but no, I couldn't guess all 5 of them year to year.
No.
Like, no one really remembers that.
I'd just be rattling off teams at that point. So I just, and then I know there's people on social media who are like super passionate G5 people about. I've seen dumb arguments about like, well, Ole Miss loses by 30 to Georgia. Should they get an invitation? You're telling me they should get in? It's like, bro, come on, man. Like, you're just, I love seeing the Boise States and Liberty and when App State is good and all that stuff. But, dude, whoever G5 plays, they're going to be a 3-touchdown underdog, and they're going to get killed in the playoff this year.
If you had to say who could be surprised this week in the SEC from a game, like maybe not lose, but like they're in a battle late. I
think you and I talk A&M Bowling Green.
Yeah, it's a tricky game because A&M,
dude, Bowling Green almost beat Penn State.
The quarterback spot, yeah.
Bowling Green almost beat Penn State.
Bowling Green's coming off a bye.
Outside of that, I kind of hated that
Florida won.
Do what?
Would you consider Mississippi State Florida won?
You could. I was just going to say, Dave, that I hated that all of our picks were, essentially the same outside of me picking Auburn. But at the same time, too, it's like I go back to what you said early in the season. You're like, how many of these games are really losable for the SEC? Like, I mean,
people comment like, "Great job copying, guys." It's like, well, no.
And then who?
Just Southern to beat Ole Miss, man.
Yeah, and then who are you gonna pick? Are you gonna pick Vandy to beat Ole Miss or Vandy to beat Mizzou? I mean, I did, bro. I took Vandy plus 21. I think that's gonna be a tougher game. I think that could be kind of similar to Boston College, where it's like Castellanos gave them headaches. Like, I think Mizzou's gonna win, but if you told me it was 31-14. Yeah, that wouldn't stun me.
Missouri should do what they want on the back from an explosive thing because Vanderbilt lacks so much athleticism on the back end. But if Brady Cook can hit them, sometimes I feel like he's been leaving some meat on the bone on some of those. I mean, I would probably agree with Kublik from an upset within league play. Yeah, I'd probably go Mississippi State over Florida if you made me pick.
One of us should have went Mississippi State.
Yeah, I mean, hell, I would have followed that swear. But, I mean, your reasoning would have been okay. Like, hey, I just think Florida quit. I'm not really saying Mississippi State's the better team. It definitely doesn't have the better
team. It should have, Dave. Realistically, it should have been me. I should have. Yeah. I should have the week after I picked Toledo. I'm like, nah, they're bouncing back.
I believe in these guys this week.
Yeah, that was the wake-up call they needed.
I think Toledo would finish in the middle of the SEC, dude. I'm essentially very high on the Rockets.
The Rockets. We don't think the Akron Zips could give Robbie Ashford some trouble.
Dude, I was told old Lenore Sellers isn't playing this week. It's the Robbie Ashford show.
Yeah, I mean, dude, they'd be crazy to play him. They'd be crazy to play him.
You would be dumb to play him.
Crazy
even if
to play him.
ugly, you're not risking him getting hurt before you go into a bye week. You have a brutal stretch coming up between Ole Miss, Alabama, and Oklahoma.
Oklahoma looks more winnable for South Carolina, though. Again, I say that, and if
those three, it's not even close. That's the most winnable game. Yeah.
I mean, I say that, but if Oklahoma puts on a hell of a showing tomorrow night, then that changes completely. I think at least the feeling.
Cole brought this up. They get Oklahoma the week after Red River.
Yeah, that's a good point. And then Texas, obviously, hook 'em horns, folks. Texas is going to roll. They're going to just. I will say, Dave. I'm sure this is college football every year, but I think I'm just more aware of it, Dave, because obviously we're covering the entire SEC and we're previewing every game. I'm not trying to sound ungrateful. I'm not ungrateful. I want to make it very clear. But, Dave, does the first month of the season not like low-key suck? Do the games not low-key suck the first month? It's so many fucking cupcakes. It's so many cupcakes, dude. Like, bro, I'm just saying, Dave, from like an us breaking down game standpoint, do you not think we're going to have more fun in October and November than we've had in September? And we've had a blast in September. But, like, dude, the schedule's going to be condensed, Dave, and every game's going to be a good game, essentially. Every single one of them. You may have your random non-conference game, but, like, next weekend, we have 6 games on the docket, Dave. 6. Which, for us breaking them down, we're going to –
you're going to get Mississippi State, Texas, but again, at least it's a conference matchup.
I'm just saying, like, the first month of the season, Dave, it's so much not. Like, I mean, listen, no diehard fan gets tired of watching their favorite team beat up on people. But at the same time, as an Ole Miss fan, you got to be like, bro, I could have slept through the first month of the season. This was pointless. You know, like.
Yeah, you're excited, you're beating the crap out of people, but there's always that still.
You're learning nothing.
That you're like, I still don't know how good we are. Like, we're good, but like, how good are we?
Yeah.
Like,
again, I'm not. Maybe this is just my little hangry talking because we love it, but it's like the first month of the season. I'm like, God, there's a lot of just snoozer matchups. Thank God for the good ones, but and I will say too, though, Dave. I think a lot of the big games haven't lived up to the hype. Like, Texas, Michigan was a massacre. Florida, Miami wasn't close. Tennessee, NC State wasn't close. I mean, the best game of the year to this point, Dave, you could argue was the South Carolina LSU game.
Yeah, because you got to think Notre Dame, A&M was kind of a snoozer.
Yeah, it was close, but it was sloppy. You know, like
USC was good.
That was a good game. Yeah, that was a good game. I'll give you that. That was
Florida, Miami wasn't.
No. Tennessee, NC State was garbage.
Georgia Clemson in the first half was, but it wasn't in the second.
And again, I'm nitpicking. I'm not like I would much rather have terrible games than no football. But I'm just saying, like, I'm excited for the schedule to really heat up. Like,
I think the game we're going to tomorrow, we talked about, it's the one that could be really good.
Dude, yeah, that's what I'm saying is, like, even Auburn, Arkansas is not like 2 top 10 teams or whatever, but wildly intriguing. Wildly intriguing. I mean, yeah, wildly intriguing. So, yeah, I'm just saying, Dave, I'm excited for, we're going to kick it off next week with Georgia, Bama, and then you're going to start getting into, Georgia, Auburn, Ole Miss, LSU, third Saturday in October, like Red River. I mean, you start to really get into the heat of it. Which, by the way, on that note, Dave, I'm thinking about just caving and going to Tuscaloosa next weekend. I mean, I don't know what other choice I have.
State, man. Just spend.
I don't know well, I'm not going to stay here. I can assure you, like for the week.
Make it a week trip in Birmingham and then head over.
Something like that. Yeah. How far are you from Tuscaloosa?
Me?
Yeah.
Probably about where you are. We're both probably close to where we're currently sitting right now in this moment. 3.5.
Oh, it's that far. Okay.
It's on the west side of the state. Yeah, it's on it's over. It's funny. Alabama, Tuscaloosa isn't that far from the Mississippi state line, and Auburn isn't that far from the Georgia line.
I'm trying to see how far is Tuscaloosa from my house. from my house in Green. Yeah.
Shoot, I'd probably guess 6.5.
5.5.
5.5.
Not too bad. So, and it looks like Birmingham is probably about 5. Was Birmingham like 30 minutes from Tuscaloosa?
45 an hour, depending where you're at in Birmingham.
Okay. Yeah, about 5. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of one of those things, Dave, where I'm like, dude, the ticket is so absurd next weekend, but it's just like YOLO. I mean, because I'm either going to that game or not going to a game. You know what I mean? It's like there's no other game that's even worth the trip. This is not even worth the time. Like Texas, I'm going later in the season, so I'm not going. Texas, Kentucky for me is all but like I'm going to start like looking at flights for that. Like that's essentially confirmed for me. So all the Texas folks, BK, everybody out there, yeah, Texas, Kentucky is going to be confirmed. But I mean, I'm not going to Ole Miss, Kentucky, 11 a.m. local time kick. I'm not doing that, Dave. I'm just not doing it. I'm not doing it. Yeah, outside of that, I don't even know what other game would remotely.
The Sooner fans want to see you, man.
Yeah, we can't do Auburn back to back. No, hey, like I said, depending on how this weekend goes, if it's just like the best weekend I've ever had, it's like we're running it back. Wouldn't that be funny? We're coming right back. We didn't get enough the first time.
Eating every meal at Moe's Barbecue for the next.
Yeah, we didn't get enough the first time. No, I just feel like I've got to do Tuscaloosa, man. I was talking with somebody, Dave, and I was like, everybody's going to be there. Like SEC Unfiltered needs to be at that game, just flat out.
Oh yeah, I mean, like you said, not that it takes away your credibility, but it does kind of look goofy if it's like we're here on the square in Oxford, man. Hey, can't wait for that Georgia-Alabama game tonight. It's kind of like, what? You're at the you're at the Kentucky Ole Miss game?
Yeah, I mean, we're going to look silly. I mean, well, let me think. When is the Georgia Texas game? When is that?
Like 3 or 4 weeks, because Texas has ULM, State, by Oklahoma, Georgia. So 5 weeks, I guess.
I'm about to say I was thinking like, where am I going that week?
Do you have the schedule?
I wasn't planning on. I'm pulling it up now. I think it's October 19th they play.
Yeah, I have it. It's right here. I got it. That same week, you got Bama, Tennessee.
Yeah. Oh, that's where I was going to go. Bama, Tennessee, Knoxville. Yeah. That's where I was going to go. I mean, that's like a good pass, right? Is like, well, if you're not going to go to Georgia, Texas, Bama, Tennessee is a pretty damn good one. That's pretty solid.
So. Yeah, I would say it's a good one. Yeah, you're right. I mean, there's really nothing else the rest of the league. The only other decent, Missouri, Auburn.
Yeah, I will be on Rocky Top that game. So, yeah. Mizzou, Auburn will be a sneaky.
Just don't tell them about the road record there, and you won't be harmed.
Well, good thing it'll be in Knoxville, so won't have to worry about it. So, yeah, Tennessee and Oklahoma fans on Twitter going at it.
Yeah, dude, Jake Bayless, our guy in here in the chat, 100% right. That is a weird.
That's why I'm not going.
Oh, dude,
that's why I'm not going.
All over the world. That.
Dude, my guy CJ Vogel with On Texas told me that like he's like wealthy, like the wealthiest of wealthy come in that weekend. Like everything's jacked up. Yeah, I'm not even messing with it. Like that's why I'm not. I accepted before the season, Dave. I was like, I'm good. I'm good. I'm
good. I don't have to. Yeah.
Nah,
I'll go to Athens next year with Texas.
Sorry, folks. The SEC Unfiltered Tour does have a budget. I'm sorry. I hate to do it, but it does. So
hey, we'll see you in Athens next year when the Horns come to town.
Yeah. So, Dave, we've hit 4 o'clock. I was about to say 5. We've hit 4. Hell, I don't know where I'm at. I'm on the line of Eastern and Central. Hey, Dave, it's 5 o'clock somewhere. Time doesn't even make sense. Time doesn't even matter right now, babe. The weekend's begun. We're in the great state of, well, we're not technically in Alabama yet, but we're damn near close enough. And you and I, man, will be on the loveliest village on the plains. This time tomorrow, we'll be rocking in Jordan-Hare, man. We'll be rocking in Jordan-Hare. Yeah, it's going to be a good time. First time Dave Shoemate and I have ever linked up in person, which is so weird to say or think about, but
that is strange.
It is strange. It is strange. So, anyways, guys, again, make sure you stay tuned to all of our content at SEC Unfiltered, Texas Sports Unfiltered as well, everywhere you get their content. And, guys, again, thank you all so much, man. Truly, again, for the love and support. We appreciate each and every single one of you engaging, tuning in. it makes us showing up and doing this, man. I know for BK, I speak for all of them too. It makes it a pleasure, man. So you guys make this show what it is and make Texas Sports Unfiltered and SEC Unfiltered what it is. And I know, again, I speak for Dave, for Cole, for BK, for everybody, man. We can't say thank you enough for showing us love and support and being part of this journey, man. So, again, appreciate you all. Stay tuned to the content. Again, our game day morning show will drop at 7 a.m. Central. So make sure you got notifications turned on, notifications on social media. It will publish and blast all those things first thing in the morning. And we'll cover everything tomorrow, man, breaking down the games, having a good time. So, Dave, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. I will see you tomorrow. Everybody tuned in. Thank you all so much. Appreciate it. Have a great weekend. Enjoy the football, and we will talk to you all on the other side.